Hi, Michelle.
Hey, Dr. Smiley.
How are you?
Doing great. So it's Brain Health and Peak Performance Day.
It is. I'm just making sure we're live while we're doing this real quick. Is
Okay.
without our magician phase on, I just want to make sure that we have everything going. Yep, it looks like we are live. It's so
Mhm.
cool. Isn't it great to be alive?
It says we're on air.
We are on air. I just want to make sure
Yeah.
I can see it too.
Okay. So Brain Health and Peak Performance Day, and we've got four hosts. I'm one of them, right?
You are. Yeah, we
Yeah, I'm
have
one of them.
Dr. Brody and we have Cosimo, your dear friend who did a book with us, Genius in
Mhm.
21 Days. And we have Sky Huddleston, who I met through the Energy Science Technology Conference. And so, yeah, some cool hosts that know how to maximize their brain. Plus, we have some surprise influencers coming in board. Yes, I'm excited about the additions that have been made in the last like couple days. It's really cool. And
Oh,
here's Dr.
excellent.
Brody.
Well, Dr. Brody's joining us now, and
Good to
we're
be
waiting
here.
for. I don't know if Cosimo can make it yet, but we have Dr. Brody. He's starting us off today.
He is. I was gonna just ask if each one of us could share why this day is important and why we are here to support it and show up. Although I'm not a key host, I will say that I did have a TBI, and it may not be as severe as others, but I lost my memory, blacked out, and for 30 minutes I didn't know where I was, who I was, or anything. It took me well over a year for me to learn cards and names and all these people over my phone, and so I'm interested to learn today, but I am someone that was hit very hard in a car accident, and I paid the price with my brain. So each one of us have overcome challenges, trauma, and created, I think, a better world by overcoming them. So that's
Well,
me.
Ken, you say it so quickly. Yes, you were in a car accident. I've seen the car that he was hit in. He was in a tin can, basically, that's got squished, a sardine can.
Yeah.
And
Mm.
what happened though with that whole year, and I've talked to you about that, is although you may not notice that something happened to you, you did realize that your memory was off. And that's why you started building your phone list and doing what you did. But what a lot of us do with brain injuries is that we were looking for ways to circumvent the problems we were having. And so, like with you, Ken, you definitely found your own way. You didn't go find help, you just found another way. And what I love about what Dr. Brody Miller does is he helps you learn methodologies in order to exercise your brain. Just like you have to exercise your body, you have to exercise your brain. So, Ken, when Dr. Brody is on, I want you to listen
I
because
will.
there are cognitive things. No, there are cognitive things that have happened that you don't realize are happening. And as we get older, our brain cells basically are declining. And when I met Dr. Brody, I'm like, you have to be part of this world. Well, at least my world, because with my brain injury, I need him in my world. But it's more than brain injury. So if you don't have a brain injury, you just know someone has a brain injury, you're just interested in brain health, it's important to come and listen because I don't care how astute you are, your brain still needs work. And like in some of our cases, our family members have Alzheimer's or dementia. If it's in our bloodline, you need to know what to do in order to prevent what might come in the future. So, Ken, I've got homework for you. You've got homework from Dr. Brody. He's going to be teaching us today.
Right.
And I know you already met with Cosimo, but we have to understand that how we feed our brain, how we take care of our bodies messes with our brains. We either starve it or we feed it, and we need to be able to build that muscle so that it gets stronger as we get older.
I agree. I mean, I don't know if the word is victim, but I am a caregiver person that took care of my mom with Alzheimer's and watched the decline of a brain. So I'm aware of how important exercise in the brain is. I have a person I want to share earlier. His name is Nick Morrison, and he just signed up a couple days ago, and he takes 3 hours a day to tune his brain just so he can be a stand-up comedian. And
Yeah.
he fell off of multiple. He was a rodeo
Well,
person.
don't tell us stories coming
Well,
on.
my point
But
is there
but
are
but
there's a
what
lot.
I wanted to make sure people realize is and I'm sure, Brody, I know you're going to say it. What a lot of us don't realize when we have brain injuries, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. It's that mental fatigue. My biggest sign about my brain injury was I got really angry or I had no patience at all, or the slightest thing would just irritate me. It was like someone scratching a chalkboard. Do you guys even know what a chalkboard is? Do they even have chalkboards anymore?
I've heard of them.
But that's the thing, is that I'm fine. I can do all the stuff I used to, but that noise really bothers me, or that sound hurts me, or that light, oh my gosh, it's giving me a headache. Those are signs that your brain is in trauma. And so today you're going to learn so much on brain health and peak performance day. And I'm excited for everyone who's tuning in. I know.
I have one concern.
Yeah.
So I'm going to yield because Dr. Brody has been very patiently awaiting to share why Brain Day is so important to him. But what I'm concerned about is I have probably about 120 hats, Brody, baseball hats, and I wear them on trips and stuff. I'm worried that this day is going to make my brain a little too big and I might not be able to fit in a lot of those hats. Is that something I have to be concerned about?
You're getting older, it'll shrink.
If it's growing, if your head is growing, then that's a good thing.
Well, good. Woo!
Well, and I'm not worried about it, because actually right now, this is the intro for the first 10 more minutes, and we're talking about what people are going to expect. But Dr. Brody starts at 15 past the hour, and then he's got the rest of the hour. So no rush. But while we have him here, Dr. Brody, please share. What do you do? Who are you?
Why are you so?
Yeah. Well, thanks first and foremost for having me. And this is more than just a passion. It's really, it was everything for me, and I'm sure it was for the two of you, was recovery. And not only recovery, but like doing something with our lives while we're here on this planet. And without this working well, nothing in life works well, right? And anyhow, for those who don't know me, I'm Dr. Brody Miller, have a PhD in brain research and brain rehabilitation science, but I'm also very passionate about optimizing the brain, because the opposite of a broken brain is a healthy, beautiful working brain. And no matter who you are, the brain controls every single thing that we do, every thought that we think, every emotion we have. If I'm moving just even my pinky toe, my pinky finger, that's being signaled by the brain. And we know when it's damaged. We know when it's damaged that certain areas and functions aren't going to be working well. If you got hit here, there's a different result than if you got hit here. And so whoever's listening, it doesn't matter who you are. We all can improve our 86 billion neurons, 86 billion. And then you have 10,000 connections across each neuron on average. So you might think it's a lot of space. In the universe, there's a lot of space for us to grow and to make new connections and just to live a better life. So I hope that resonates with someone.
Oh, of course. And we're going to go deeper into that. And our third host is here, Cosmo. How do I say it? Intermite?
Yeah, intermite. It's okay, whatever.
Molto bene. Come sta?
Molto bene, Dr. Smiley, Ken, super good friend. Hi, Michelle. It's so good. It's long time I didn't see you. I wish I could hug you. And hi, Dr. Brody. Sorry.
Pleasure to meet you, Cosmos. I was just talking about the cosmos. How many brain cells? It's like the cosmos.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Well, and the two of you need to connect when you hear what Cosmo does. And what you do. You guys would work very, very well together. Cosmo,
awesome. I would love that, Dr. Brody.
Absolutely.
Well, share what you do, Cosmo, because we just heard what Dr. Brody does, and we only have like 5 more minutes before Dr. Brody takes the helm for the next hour.
Yeah, I mean, I can do that in 30 seconds. It doesn't have to be 5 minutes.
Do it in 25 seconds. Do it in 25.
Do it in 25 seconds. Come on, go.
Sounds great. So let me start. 25 seconds. When my company asked me, Cosimo, do you want to open an American market? I said, certamente, è una bella opportunità, perché no? Mi piacerebbe parlare in inglese, sono così belli gli americani. So I did not speak English about 8 years ago, and I'm so glad I came to America, but I was really scared because I'm dyslexic, ADHD, and I never learned English in years of school. But then, thanks to techniques that I teach, I was able to learn 6,000 words in 2 weeks, plus the grammar rules. And so I'm not saying this story to show off, but I'm saying that everybody, when they know a method, when they know techniques, they can really hack their brain, feel limitless, really, and really tap into their genius. So I would say
28 seconds. That was 28 seconds. That's awesome.
Sounds great.
And I've been through his class, and so has my son, and we both really, really
Oh,
loved it.
bye.
And by the way, so is Michelle, just in case you didn't know.
It was really fun to have you both. And with your son, I love your son. He's grown so much, by the way.
Yes, he has. He is tall. He's getting to be my height now. It's getting scary.
Wow.
And he's already 10 times smarter than me. At least he let me know that.
Oh my gosh. And I thought actually what I would say is he was already more intelligent than everybody else. So
Right. Well, it's really good to see you. We have a great cast of hosts. Dr. Brody, I met at Secret Knock, and we had lunch together and became friends. And Michelle, with us both sharing the TBI journey, I was just very excited when we thought of this idea of celebrating Brain Day, not just about the awareness, but also the performance, the peak performance part of it. So I'm excited about a beautiful day and how much value we're going to bring to people that are having some challenges.
I am super excited too. And honestly, to see you again, it's really, really like wonderful. So
Brody,
well, I want to stall a little bit because Dr. Brody's putting on the background.
Oh, is he? Is that what you're doing, Brody?
I'm doing my best, but
honestly, I really love your background, Dr. Brody. I really love it.
Thank you.
I love the background.
Got my golden brain, you know.
I love it. I love it.
Okay, well, we'll leave him alone because he only has 15 minutes to talk before Michael.
Yeah. Okay. So it was a pleasure.
And we will all.
You don't have to leave. Are we leaving right now?
Well, Brody's going to talk for 15 minutes. Michael's got, oh, whatever. Anyways, Brody's got 15, then Michael will come on. But anyway, we have the hosting later on in the day, so we just wanted to show all of our hosts. We're missing Guy, so we were supposed to introduce all of our hosts, and then we go away, and then you guys come in when you're supposed to be, when your time comes on.
And Michelle, make sure your microphone works better when you will talk today. So because I hear you muffled, just wanted to let you know.
I think I almost have the background.
And by the way, Brody, I'm going to learn so much during your hour that this is going to happen. Are you ready for this? This is going to happen to me.
What?
His brain's going to explode.
Brain's going to explode.
I thought they were hair.
Yeah, I thought it was going to get an afro.
All right. Well, I am excited. I'm so excited. It's like the sun is shining behind me. Wow.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. I love you both. Hi, everybody. And Dr. Brody will connect. I'll ask Dr. Smiley and Michelle.
I don't know if you say this is the proper etiquette when it's Brain Day to break a brain. Is that like not good?
A brain
break your brain?
Well, break a leg, break a brain.
No, I wouldn't use it. I wouldn't use it.
A thumbs down. All right. So expand a brain. How about that? We're gonna go with that one. Expand a brain.
That sounds like a plan.
All right.
Okay. Well, hopefully my sound is better. I just turned this one off.
It is.
Yes.
It is.
Way better. Yes.
Okay. I mean, just to see the excitement of Cosmo hearing you, I just love it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, take it away, Dr. Brody. Go do your thing. You've got a bit.
If I can call you Dr. Brody Miller, I'd like to call you that as I say good farewell.
Sounds like a plan.
Thank you, Dr. Brody Miller.
My pleasure. Hello, everybody. Wonderful to be here on Brain Health Peak Performance Day, and I'm Dr. Brody Miller. The brain is my passion, my pride, and everything that led to my recovery was understanding that the brain could change. And whether I'm working with somebody who is an elite performer, like an athlete or a boxer, professional boxer, or I'm working with somebody who's just trying to improve, just trying to recover. I mean, even just getting out of the bed feels like a stretch. It all basically applies to the same methodologies apply. And we know that when a brain's not working, we can locate areas and functions to know that that's the case. That's how a lot of brain science actually came to fruition, was understanding when somebody has a stroke or somebody has a injury to the brain, whether it's from parasites, whether it's from TBI, traumatic brain injury impact, whether it's even from chronic stress. They understand that when certain areas of the brain get impacted, that things just aren't going to work well. And so the very powerful thing is that we all can work our brain like it's a muscle. And with the 86 billion brain cells and over 10,000 synaptic connections, which means the signaling between each brain cell, that leaves a lot of room for growth and improvement. And the brain is a use it or lose it organ. So I'm excited to give you a small presentation today about how you can use probably the most important area of our brain to improve your life in an easy, effective, and simple way. So I'm requesting to share. If anybody can see my request, there we go. All right, folks. So this is a new presentation that I've been working on with my online community of people who really want to improve their brain. When you understand the what, why, and how, the what and the why, then the how gets so much easier. That's how, before it was called neuroplasticity, which is a fancy way of saying how the brain can change and rewire itself. It was called learning. They say, oh, that X, Y, and Z, he, she, they learned. So if you just want to understand how neuroplasticity works, it's how our brain relearns, whether it's through our thoughts, our emotions, our actions, our behaviors, our habits. Every single thing that we're doing and every single second of the day is changing how this works. And so it doesn't need to be perfection, but you can master this beautiful, amazing organ that God gifted us with. So this is frontal lobe mastery, a trademark of mine, that understanding this one key brain area can change everything for you, as it did in my recovery when I was recovering from seizure disorder. I wasn't able to think clearly. I wasn't able to communicate without stuttering. I wasn't able to remember anything. And I know so many people can relate in 2026 with brain fog, and I hate to say the word brain rot, but it's true. When we're on our cell phones and we're scrolling mindlessly, it's starting to influence how our brain works. And so we're going to counterbalance that today so you understand the frontal lobe. Now, if I can go grab a brain, I'll be right back. Okay. So frontal lobe mastery. Let's talk about the executive functioning area of the brain. It's really like the brain's CEO because it does so many influential things. We're talking about planning, talking about focus and concentration, something I did not have any of however many years ago after I was assaulted outside of a nightclub. Decision making. This is a big one. I was making really poor decisions. And now we move on to impulse control. The ability to stop or influence our impulses, like an impulse to say something, to not being able to stop yourself from doing certain things, not being able to stop yourself from consuming things that are bad for you, like alcohol, drugs, nicotine, mindful or scrolling mindlessly. This is the power of this, because when you can strengthen this, you're able to start being able to discipline yourself. And one of the biggest understandings that I had when I was recovering my brain was, why am I making such bad decisions? Why can't I stop myself from doing certain things? Why can't I solve basic problems? Why can't I stay focused? And why can't I regulate my emotions? And I thought I was a bad person, but that wasn't true. It's just the damage happened to the front of my brain. So without a strong CEO, the rest of the brain becomes hard to manage. All right, we already talked about how this front of the brain influences our attention, our decision making, planning, emotional regulation, short-term memory, being able to control ourselves. And here's some fun facts about the frontal lobe. Number one is it isn't fully developed until our mid-20s. You know why kids aren't able to really, teenagers especially, teen males especially, like I was making really bad decisions. So if you take that on top of alcohol, you really aren't able to influence your behavior very well, because that area starts to shut off. It becomes inactive. And so understand that it does develop all the way until our mid-20s. And this is a very big deal. Number two, it makes up about 1/3 of our cerebral cortex, which is the outside area of the brain. The most developed part in human evolution is that when we understand, this is what really separates us from the rest of the animal kingdom, because an elephant has a bigger brain than us, but an elephant's never been to the moon, or elephants never created a Cybertruck, right? So it's not necessarily the size of the brain, it's just the size of the frontal lobe in comparison to the rest of the brain. And it really works on influencing our behavior. And number three, every single decision you make is influenced by this area. So it's one of the most important areas of the brain, other than the brainstem. So if you're trying to improve it, we're going to get into that. Just know that every single area of the brain is broken up into small areas. We have different areas. 1, 2, and 3 are the executive functioning areas. You can break them up even more, just as your feet have a different function than your hands. The same is true with the brain. Different areas have different functions and they control different things. So this is how the brain can be broken up, especially the executive functioning area of the brain. So we're going to do some targeted brain health exercises. Just as when you're going to the gym and you start to do bicep curls, that strengthens your shoulder too, but it mainly targets your bicep muscle. The same is true with the brain. So these targeted brain health exercises we're about to do gives you more bang for your buck. We'll start with the breathing exercise. We always start there because it boosts blood and it boosts oxygen to the brain. Two things that are required for super learning if we want to get our brain health performance today. So I've got about 5 more minutes to present, And this is called nitric oxide breathing. I love this exercise because very quickly are you going to feel the difference. You're going to feel the brain chemical changes. And why we want brain chemical changes at first, because if you can continuously influence brain chemistry, then over time you actually can grow the brain. It increases neuroplasticity and helps rewire. And I wish you could have seen me in the past. Big beard, not being able to hardly lift a finger, a procrastinator. I was using drugs and alcohol consistently. And I wish I could just beat a door down telling you how important it is to get our brain working right in all stages of life. So without any further ado, let's do this for just 30 seconds. Nitric oxide breathing. In the inside of your nose, you have what's called these endothelial cells. And they have a high concentration of nitrogen and oxygen, nitric oxide. And what that does is it causes your blood vessels to expand, to vasodilate instead of vasoconstrict. So you're getting more blood and oxygen to the brain. So all you're going to do is breathe in as strongly and as quickly as you possibly can through your nose. And it's going to look and sound something like this. So whether you're preparing for a speech, you're talking to your boss, you're about to give a presentation, or you're going into like a stressful, like Thanksgiving with family, it's stressful, this exercise is going to get you into those nice Zen alpha-like brain waves. So let's do this 5 more times. So inhale as strongly and quickly as you possibly can through the nose. And then you're just going to let it go. Okay. 5 more times. Two. 3 more. 2 more. 1 more. So I don't know about you, but I feel the changes immediately. Maybe you feel a little bit dizzy or loopy. I call this getting high on your own supply because you'll need drugs and alcohol to influence how this beautiful organ is working. We can all feel that way, the natural way, getting high on your own supply of oxygen to change your brain. If I have time, I do not know if I do, but we'll do one real quick targeted brain health exercise. Just Simon Says. So this is working a particular area of your brain called the orbital frontal prefrontal cortex that has to do with impulse control. So if you're with your family and friends, as I said, I don't know if I have time to finish this, but just play Simon Says. Simon Says, touch your brain. Simon Says, tap the person next to you. Simon Says, move your pinky fingers. But when I just say, close your eyes, and you close your eyes, you broke the rule of Simon Says. So it's a fun, amazing, and cool way that you can strengthen this frontal lobe area of the brain. And it's use it or lose it, just like a muscle. I believe that my time has concluded. Is that right, Aisha? All right. Well, I'm grateful. Thank you so much. You can find me on social media, Dr. Brody Miller, or you can get a copy of my best-selling book, Brain Rescue, a 90-day blueprint to reclaim your memory after a brain injury or a concussion. Brain Rescue, Dr. Brody Miller. I'm grateful and thankful to be here on a special day. Okay. So next we have Michael. Michael, welcome to Brain Day. We're excited for you to present.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
So I can remember sitting in a doctor's room office, and I was sitting there and I wasn't sure like what was going to happen next. What's that smell in the room? What is next with everything that's going to happen? What is the doctor going to say? What is he going to do? What is this like? My mind going blank. And what is that sound that's in the backer? And I can remember the doctor walking into the room and saying, "You have multiple sclerosis." Like the white walls in front of me, my mind went absolutely blank. What is MS? What is that next step? What is that next journey? What is that next spot to where I just don't know what the future is going to look like. And I can remember going back to my apartment. I had a roommate at the time. And I was just talking to him and pouring out my heart. And I could just remember him sitting in front of the table and looking at my Costco magazine that was on the table and him just flipping through it. Like looking at whatever was the best price for whatever he wanted to look at, whatever Costco would sell. And I'm feeling empty. I just felt like a dagger had just entered in my back because here I am pouring out my heart and trying to talk to my roommate, somebody who is supposed to be there for me with whatever goes on. And he's not there. There's no support. And then I can remember I have a friend who is an ex-alcoholic, and I called him up and he talked and went, "Wow, you have a lot going on." And then the moment I got done with the conversation, my sit down on the couch and my roommate going, "You want to have a conversation?" And I thought, I just tried to talk to you and you did not. So the place that was my ex watering hole, I got up and I walked out the door and I drove there because at least there was some people who would actually care about me and who were there for me, and they're willing to hear about whatever it is that is going on. And it doesn't matter what happened, and they're willing to talk. So I had that conversation. I talked to them, and all of them, they all hit the point of, "Wow, you've been through a ton." But we're talking about mental health here. We're not talking about MS. We're talking about mental health. But there are certain steps and certain parts on the journey that what I have done that have helped me with mental health overcome whatever it is. A roommate who can kick rocks because he just really wasn't willing to listen and he really wasn't there for me as a person. And there are steps that it can help out every single person, no matter what part of the journey you're at, and no matter where you are in your journey, that you can overcome. And last month was Men's Mental Health Awareness. So we're right in line with where everything is going with having this on today, talking to people, because there's a lot of men who struggle with mental health awareness and helping men develop better discipline habits and standards. That is a issue that is dear to my heart because there's a lot of men who believe that they are on their own and they're not. But everybody can take tools and steps that you learned today to help you become a master at whatever you do. I am Michael Superman Valines. In 2018, I started a journey with multiple sclerosis, and I help men get to a better spot, a better journey with just where they are to where they become a better version of themselves, and that there's too many people who they believe that they're on a fight for themselves, and it's not that way. And a lot of it that it's one of the easy steps that you can do to support yourself with whatever step that you're in the journey is finding a community, finding people who are there to support you no matter what. I know there is a bunch of great speakers on here, and some I'm very close to, but there's that crowd that's there that they're there for support. And my community is different than your community. It's to find that community to help support you with whatever it is. Yesterday, I was talking to a guy and helped him on his journey to overcome his issues with pornography, but we all have our own struggles, we all have our own journey. That one easy step that you can do every single day is, so every single day, and I'm a little crazy, but on every single day you can take a cold shower. That the what a cold shower does for you. I know it's resistance. I don't like this. This is painful. It feels like a knife got stabbed in my back, and I just don't want to do this. But because our world has gotten so soft, everything is convenient. I needed something from it. I needed something, and their website wasn't working, so I ordered it on Amazon yesterday, and it came in this morning. It's very convenient. And to build that resiliency to help you with your brain for whatever you're going through, that is a cold shower is something that builds up that resiliency to where you really, whatever issue, whatever struggles that you go through, that resiliency, it's it's an action that you can take that develops to where your brain, it whatever it is, boom, it doesn't matter. You're good for that, and you're not down for the count. Another one is EMS. We all have EMS that I can remember working at Exxon, and one issue that I could remember that. So every single electrical device has EMFs that come from it. EMF stands for electric magnetic frequency. So your computer has EMFs, your phone has EMFs, Wi-Fi has signals and stuff that it sends from that. All that affects your brain. And I can remember when I was doing a whole bunch of just driving people around, and I would get in the car, and at some point I'd be like, I just feel like I've never smoked it, but I just feel like I smoked a whole bunch of weed or whatever else was. I literally felt high at work throughout the day. I would feel high from just everything that was going on, and I just feel off and maybe do some breath work, get in some Wim Hof, and because of that, that I had an issue, and because of that, EMFs are that there's something that everybody has going on in the day, and you can get different EMF blocking devices. You can get a nice necklace like this that helps block some of it, and a lot of other parts of that, a lot of things that you can do, that there's stuff that you can do when you do your research on what device is what helps get you as best protection as you can. Q Shield is another popular brand. I mean, this is Wave and Nikki, one of those one of those settings, it protects you from the frequencies that go out, but there are some simple steps that you can do to where you make yourself function at your best.
Thank you so much, Michael. It was awesome for you to come share your story here with us today. Where can we find you online?
So yeah, so you can find, so the best places to find me online is Instagram. You can find me. My hashtag is, my username is Michael J. Blinds. And then Facebook is just my name, Michael Blinds. And those are the two best places to find me at, as I'm on that for business and whatever else. And I know them the best out of whatever it is.
Amazing. Thanks for coming on and sharing your story and your knowledge and education. And everybody go follow Michael.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. So up next, we have Kim Lawrence. Kim attended Mayo Medical School and worked on a human gene therapy project. And she's published multiple peer-reviewed journal articles. And I love this, uses natural methods to support neurodivergent individuals and stroke victims to function better. So I'm so glad you're here to share this information on Brain Day, Kim, and go ahead and take away.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brody. So that was a kind introduction. And yes, my name is Kim Lawrence. I did attend Mayo Medical and Graduate School. Well, I thought I would serve as a physician to help people experience better health. What I learned in medical school literally changed my trajectory. I learned that our so-called health system really doesn't want to help cure people, but to treat symptoms, keeping the diseased state in place so patients keep returning. I was literally flabbergasted to learn that somebody who may have found a cure for all tumorous cancers had applied for funding to continue funds, and that if he found private donors and continued his research, that his license to practice medicine would be taken away. Because of this enlightenment, I decided to go into research instead, and I'm thrilled that my research, the number of people who may be able to live lives and reached adulthood that have been wonderfully created, and that our bodies have the capability to heal themselves, and they actually want to do so. We have systems that can facilitate this. Sometimes all we need to do is provide our bodies with the right tools to support it so it can do what it already knows how to do. Our brains are amazing. The brain will be 2 to 3% of the body, but there's 20% of the energy our bodies and 20% of So if we have an energy deficit or an oxygen deficit, it makes sense that the brain will suffer before we notice other parts of the body suffer. And this may be manifested in less motivation, mental clarity, focus, attention, and memory recall, as well as brain fog and negative mood. I personally have experienced different things in my youth that have caused dark spots on my brain when viewed on MRI scans. And these MRI scans was taken when I was only 23 years old. So I've had transient ischemic attacks, also known as TIAs, complicated migraine headaches, and a bacterial infection that almost took my life. These experiences damage parts of my brain, but our bodies can be so resilient and allow us to bounce back. People who get brain damage from strokes can also adapt, make new neural connections, and relearn activities if necessary. I love helping people of all sorts to feel healthier, younger, and stronger. I provide techniques, skills, and products that can give people more energy by increasing numbers of mitochondria and cells and increasing the amount of ATP cellular energy that these mitochondria make. I also love telling people how they can detox so cells can run more effectively and efficiently. I educate people how they can activate their bodies and turn on healthy survival genes. And this is way different than supplementing. You've probably heard it said that you are what you eat. But a more accurate statement is you are what you absorb. Our gut is known as our second brain because the gut is connected to every other system and organ in the body. This is because the gut processes the food we eat, which provides the nutrients we need to create usable cellular energy. The gut allows for digestion to occur so nutrients can move into the bloodstream, while waste products and toxins can be eliminated from the body. Unfortunately, 80 to 90% of Americans have leaky gut, which means waste and toxins that should be eliminated from the body are leaking out and causing issues in your tissues. Well, you can learn how to support your gut so that it creates peptides that regulate, repair, and restore the gut. A healthy gut means a healthy body. Now, oxidative stress is known to cause hundreds of diseases, and if we can prevent oxidative stress from occurring, our cells will stay healthy and function optimally. I teach people how they can support cells to properly detox and prevent oxidative stress. Healthy cells means a healthy body. While it brings me joy and satisfaction to help people look and feel better when they become activated, some of my favorite people to work with are those on the autism spectrum and those who have had strokes. This is because when we use electrodes to measure brain activity, we often observe people's brains working better just after 1 week of being activated. It's so amazing. So I do not propose to say that there is anything wrong with the brains of neurodivergent individuals. It's just that their brains work differently. It can be very challenging for family members and teachers to deal with people whose brains work differently. We definitely want to communicate using love and compassion with these individuals and understand that their responses may not be what we consider normal. Hop on a Zoom with me on Wednesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Time to see these actual brain activity scans and other science research about activation. So the link is right behind me. If you can see, I'm not sure how big this is, but I have also written song about people on the autism spectrum. And if you would like the link for that, please just call me. You can see my phone number there, 703-831-7981. Okay, and so yeah, I just really enjoy working with these people and seeing them progress. Right.
Thank you for sharing, Kim.
Oh, there it is.
We appreciate you coming on, and just if people can want to reach out to you, I know you have the number up there, but any other ways that they can reach out to you?
Well, I am on Facebook, so you can look me up on Facebook. But I think if they're interested in learning about activation and how we can get the brain working better, just hop on a quick Zoom Wednesday night, 8 p.m. And the link is there. So the ID number is 973-0039-5113. And the passcode is capital L, capital V.
Fantastic. Thanks for sharing that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brody.
All right. Have a great day.
You too.
Up next, we have Antonio, and I had the pleasure to meet Antonio in person. He has an incredible I would say miraculous comeback story that he's going to inspire you with today. Antonio uses transformational ways of thinking to go from sadness to happiness. So, Antonio, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate you for the introduction. So, yeah, if you would, with me for a moment, imagine that you were born in a hospital bed or some kind of facility, hypothetical, and you have no memory of who you are, you have no idea what your hobbies are, and you wake up in this bedroom and someone comes into this room and they tell you that you're an amazing person and you have this great connection with people and you're a profound leader and you're working to do something great in the world and you travel a lot and you do everything that you ever want to, right? They create this beautiful image to you of what life is, right? And then conversely, in another room, once again, you wake up in this hospital bed, you have no idea who you are, and the people walk into this room and they tell you, you're not beautiful, you're not good looking, you're not powerful, you don't really connect too well with people, you don't really have a connection to the world, and your complete lack of resources. Both people then get out of this room and they go out into the world. Don't you think that how the first person was told what he is and what he was told what the world was, that he is going to react and live entirely differently in the world than what the person who was told the complete opposite is going to do, right? They're going to go out into the world and they're going to be a little bit timid. They're going to be a little bit afraid. They're going to think a little bit shallow of themselves. And so I bring up this story because I was told where I heard the story in a speech one time. And to me, it completely translated into mental abuse. So growing up in an abusive home, at some point we're all born a child in a hospital bed. And we don't have any idea as to what the world is. We have no idea what people are. We have no idea about our relationship to people. And so we kind of have to rely on the people around us, our influences around us, the environment that we are born into to indicate to us what the world is. And so if you're born in this abusive home where you have people saying horrible things to you and people are putting you down and living in poverty, so you have a complete lack of resources, right? And the people in the house are putting you in danger and they're making you afraid all the time. Wouldn't then when you grow up and you start stepping out into the world and you start trying to do the things that you want to do, wouldn't there be some kind of subconscious factor of not being able to do all you want to do because you're afraid? Because on a deep subconscious level, you don't think the world is abundant. On a deep subconscious level, you don't think that you're loved by people, right? And so a lot of my work and a lot of thing I do is to change the perception of people who grow up in abusive homes, right? You got to kind of go back into the stories of the things that have you believe in the things that you believe and what shapes the perception of you to the world to alter and change those things into the story that you want to have for your life. So for instance, let's just say you feel completely inadequate in life, right? You get to your, I don't know, 21 years old, you're about to try to get a new job, you're about to start college, or maybe you're 18 and you're about to start college, you're about to move away and go to a new state, and you're about to try to do something with your life. Well, if you have this deep-rooted sense of inadequacy, you're going to doubt and go very shallow into the college realm. You're going to go very shallow into this new territory. And when you try for a new job, you're not going to give your 100% effort because there's a deep-rooted subconscious effect on you that says, I'm not good enough, that I can't do this. And so all that you really have to do is go in and I use meditation. I personally believe in meditation, just calming down, breathing yourself down. And if you can do that, you'll see the feelings that you're feeling. And you'll be able to also perceive the stories that bring up these feelings. And so if you go in and if you see, well, where was the first time I felt inadequate? Right? And if you trace this back, you might realize that something in my childhood, something I was being told all the time, by the people closest to me is having me now feel like I can't do the things I want to do, or I'm too dumb, or I'm too stupid to do the things I think I should do, or where it's making me paint the picture of the world in a viewed of a slanted way. And so if we could go back into that memory, acknowledge it for what it was, acknowledge it for the time that it was, and then begin to work with that core wound to change it into the reason to be the best version that we can be. Then we completely shift ourselves on a subconscious level to now being able to believe in ourselves and to be able to try to do the things that we want to do. Right? A lot of the times when you grow up in an abusive home, the people around you are just abusive and they just have low perceptions of themselves and they have low perceptions of what they believe life to be. And they put that on you. And just because people put that on you doesn't necessarily mean that's a true factor of who and what you are. However, you might begin to perceive and believe yourself to be that factor if you don't take the time to do the mental work and framework on a subconscious level as to why you believe these things about yourself. So a lot of the things that I do is all about changing perception, and that's it. We need to start listening to new content. If you've been told your whole life in the abusive home that you're worthless and that you're not loved or that you're hated, or in my instance, I was told often by my father I was born for a paycheck, that he never wanted me at all, right? Just born for a paycheck. Well, if you think that you're just not worth anything and that you're just born for a paycheck, your very perception on reality is going to be, I'm worthless, right? And going into this factor of myself and building up my self-confidence and building up myself into a believing person and building myself past what the things that were said to me is all the work I initially needed to do in order to even put myself in position to begin to look at life and try to take on the things I want to take on and the ways that I wanted to take them on. And so, yeah, I think that's really it today. Today for Brain Day, I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge these things are done to people in abusive homes that maybe start you out in such a slanted view of yourself that you cannot even try to begin to be the best version of yourself that you could be. And that's it.
We're grateful, Antonio. Thank you so much for sharing all that wisdom with us. And where can people reach out to you as they need to?
Yeah, for sure. So I'm just now starting the Mirror Therapy podcast. It is right now being a channel on YouTube, so you could definitely reach out to me through that. I have my email listed there, and so you could always just email me and try to get in contact through that. Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, Antonio, have a great rest of the day, and you're going to go on to do amazing, amazing things.
Thanks. Appreciate you. You have a great day too, brother.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks.
All right, folks. Well, we have a little bit of time where I'm going to talk about my book, my best-selling book, Brain Rescue, and what influenced me to do that. Then I'm going to have the pleasure to interview Sean and about his story. All right, so my book, Brain Rescue, which is a 90-day blueprint to reclaim your memory after a brain injury or a concussion. The reason I wrote this book was I wanted people to understand the same brain health principles that I used, that anybody really can apply. Once again, if whether you are struggling to get up off of the couch or you're someone who really wants to maximize your brain health performance. Has over 100 positive reviews on Amazon, and the reviews consistently say that it's not just for brain injuries, that anybody can apply it. And I wholeheartedly agree that anybody can use this not just to rescue your brain, but to get it back and better than ever before, to get freedom. We all want freedom in life, and that's what it's all about. Is when I was recovering from epileptic seizures, really there was a lot of fear, there was anxiety, there was pain, there was frustration. But the main thing that I realized now that I wanted to experience was just a sense of freedom. So I imagine myself driving in the road on a warm, beautiful summer's day, just visualizing again and again that I'm in my car driving down the road and I'm feeling that freedom. And the amazing thing with the brain, as I talk about in this book, is it doesn't know the difference between something that's imagined in our minds and something that's actually real. It makes the same brain pathways as if that was actually true. And people know this from comedians to athletes of the World Cup like Lionel Messi to just everyday folks like me, is what we think about really does become true. And what was inspiring for me was my mentor, John Assaraf, ended up co-sponsoring this book. And if you don't know John Assaraf, then go check him out on Instagram. John is an incredibly resilient human being. He actually just had hip surgery. And I was watching him just the other day, and he shows up to an Instagram live 2 days, 48 hours after hip surgery, because he believes so deeply in the power of the brain to control the mind the brain to control the body instead of the body controlling the mind. And so it looked like he was in pain there, like grunting his teeth, but he still shows up. And I think that's what it's all about, that no matter who we are in life, whether we just, experienced a horrific setback to somebody who's killing it and everything's going right for them, if all we have to do is develop the power of consistency, and that's what I teach in Brain Rescue, is when we're consistent and we repeat something over and over and over again, even failing forward, that we have the opportunity in only 60 days to create a new habit in the brain. Think about that, guys, that we can make pretty much anything that we want to do automatic, just like brushing our teeth or just like tying our shoes. Where our brain, the more that we repeat something again and again and again and again, even through the boredom, that we can get better. And most importantly, we can experience better brain health. And if you're experiencing a symptom like brain fog or mental fatigue, just know that it doesn't have to be permanent. And you can reclaim your memory. You can get your focus, your concentration back. You can do almost anything that you want to in life as long as you apply these principles of consistency. So one more time, you can go find it on Amazon. Brain Rescue, #1 bestseller. John Assaraf sponsored over 100 positive reviews on Amazon. But I don't care about the accolades. Just go get it for you or a loved one and get your brain back on track. Now, up next, we have Sean Crosby, who I'm going to have the pleasure to interview here on Brain Day. Welcome, Sean. It's great to have you here.
Thank you. How you doing, Dr. Brody?
Oh, spectacular.
That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that.
Absolutely. Our words influence how we feel, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. You speak about that you're having a good day, or you say like awesome or positivity, and you're going to bring your emotion to have a better impact on yourself.
And that's what it's all about, is just getting a little bit better than we were the day before. So now I want to ask you, Sean, tell us a little bit about you and what kind of got you into this passion of brain health.
Well, back in 2012, I was struck by a car at 48 miles an hour, and I suffered a traumatic brain injury. And I was a shock trauma patient, and had a bunch of different other injuries, but the brain injury, I was on a they call it the ranch it's called the Ranch Los Amigos scale. I was like when I was released from shock trauma, I was a 1 to a 3, meaning like the 1 would be a person non-functioning to a 10 being a person that functions normally. So I but within a week somehow a miracle happened and I was back talking and using my phone, and I still suffer from short-term memory loss. And I start and I and like I and there's large chunks of my memory that are missing from my past and stuff, but it just I continued and I focused on my health and eating healthy, and I tried a lot of different supplements, but I wouldn't necessarily recommend that. I would do a lot of research into that before you do that, and it just continued along, and I that was 14 years ago, and now I'm at the place where I'm at today, and I feel pretty much back. I still suffer for some short-term memory loss, and sometimes forget, what I'm doing. It's because I had a frontal lobe injury, so it affected my short-term memory pretty bad. And I had blood on my brain, and I had a drainage tube that was put in while I was still in the hospital.
Well, now tell me what motivated you during those dark moments when you were sitting there?
Just like keeping a positive attitude and trying to, and I knew that I needed to, and I did speech therapy and stuff, but on my own, I did a lot of different just like reading and trying to do different extra brain exercises and like looking up on the internet different exercises to do and what going through that. Then I was also given exercises to do by my speech therapist, and just trying to rebuild that short-term memory, rebuild them the frontal, like the neurons and stuff, and the different just trying to rebuild my brain basically, and trying to get my brain as strong as it could be, and trying to get myself back to normal. I mean, I'll never be normal because I was never normal.
Join the club, brother. I had a frontal lobe injury myself, and I'll never be 100%. But honestly, I feel better than I was before. It takes time, it takes energy and effort, but it is possible. And so when it comes to the idea of how the brain can change itself through neuroplasticity, how does that play a role in like your everyday life now?
Now I'm pretty good now after 14 years. I still have blood on my brain that's
Hmm.
probably going to be there for the rest of my life, but it's gradually going away very, very, very slowly because the blood to brain barrier, as you know, it's almost stuck. But it's I try to just because I create content and do design work and stuff, so I try to just keep thinking and coming up with new ideas and building, and creating new designs for different avenues and different people, and just keep my brain active to try to rebuild that all of the connections that were lost. And I wouldn't say that. I meant that because before the brain injury, I was just a goofy guy, and then after the brain injury, I'm still a goofy guy. But
Yeah.
uh, so it definitely. I didn't lose my, because there was a point where they said that there was a large possibility that I'm going to lose a good portion of my personality. I'm never going to be the person that I
Mm.
was before the accident, and luckily, like I said, a miracle happened, and just I was one of the rare cases that
Hmm.
I was able to heal, because I had a it was pretty bad. It was I when I got struck I broke my femur, my tibia, my fibula, paralyzed my right arm, broke my jaw, my collarbone, pretty much the whole entire right side of my body, and my right arm's still pretty much paralyzed to this day.
Mm-hmm. Did you lose speech?
Uh, in the beginning, when I was still unconscious, like, well, I became conscious, but I don't remember this portion of it. I had to be explained this that, like, I was there, but I wasn't there. Like, I did lose the ability to speak. I was just quiet, and but I was able to follow like ordinary tasks. But everybody said that I just looked really spaced out and kind of not there, and then one day I just woke up and came back to in the hospital, and I was like, what the heck happened? And the doctors were explaining to me what happened, and I was like, wow. And they said that, and I was in Kernan's in the traumatic brain injury unit, and I got to see a lot of the other uh, brain injury patients, and it made me, very thankful for my recovery and for the all the support system I had and everything.
Yeah, man. And I mean, you're a miracle that you're here on today speaking about this. Is that in itself is amazing, consider what you've gone through. But for somebody out there who may be going through a tough time right now, what whether it's emotional, physical, mental, spiritual, what would you tell them? What is some advice? No BS, no fluff advice that you would give them?
I would say you have to take it day by day, but you have to keep moving forward, and the biggest thing is keeping a positive attitude, trying to say, well, one day you're going to have a day that you don't feel like you're making progress, but you will progress. You have to just continue along and try to keep that positive attitude of just, I can do this, and I am going to be able to do this, and I will heal.
Hmm.
It's that was important when I was recovering, that I tried to keep that positivity, I had a good support system too, and everybody kept a positive attitude around me, because there was times that, in my recovery, that I just was, just didn't was thinking, okay, I'm gonna just stop trying, and then I was like,
Yeah.
okay, I can't stop trying. I'm not gonna stop trying, because it will get better, and it did get better. So I would say, keeping a positive attitude and keep moving forward, and you will get there.
Hmm. There is light at the end of the tunnel,
Oh
right?
yeah, absolutely.
And you have a book coming out soon, is that right?
I do. I have a book called Write That Down. You Are Powerful. As I make these videos that where it's like I'm almost translating a person. It's not a different language, but it's just you can't really understand, make out clearly what the person's saying, and then I kind of hold the pen in my mouth and go, write that down, and then I read off what they said. So uh so the book would be, write that down. But the way I came up with that idea was all the doctors that were surrounding me when I was having the nerves. I had a 8 hour nerve transfer surgery for the brachial plexus injury, and there was always students around the nerve surgeon doctor at University of Maryland, and they were always saying, "Okay, hold on, let me write that down." So then, but the book is going to be it'll walk you through from basically me waking up from the coma, then it jumps back to before, a little bit before the day of the accident kind of deal, when I was 20, and how you're living a normal life, and then a normal daily life as a 20-year-old, and next thing you know, you wake up and you're in uh, a rehabilitation hospital 3 weeks later, and there's 3 weeks of your life missing. So I think that the book will is going to help inspire people, but it's also it could possibly give other people hope that there is, like you said, light at the end of the tunnel.
And I really love that concept. Write that down. And this is simple things that you can do with the brain to make it work a little bit better. Because people forget things all the time, where your keys or your wallet are. And as you said, when you're just write that down, you're building brain pathways.
Yep. If you, I mean, I still do it in my notepad still to this day, that, if somebody's telling me something, because I have a big, my short-term memory consists of, if I'm speaking to you and you tell me your name, I don't know if it's from the brain injury, or it's that I have a slight bit of anxiety that it could cut out that uh, memory part that, like, I asked your name and then you're gonna have to tell me your name 2 times for me to remember two or yeah, I'll be like, well, okay, what was your name again?
Yeah. I get it, but it's all about just progress in baby steps in the right direction that add up over time, right? Nobody that did anything good in life just did it for one day, right?
Yeah, exactly. It takes time. And it's a slow the brain when you have a brain injury and nerve injuries and stuff, it's a slow recovery. It's just it takes some years for I know with my arm, I was going to occupational therapy for probably 8 years after
Mm.
2012, still going until I reached a point of maximum medical improvement. They said that there's really nothing else that we can do. Then they gave me at home exercises to continue to do to try to keep my arm um not so it didn't so like my arm, my hand doesn't get stiff and stuff like that.
And I think that's so important that whatever we're trying to accomplish in life, that it made me really think was the brain is signaling even if I move this, that it's
Yeah.
being signaled here first, whether I write it down, whether I go for a walk, get some sun, is yeah, it takes time, it takes energy, it takes effort, but the beautiful part of it, in my personal and humble opinion, is that you're building a foundation. Like it's like a lot like a garden, right? The
Yeah,
brain
yeah.
is a lot like a garden, and we need to water that soil.
Yeah, exactly. The strange thing about with the nerve, when I had the nerve injury, like you were saying that when you're doing this, your brain, that's your brain doing that.
Mm-hmm.
But with the right arm, it's like you try to move it and it doesn't happen because that connection to the brain's not there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I can try to twitch my bicep or flex my bicep or bend my arm, and I remember how to do it, but it's just that connection's not there, so nothing happens.
Yeah, and I think that's the important part of it too. Is wherever you are right now, that's where you start today. Like when is the best time to take care of your health? It's today.
Yeah, it's today. It's the present. It's
Mm-hmm.
time. If if you have if a person's sitting around and waiting that okay, tomorrow I'm going to start treating my body better, and it's today to start. You gotta just start. Maybe eating better. Maybe if you have maybe it's just simple as taking a multivitamin, or
Mm-hmm.
but it's always today that is the best day to start. You're absolutely right about that.
True that. And I'm curious what kind of brain exercises you were doing, or do you do these days, just for anybody that might be interested?
Can't really remember exactly. It was online. I just got on Google and Googled brain exercises, and it kind of gave me like where would show a word, and then it gives you suggestions of the what word that was. So you would have to remember, and then it would get where you have to remember like 2 words, then 3 words, and then it put them in order and all that. So like the one word would be up here, another word would be over here. So it would kind of you make the connection. Okay, this was book was up here, daylight was over here, and you know prosperity was over here, and you have to try to make that connection. And it was difficult, but I definitely feel like it helped.
Awesome. And your area was the frontal lobe as well. As they were saying to me, doctors were telling me that I was gonna be on seizure medications for the rest of my life. I was gonna I was gonna have seizures for the rest of my life, that I needed to learn to live and accept that. I don't know if you resonate. Did doctors tell you anything disempowering in your recovery story? I'm assuming they did.
Oh yeah, they did. I was on gabapentin for a long time, and but they did. They said that I'm gonna have seizures and I'm gonna have just it's they didn't like they thought that I was gonna be the worst case scenario, but it didn't. Luckily, like I said, it didn't happen like that. But yeah, they did say that I could have seizures and to stay away from certain things like caffeine and just different brain that could like caffeine stimulates your brain, so to stay away from caffeine and stay away from all that. But luckily I never had a seizure, and but I was told that also.
Yeah, and the reason I bring that up was because something didn't sit right deep down. I didn't have any way of like understanding how the brain changes back then. I didn't know about how the brain could heal, but like deep down there was a part of me that was like, you don't have to accept what other people say about you. Like you can only decide that.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a long time that I never spoke and told anybody. I told everybody about all my other injuries, but I never told them that I had a brain injury for some reason. I don't know. I don't know if that was right or if it was that was wrong, but it was just something that I was uncomfortable speaking about. But now now today, I feel comfortable speaking about it and feel, it's if people, I mean, because there's always there could be a judgment. Somebody could judge you or think that there's, you know, along them lines, but I just don't care.
Yeah,
It's so I think it's something that needs to be spoken about. Definitely.
I do. It, can you talk about that inner critic or that inner voice that a lot of us struggle with, like that monkey mind, especially when you were going through those difficult times? Like, how did you kind of quiet down that monkey mind?
Well, I suffer from like anxiety, mostly social anxiety. Well, I did in the past very bad as I was younger. Then gradually, as I got older, it got a lot better. But I still had that inner voice saying, you shouldn't. You know your inner voice sometimes, but you can kind of train. I learned about that through myself, like paying attention to my thoughts, and you have like almost that smaller voice in your head, and you have your thoughts that you're actively thinking. So you have that inner voice saying and that lower voice saying, like, you know, it could be a negative voice that you just don't pay attention to, that it says that, you shouldn't do that, or you're you're not enough, or, you know, just that you shouldn't continue. But then you have to, with myself, I just paid attention to that. And I was like, wow, this is what's occurring. And I need to try to train that voice to, calm it down, and also to be more positive, just not just let your active thinking just shut down that voice and just don't pay attention to it if it's negative. And it can be
Yeah.
negative, positive, it's a
Yeah, and I think that was a big revelation I had, was that my thinking influences my life to such a big extent that, like in every aspect of life, that you have to bring awareness to what you're thinking about. And people that have been in the hospital bed for long periods of time, don't you all you had was your inner voice, right?
right, right.
So
Yeah,
you had a lot of time to be aware of those thoughts.
Yeah, it's you're laying in a hospital bed every day for long periods of time. Then you're gonna you know I mean, a lot of people go two directions. They go the negative direction that they lose hope, or they go the positive direction and they try to keep hope. I know it's a struggle. Don't get me wrong.
Mhm.
I'm I struggled with it for many years in the beginning of my accident, with crying and
Yeah.
depression, and from all the different injuries and stuff, and my life changing so much from, fishing every day, and skateboarding, playing guitar in a band and all, to all
Hmm.
that, and having a manual transmission car, to all that being taken away because my right
Hmm.
arm being paralyzed, and then just had to uh, keep the positive inner voice to keep moving forward. And okay, it's not a big deal that I can't drive a manual anymore. There's automatics. Okay, the fishing reel, there's a workaround that you can get an electronic fishing reel, or you can I built this little belt thing that you slide the fishing rod down into, and so there's workarounds for pretty much everything, that if you run into a issue or a problem that is going to hold you back from enjoying life, really.
Man, that's so powerful. I mean, how our brain adapts to life circumstances, it's almost miraculous that, like, if I were to do like these finger exercises at like ones and twos, right? At first, it might be difficult, but even like in 2 or 3 minutes, your brain starts to adapt to your life circumstances, and it's like, I would say, resilient beyond measure, honestly.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. The brain is a powerful thing, and resilience is a big word for the brain, that it's that you can, you can, if you do like the whole habit trick. If you want to form a habit or get rid of a habit, like say that you bite your nails or something, if you do the repetition of not biting your nails for a certain period of time, then you'll just gradually stop doing that habit.
Yeah, and it'll slowly kind of atrophy, and fade away. If I'm smoking cigarettes like every 5 minutes, then my brain's gonna adapt for that. But I could also eat broccoli every day.
Yeah,
It doesn't
yeah,
care. It doesn't care what you do. It's just like, okay, they keep repeating that, so let's make it more automatic.
yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, so switching the cigarette habit to eating broccoli every day would that'd be definitely a good habit to form.
For sure. And I you have to use those extremes because sometimes they stick out in people's minds a little bit more.
Yeah,
Like, that the more extreme I can be, but everybody has these small little things like biting their nails, or maybe scrolling away on social media mindlessly, and just doom scrolling. It's still detrimental, and you can still change that and replace it with something better.
yeah, absolutely. I agree with the social media scrolling for sure, because that can be you can get lost in that.
For sure. Well, Sean, it was so fun to interview you. I want to give you the opportunity. Where can people reach out to you?
People can find me if they go to thesmilechannel.com. They can find my profile on there if they search Sean Crosby, and it has all my links to all my social medias. Or you can reach out to me through any of the social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, uh, TikTok, YouTube has my email address. It's if you just search Sean Crosby, it's just a self-named on all the platforms.
I love it. Thank you so much for coming on, Sean. And
Thank
definitely
you.
go check out his page and his new book coming up soon.
I appreciate that. Thank you for you're a great host.
My pleasure. All right. So next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. Breakthrough. Dr. Breakthrough is a master connector, communicator, collaborator, a 10th degree black belt, 10th degree, voted into the Black Belt Hall of Fame, Motivational Speakers Hall of Fame as well. That's fantastic. And I would go up to this individual. I would be careful with your words around this individual. Dr. Breakthrough, thanks for coming on.
Hey, man, thanks for having me. It's a privilege and a pleasure, a treat and a treasure, a joy beyond measure to be with you. And man, I enjoyed hearing you speaking earlier. And thank God for your book and how many people's lives it's affecting and impacting. And thank you for having me here.
Pleasure and honor is mine. Thank you. You take it away.
Awesome, awesome. Well, folks, again, I just want to say I always give a disclaimer when people say Dr. Breakthrough. I can't provide a breakthrough. I just prescribe the breakthrough. However, when people follow the breakthrough prescription, God Almighty provides the breakthrough they desire and deserve. And the breakthrough, it's exploding through barriers that at one time seemed insurmountable. As a matter of fact, I think I have something here. Here we go. But let me, you're probably thinking about a caterpillar. You've seen one before, right? Slow moving on the ground. And some of them are beautiful, others are ugly. But you know what? That caterpillar, after a while, goes into what's called the cocoon, the dark place, the lonely place, the seemingly impossible to get out of place. And that's where a lot of people are in their lives right now. And they think, man, it's over for me. No, no, no. Listen, it's in the state of metamorphosis. And what happens, that caterpillar now comes out a beautiful butterfly flowing freely through the sky. And so I'm the world's first breakthrough speaker. Again, motivation is good, but again, motivation is just like getting that caterpillar move faster. I'm the guy that assists the caterpillar into the cocoon, and eventually out of the cocoon is a beautiful butterfly. So it's total transformation. And when we think about a breakthrough, we think about, for instance, the little acorn, right? The little acorn. And I have one here somewhere. Let me see. That just came to my mind here. But anyway, that little acorn, it's small. And but guess what, my friend? Once it gets planted down in the dirt, after a while, it grows to be an entire oak tree. And wouldn't you know, now I can't find my little acorn. It must have rolled off my desk, or it rolled behind. There it is. Right? So, and here's the thing. This is before the breakthrough. After the breakthrough, you'll see a whole oak tree. After a continued breakthrough, you'll see a whole forest of oak trees. And after more breakthroughs, you'll actually see furniture provided for many houses. And so in your life. And so you got to learn, again, when we talk about brain health. As a matter of fact, I wrote a book. It's called the MMA book. If you go to the MMAbook.com, you're going to see this book is called Mental Self-Defense. And that is learning how to defend yourself against your greatest opponent, which is your undisciplined or subconscious mind. See, I want to concur and break this down to you. And that is, this brain can be your greatest asset or your greatest enemy. And I help people to turn it from the enemy and a liability rather, to an asset. So watch this, my friend. When I was a little boy, I got beaten, tarred, and feathered by a teenage gang. I was only 6 years of age. It was a very traumatic situation. And when people hear my story, they're like, oh my goodness. Well, but see, that situation propelled me to want to learn how to protect myself. And so I got started in martial arts, karate, Ishinru karate, as a matter of fact. And now, all these years later, I happen to be a 10th degree black belt. I didn't even know there was such a thing. When I started, my sensei, Japanese word for teacher, wasn't even a 10th degree. But at any rate, but what I'm saying is this, it propelled me to want to protect myself. And but here's the thing. They said, but before we teach you get this now, defense, we first got to teach you self-discipline. I was like, no, I just want to learn how to fight and protect myself. And they said, no, if we teach you self-defense without self-discipline, you'll be like an uncontrollable weapon. You'll harm others as well as yourself. And so, by the way, an undisciplined person will not learn. They will destroy themselves, society, or both. And we're seeing that today, not just on the normal level, but even in the higher up, my friend, among politicians and so forth. So somehow we got to get back to discipline, especially mental discipline, and that's good brain health. See, I say this, our brains, and I'm not for brainwashing, but I'm saying our brains have been dirtied and they do need to be washed. So think about this. I mean, I went out early this morning before the sun came up. I went on my breakthrough walk and did 6.5, 7 miles. But at any rate, so I'm done, came home, I'm all sweaty and everything else. Well, guess what? I get in the shower, right? I got to get in the shower and clean up, right? Because of smell. Well, let me ask you this. How come so many people are aware that our bodies need to be cleaned, but they aren't aware that our brains need to be cleaned? So many of us are aware that our bodies need to be detoxified, but what about our brains needing to be detoxified from all the junk and go? And so, listen, my friend. And so that's again what the mental self-defense program is all about. Because again, I learned self-defense to protect myself, but it was a self-discipline that really changed my entire life and really helped me with my brain health. As a matter of fact, here's what I tell people: get this down, your mindset will either hinder or help your skill set. Let me say it again. Matter of fact, let me get my microphone. That's a mic drop right there. I said your mindset will either hinder or help your skill set. So your skill set, your ability to do things in life is going to be hindered based on what you have up here and how you utilize it in the health of your brain. So I say, and I call it a breakthrough mentality. See, without a breakthrough mentality, nothing on earth can help you. With a breakthrough mentality, nothing on earth can stop you. And so in this mental self-defense that I talk about, that my book, I talk about the 7 bullies on the brain. Because see, again, I told you the story about me as a child getting beaten, tarred, and feathered by a teenage gang when I was just a 6-year-old boy. That was traumatic. But as I grew older, I found out something even more traumatic, and that is the bullies inside my brain. It's one thing to fight the outside bullies, but it was the bullies inside my brain that seemed to be doing a whole lot more damage. And so I say to people, after they hear me tell my story about me being beaten, ganged by a bunch of bullies, I'm like, do you realize you've been ganged? There's bullies inside your brain. And write this down. The breakthrough occurs when you learn to beat the bullies on the brain. The bully of negativity, right? I mean, to some people, the glass is always half empty instead of half full. But see, when they come to Dr. Breakthrough, I'll let you know that the glass is refillable and also the glass is replaceable. Come on, somebody. So, but you got to beat that bully. You know, again, every time something comes up, if you don't have that proper brain health, the people with negativity, they say, well, what if it doesn't work? Well, see, I use that same what if and say, what if it works even better than I even imagined, right? So again, that bully of negativity, that bully is beating up on a lot of people. The bully of doubt, right? And some people, they doubt themselves. And one of the things I've learned in my 65 years of living, that's right, I'm 65 years wise, not old. Matter of fact, if you put the word wise, anything over 30, put the word wise after it, it makes you feel 10 times better, right? My 65 years wise of living, one of the most powerful things I learned is this. Unsuccessful people, they doubt their beliefs, and then they start believing their doubts. Successful people, we learn to doubt our doubts and believe our beliefs. So one of the bullies I find as I've traveled, spoken in all 50 states in 28 countries, my friend, spoken to millions of people, I find that the bully in their brain of negativity, but also the bully in their brain of doubt, they keep second guessing themselves and doubting themselves. And so I'm here to tell people, if you're going to have proper brain health, you got to learn to doubt your doubts. As a matter of fact, I even say that out loud because why? Because you can hear, listen, my friend, and so I speak out loud so I can hear because I'm making a deposit into my brain. Think about this, I'll talk about it later, but every word is a seed. And so when I speak out loud to myself, I'm planting a seed. By the way, think about this. We are having what we have sown, we are reaping what we have sown by having what we have said. Let me say it again. We are right now, you are right now, I am right now reaping what I have sown by having what I've said. So if we want a different harvest, we got to plant better seeds, which means we got to speak more intently on purpose. So again, that bully of negativity, got to get rid of that bully of doubt, right? And listen, the bully of low esteem. I mean, nothing wrong with humility, but my friend, but when you don't understand who you are and whose you are and understand the power and potential of that, my friend, I'm telling you, my friend, there's so many people that walk around. See, listen, I was a nobody, but God and I made me into a somebody. And now I'm committed to telling everybody he can do the same and a whole lot more through anybody. So again, if God did something for somebody, He can do it for anybody, but he didn't just make you anybody. He made you a somebody. So listen, my friend, I had to teach people, you're a masterpiece. You are. You say, no, that's just nice talk. No, no, no. You are a master. I'm a masterpiece. You're a masterpiece. You know why? Because you're a piece of the master. You're the product of the master, and you're the priority of the master. So my time is up, my friend. But I just want you to know that some people, and most people, I should say, have been conformed. Some have been informed, but champions, we have been and are being transformed. And your time today with us, my friend, is going to lead to your transformation. So again, let's turn those mental bullies into mental builders and learn to say, I can. Learn to say, I will until. Learn to say, I'm a masterpiece. Learn to say, like I say every day, and I close with this, everything good that can happen will happen, and it will happen at the best possible time, even though I may not recognize it at that time. See, I'm setting my expectation, and I'm also helping to change my perspective on things, because if I'm going to bake a cake, flour won't taste good by itself, but when you put everything in together, and that's the way it is with life. So again, I'm Dr. Stan Harris. They call me Dr. Breakthrough. I'd like to empower you with a breakthrough. Check out my newest book, themmabook.com, themmabook.com, or you can scan right there and you'll see a copy of the book. And let me help you to beat those bullies on your brain so you can turn that, again, what's been a liability into a great asset. Dr. Brody Milton.
I love it. Thank you, Dr. Breakthrough. Go follow him, guys. Go show him some love. Just if you're ready for a breakthrough, you know who to follow. So,
can I close with a question to your audience?
Go for it.
If you were a landlord or landlady and you had tenants that not just didn't pay the rent, but actually were stealing property from you, how long would it be before you evict them? There's right now in your brain thoughts and things taking space. It's not just not paying rent. It's stealing your joy, stealing your success, stealing. So I say evict them right away and replace it with the good, powerful stuff you'll get on this podcast, this day. Brain health. God bless.
Start today. All right. Now I want to welcome our newest guest, Dr. Amadi. She is a holistic family practice physician who specializes in quantum biofeedback and identical hormone replacement. So this is going to be a fantastic guest that's going to help us get to the bottom of our brain health and get back to life again. Dr. Amadi, it's fantastic to have you here.
Thank you. I'm so glad to be here.
All right, you can go ahead and take it away. We're ready to learn and take notes.
Okay, well, I am a family practice doctor who is living in Florida, and I am a holistic practitioner. What I've been doing for the last 23 years in order to assess and treat my patients is something called quantum biofeedback. And this is a device that can be used with the person actually in the same room and connected up with it. It is a laptop computer with certain programs loaded into it, and also another box that's attached to it. But it can also be used remotely by the principle of quantum entanglement, which is what makes it different from conventional biofeedback. So I was excited to be asked to join this panel because the brain is my favorite organ. And so what I focus on in my practice is something that you could call psychoneuroimmunology endocrinology. So it's the interface of all those different things. And the quantum biofeedback device allows me to assess brain function and also to help optimize it. One can actually deal with different parts of the brain or different functions of the brain, or help to modulate neurotransmitters and other aspects of brain function. So it's so flexible, and there's so many different things that you can do with it that I'm endlessly fascinated, and I am privileged to be able to help my patients in a way that I find very enjoyable, and they do too. Is there anything that you wanted to ask me? Well, if not, I'll just tell you a little bit more about the device. The device was invented by Dr. Bill Nelson, and he invented it to help his firstborn child who had autism to be able to achieve his fullest potential. And there are many different programs on this device, including ones that can treat autism, that can help with focus, that can help with recovering from brain injury, that can help with various different what you could call psychiatric or psychological um, problems. And I can also use it to test things for the patient, see whether the thing that I'm thinking of advising them to take would be something that would be harmonious with them in the moment. So that's extremely helpful because a practitioner might think that a certain thing might be helpful for the person, but if the person has never taken it before, they don't necessarily know that. So this enables me to test things to see what would actually be the best for the patient in that given moment. And I use all kinds of things in my practice. I specialize in bioidentical hormone replacement, and that also can affect brain function. For example, there's something called pregnenolone, which everybody has in their bodies, but most people have never heard of it. It is a hormone that's involved with memory. And so as we get older, we tend to make less of certain things like digestive enzymes and hormones. And sometimes that can be involved in developing deficiencies of memory. So there's all kinds of different ways that I approach the problem. Besides quantum feedback, I also use homeopathy. So just a wide variety of things that can be done for brain function that are not typically done in conventional medicine.
Yeah, absolutely. And what are some of the things that you could tell people right now that they could do for their brain health if they're watching?
Well, two things that I really recommend that people take. One of which I'm very advise people to take all the time for various reasons. One is fish oils,
Mm-hmm.
because fish oils helps to repair the myelin sheath on the outside of the nerves that insulate the nerves. It also helps improve circulation. Also, B vitamin complex can be very helpful because not everybody absorbs B vitamins well or gets them enough of them from their food. And there are even other types of supplements that can be helpful in improving, let's say, blood flow to the brain and therefore memory. And I'll give you an example of one that a lot of people have heard of, and that is ginkgo biloba, but there are other ones too that most people haven't heard of, and different formulas may contain different ratios of these different chemicals that can be helpful in preserving and enhancing brain function. But I'm very big on fish oils, and I take a lot of fish oils every day, and they have some other beneficial effects besides just the brain. Not to minimize the brain, because the brain is so important. Actually, for those of you who are old Star Trek fans, like I am, they used to say in the beginning of the program, the galaxy, the final frontier. I feel that the brain is the final frontier.
I couldn't agree more. It really is. How can people find you?
Well, the best way is probably to go on my website, which is www.greatnaturaldoctor with doctor being spelled out.com, or they could call my office at 954-757-0064. I am located in the United States, but again, this kind of technology allows me to access the energy of somebody no matter where in the world they are. So and no matter whether I've ever met them in person before. I find that very fascinating.
It really is. Thanks again for coming on.
Oh, thanks so much for having invited me. My pleasure.
All right. Have a fantastic day.
Thank you, and you as well.
Up next, we have Dr. Michelle Mraz, a mentor of mine, just an incredible lady. Michelle and I, we connected through Dr. Smiley. Dr. Smiley got us in touch in Colorado Springs, and I was really blown away the first time I met her. She was telling me this wild story, and I was like, wow, this lady, she's lived through it, and now she's on the other side of all that, speaking in front of 10,000 people or more, I think, at one time. I would be petrified. So, Dr. Michelle, let you take it away.
All righty. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Brody.
Pleasure.
Well, hello. My name is Dr. Michelle Mraz, and like Dr. Brody said, I'm the reminder that life can change in an instant, but it doesn't need to define you. And we have a guest coming up soon, and she had locked-in syndrome, and I have that locked in my brain right now. You see, in 2014, I was in a car accident, and we were going about 35 miles an hour, and we hit. My engine block came into with me. I thought I was fine, kind of hurt a little bit, refused to go to the hospital, but about 12 days later, I started speaking gibberish. And then within days, I stopped speaking and couldn't move without assistance. If someone was guiding me, I could do it. Now, I've gone through all of that, 2.5 years of not being able to move. I would wake up in the morning, my husband would move me downstairs, and then they would give me my pills, and I would just sit there. And the only thing that would move were my eyes. And so basically, the morning I could move with assistance, but around 1 o'clock, I would just shut down. It was too much stimulation for my brain. And that's when we found out, brought me into a couple of doctors, and ended up going to the Wounded Warrior Center in Colorado, southern Colorado Springs, and found out that I have a multiple brain injury. I have a traumatic brain injury, and that I had a brain bleed in my frontal lobe over my left ear, the back of my head that messed with my eyes, and my colossum ripped, so that my left and my right sides of my brain were not speaking to each other anymore. And so what was originally told me they originally told me I had a mild concussion, turned out to be far worse. And so for 2.5 years, I got to watch my life from inside of my head. And if you watch me on my website, michellemoross.com, I've got links and everything, you'll realize that how much of a trauma that was, because I'm a very talkative person and I did not speak for 2.5 years. But anyways, what I do now is polar opposite of what anyone said could happen. With that brain injury, I remember doctors walking in telling my husband and my children basically that they didn't know if I was going to come back. They didn't know how I was going to recover or not, and that this may be her new normal. And I remember hearing that thinking, no, I'm not going to live like this. Now, time went by. I did a lot of therapy. I started going to my own therapies. They told me I had to get kinetic sand, and my whole job that entire day was to close my hand. And it would take me 8 hours to close my hand in that sand. And then as I got better, they would put marbles and paper clips and things like that into rice. And I would have to find these different things all day long. So I went from doing everything, running political campaigns, to not moving at all, speaking gibberish, and having difficulty finding things in rice, objects inside of rice, in a bowl of rice, not cooked rice, loose rice. And now, once I realized that I could get better, that there were possibilities, you're going to meet a young man later that his parents run Harmonized Brain Centers. It's a neurofeedback center. And I met them in a Toastmaster meeting while I was listening to Austin share his story. And he has a bump in his head, and he had to come back from a coma. And I remember listening to his story thinking, there's a possibility. Now, I couldn't say it, But my daughter heard the story, and I looked at her and said, help. And so she brought me to Austin and his father after the meeting, and they said, no, come over to the office and we'll work on you and see if this even works for you. They did the first sessions and testing, whatever. But I remember that at the end of the week, I think, I don't remember what time period it was. See, that's the other thing about my brain injuries. I lost short-term memory. So I only had a 16-second memory. And so whenever they said something, I don't remember. And then if it wasn't locked in my brain for a while, it just fell out of my brain. And what I realized in that whole journey of getting better and finding myself again is that maybe I don't have to remember everything. Maybe it's not important for me to hold on to every memory that I can't remember. And what that did was give me freedom to not feel bad for myself. Now, when you're locked in your head with all your inner critics and all those little things that tell you how incompetent you are, they get really loud when you can't fight back. And that's what my inner critics did. And so as I got better, went to a lot of therapies, did a lot of cognitive tests, and I started being able to walk without assistance. But my problem with that was that I never knew when it would give out. So even to this day, my brain injury still affects me. I will go into a place with lights, let's say Costco or Walmart, and I will get very dizzy and like almost fall away. And what we found is it's kind of a sort of a migraine that my brain has developed after my brain injury, that it doesn't like certain lights. If I'm in a certain room, let's say a conference, I do a lot of conferences as an international speaker. If the sound has too much tenor in it, it's higher, a higher pitch, I can hear it. I will get dizzy and I will collapse. And so I have to be careful what rooms I'm in and what buildings I go into and how much noise is around me. So on stage, I can control the noise behind me. I've only got people in front of me, right? But when I go into a crowded room like a theater, I cannot turn off extra voices after my brain injury. So I will hear the entire conversation of everyone in the room, and it will overwhelm my brain and I will lose consciousness. Now, what does Michelle do now that she's healed and is healing and is constantly healing and always learning new and special ways to train her brain so that she doesn't get, Alzheimer's or whatever later on in life? And how did I develop my brain? Well, I cognitively did things and found different modalities. I joined the John Maxwell team, and through the John Maxwell team, I met a man named Paul Martinelli, who was president of the John Maxwell team at the time. And then I met a man named Dr. Paul Sheely. Dr. Paul Sheely was one of the trainers, mind trainers for all the trainers of the John Maxwell team. So he would teach the teachers and the teachers would teach us. And I went to one of his sessions, and through him, I remember going up to him one day after his session. I said, I would really love to do what you do, but I have a brain injury. I have a 16-second memory. I can't even remember what you said. I just know I want to do what you're talking about. And he looked at me and he said, great. The possibilities are endless. And I remember saying that I wanted to be part of his ultimate, whatever program he was sharing, because I wanted to get better. Despite all the conditions that looked like wasn't going to work, I wanted to get better, and I knew Dr. Paul Sheely could help me. And through him, I got something called paraliminals, which work in my sleep, which works great for me because when I'm awake, I'm on, but my frontal lobe gets in the way. I get a lot of chatter. So when I sleep, I can work through a lot of issues that are working in the background of my processing of my brain. And so it's helped me propel me into this woman that I am today. Now, what I said earlier was I was gone for 2.5 years. And then my first talk I did after that was a TED Talk. I did a TED Talk with a 16-second memory. So I have a TEDx out there called Eat, Drink, and Be Merry. And I talk about basically my mother-in-law, with things I learned from her and how I used what she taught me growing through my marriage. She taught me was that when I had my brain injury, that life is too short to play small. And from that, I realized that a lot of people I've met are playing small. So I promised God that I was going to say yes to everything. I was going to be fully living in faith. Give me back my brain. And if you want to learn that story, go look up my website, michellemoross.com, and go to YouTube. My first video is an intro, but right after that is my TED Talk. Now, the important thing about that is I did that TEDx with a 16-second memory, and I had gained a lot of weight. I was about 400 pounds. And the doctor said, you're lucky that you can talk, but you can't change any other that stuff. You're 50 years old. Well, proof positive, you're watching this right now. I've dropped over 254 pounds and I got my brain back. And not only am I walking and talking, I'm also singing. I work out every day and I'm healthier now than I've ever been. So when Dr. Smiley invited me to be part of this Brain Health and Peak Performance Day, I wanted on. Why? Because now I have over 40 books. 30 of them are best-selling international bestsellers. I'm a global award-winning speaker. I told you I'm a recording artist. I'm an ambassador for peace for the United Nations. I coach speakers to get on their own stages and share stories that are deep-seated that can change the lives of others from stage. I went from someone who thought she would never walk or talk again to being on a global stage, helping other people, guiding other people to share their stories of resilience onto more people in the world. I am walking testimony that your past does not define you, and choices do make a difference, and that baby steps are okay. You don't have to make leaps and bounds to whatever you're doing. I did not become this woman overnight. I kept getting on those stages with that 16-second memory. I kept going and traveling and speaking and adjusting around my brain injury. And as I'm traveling, I get breast cancer. Now, the reason I bring that part in is because brain health and peak performance, it's all about your brain. Everything I accomplished is not because I was lucky, because I made a choice and said, even if it's hard, even if I can't do it today, well, maybe I can do something of that part of it tomorrow. And so I just kept building blocks, like Lego blocks, of what I could and could not do until I found another platform that became this woman in front of you. And today I am hosting the next hour and bringing on some pretty amazing people. And I want you to listen, hear their stories, and understand that not everybody gets knocked down, has a bad brain day, has a brain injury, whatever it may be, and stays down. There are other ways of coming back. Now, with my brain injury, this past year and a half, I found out I had a hole in my heart, had a stroke, and I've been recovering from a stroke for the past year. Did I take time out for myself? Yes. Did I take time to recover? Yes. Have I added new protocol to take care of my brain so it stays stronger? Yes. And today, in this next hour, and if you stay on for the rest of the Brain Health and Peak Performance Day, you will learn tips and tricks and maneuvers of how other people have done it. Why? Because everyone finds their own path through their journey of brain health and peak performance. So listen to people, tweak it, and find your way. So my name is Dr. Michelle Moross. You can find me at michellemras.com, and I would love to keep in touch with you, so reach out to me. But right now, I'd like to bring on an amazing woman. She had locked-in syndrome, and she's a survivor of that. I say she's more of a thriver of that. She's a mindset. Her mindset influenced her brainstem stroke recovery. It's all in your mind. You can do things. And so she also now transforms lives across the globe. I want you to listen to her and understand that in her story and in my story and all the stories that follow us, you will find a way to help you become a better, best version of you unapologetically. Please welcome Brissa Alfaro.
Hello, hello. What an amazing story you have, Michelle.
Thank you. Yeah, I definitely want to meet you.
Thank you. I relate to your story so much, and I relate to so many people, so many of the speakers today. I was blown away just listening to other survivors, other medical professionals, sharing their story and their insights and how they came about everything brain healing and peak performances, and just giving so much advice to all of us as we're all recovering. Well, some of us here are recovering from a brain injury, and I'm in that category. Just so my name is Bree Alfaro. A little over 10 years ago, I had something that's similar to what Dr. Michelle was talking about earlier. Just like she had a brain injury where she felt locked in her body and locked in her mind. I physically had that. So most people that have strokes, I had a stroke. I was 32 years old. 32 years old. Never thought that something like that could happen to someone like me. I was a healthy person. I worked out. I didn't drink. I didn't do drugs. I thought I was not in that category. But the world had a different plan for me. I had a stroke, and I didn't have any old stroke. I had a big mama of strokes. So I ended up in a New York City hospital, faced with a less than 1% chance to recover. I don't know if this has ever happened to you, but when you hear of crazy stories that people go through, you kind of put yourself in the category of like, I could never experience something like that. I could never recover from something like that. That I would not know what to do. That's a nightmare. Well, that happened to me. And I was living inside of this nightmare thinking, this is not for me. This is for other people. But it happened. I had a brain stem stroke. I suffered locked-in syndrome. So what that means is I was locked inside of my body. It wasn't the left side or the right side. It happened in the middle in my brain stem. So I couldn't speak. I couldn't communicate. I was a vegetable laying in a hospital bed. I could hear everything around me, but I couldn't express that I could hear it. So people would come in and out of the hospital. My doctors would basically I would listen to my doctors tell my family she's a less than 1% chance to survive. And if she does survive, she's going to be in a vegetative state for the rest of her life. Maybe you'll get eye movement. Maybe she'll be able to breathe on her own, but we doubt that. She's going to be trached, which I was. I was trached. I had a tracheotomy where the machines were breathing for me. And I had a tube placed in my stomach so that I could be fed through a tube. And over again, they told my family I would never make it. My family disagreed, and they played many things for me. They played audiobooks. They played music to remind me of who I was before. And while I was in this state, this locked in state where I was unable to communicate with the outside world, my mom played an audiobook, and the audiobook was The Secret. I don't know if you've ever heard of The Secret, but The Secret focuses on the law of attraction, and what you focus on, you can manifest. Like what you focus on will consume everything about you, whether it be negative or positive. You can create it. So I realized I needed to create a different outcome because nothing was working. I couldn't physically make my body move again. I couldn't physically show my family, my doctors, and my nurses that I was still in my body. I couldn't physically do anything to make people aware that I was trying to make a difference. And how many times do we all do that? We work and work and work so hard to make a difference in our life, and nobody notices the difference that we're making. So I ask you, when it comes to that moment where it's a decision, do I keep going or do I just give up? I was faced with that moment of like, do I give up or do I keep going? Do I keep trying to show everybody a sign that I'm still in my body? And listening to those words in that book that my mom was playing, there was a author by the name of Lisa Nichols. She said, the first step is to ask, make a command to the universe. Let the universe know what you want because the universe responds to your thoughts. Thoughts were all I had. And if all I had to do was change my thoughts to change my outcome, then that's what I was going to do because that's all I had. So I challenge everybody to change your thoughts. If you want a different outcome in your life, there's nothing wrong with doing the bare minimum. And the bare minimum is changing your thoughts. What if, living in a state of what if this could work? And I lived in that state for a little bit. And then I started to believe it. And then I really started to manifest it, where I embodied it. I embodied the change that I wanted to see in my life. And I knew what the odds were. I knew that there was no physical signs of me ever recovering from this state, but I wanted to try anyways. And I really believed. I was basically living a movie in my mind, like all the things that I was going to do in my life because I was going to recover, because I believed wholeheartedly I was going to recover. And little by little, I started to move and shift in the bed. And the doctors and nurses were like, well, those movements are involuntary. I don't think it's real, because I wasn't connecting the dots. Sometimes we just have to focus more. We have to focus more and be intentional about what it is that we want people to notice and what it is that we want to do and accomplish in our life. And I was able to make that moment happen where I was able to connect my brain and my body to the exact moment, the exact body part that I wanted to move. And I moved my pinky. I moved my pinky over and over and over again because I wanted them to see it was intentional. When I finally did that, my mom ran to the doctors and said, she's moving on command. They came in and they noticed that, yes, I was in fact moving on command. I moved my pinky. I didn't get up and walk out of the hospital. I didn't change my state. I didn't change, like, I was still locked in my body. I couldn't do anything else. I changed one little thing. First, it was my mind, and then it came out in my body. But that little pinky move was a celebration. It was a celebration to show everyone what was possible. And then I just kept building on that, where I kept moving different parts of my body. I kept unlocking different parts of my body. And I've been doing that intentionally for the last 10 years. And I've been unlocking every single thing that you see. You see the girl that is in front of you today. And I'm telling you, it was intentional. And it's just been a bunch of little pinky moves to get me to where I'm at today. So today, I'm an international #1 bestseller. I'm an international speaker. I speak on many podcasts and stages. And I mean, I was in Women's World magazine, and I got to my mentor, Lisa Nichols. I was on her stage sharing my story with her, been on the news, Doctor's TV show, things that like I've been American Stroke Association's Stroke Hero Award recipient. I mean, things I never would have thought that I would have been able to accomplish. But I'm telling you guys, I did this with pinky moves. I just focused on one tiny move. I think when we focus on the big picture, we stop making momentum. We stop creating possibilities. But when we focus on the small, actionable items that we can focus on and we can accomplish and we can celebrate as a result of actually accomplishing it, we start to unlock things in our brain where we want to create more. We start getting addicted to creating more possibilities and unlocking more amazing possibilities in our brain and our mind, our body, and our careers and our future and our family, like everything. So I'm here to express to everyone, your brain can heal. You can work and live and create such a peak performance attitude if you change the way you look at things. When you change the way you look at things, the things that you look at change. I think that's the way that saying goes. But either way, I'm just so excited to share with you guys. You can change your perspective and you can change your life because you change your perspective. If you constantly focus on the negative, which I could have, I could have focused on the fact that nobody will ever know that I'm still here in my body. I'm not locked in my body. I'm still here. I can hear you. If I could focus on the negativity about it, it might not have happened. But I focused on the positivity, on the possibility of it. And as a result of that, I started healing my brain. So if I can do it, I strongly encourage you to try it too. It only takes a pinky move. And if I can make pinky moves, so can you. So please, please, please share your journey with me. Hashtag pinky moves. Follow me on social media. My social media is my first and last name, Brice Alfaro, on every platform you can think of. And I really want to know and share your pinky moves, because when we start sharing our pinky move progress with the world starts realizing they can make pinky move progress too. And that's how we're going to heal the world. So thank you, everybody. My name is Brice Alfaro. If you have any questions, please, Dr. Michelle, let's get into it.
That's awesome. I say Lego moves, you say pinky moves, but same thing. Just move a finger. And I did it so that they knew I was still there, because only my eyes moved. That is a terrifying place to be. Thank you so much for sharing. And yeah, we have a lot in common. We need to get in touch with each other. So thank you for sharing, Brissa. And I'm so glad that you did that pinky move. And every day is another pinky move, because change your mind, change your life. Have a great day.
Bye, guys, everybody. Pinky moves. Take care.
Thank you. Bye. Oh, my goodness. So our next speaker coming up, this young man I've known from the about, I think 3 months or 4 months after my brain injury that I incurred in 2014. His name is Austin Shepard. I met him because he is now a 23-year traumatic brain injury survivor. He had his brain injury when he was a wee little child. Austin, come on up. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Come on up.
Hello, Michelle. Thank you for having me.
Hello,
It's an
Austin.
honor to be here.
I'm glad you came. Okay, so I'm going to ask you a few questions, because you're the reason why I even found that there was a way to make my brain better. Because what happened to you? You were a kid.
Yeah, I was 10 years old. Well, first of all, I'm 33 now. I live in Colorado Springs, and I'm a 23-year traumatic brain injury survivor. 23 years ago was just like any other day for me. I was in Port Charlotte, Florida. I went to school, came home, was getting ready for baseball practice. My parents drove me to baseball practice, and when I arrived there, I was gonna help the coach retrieve balls that he hit to the infield players while I was at home plate catching the balls. He hit a ball in the shortstop. He missed it, went running into the outfield, and to waste no time, he hit another ball to the first baseman, and he caught it. And as my attention was focused on the first baseman, the ball that went into the outfield was already thrown. And as I was turning around to put the ball in the bucket, the ball from the outfield came screeching down and smacked me right in the left temple of my head, causing an epidermal hematoma, bleeding on the brain. And from this bump on the head, I was soon go into a coma for 2.5 months. And while I was in a coma, I did have a dream doing my favorite activity, which was driving in my motorhome to Stone Mountain, Georgia. And I remember having friends with me, but as I recall, they were probably talking to me in my sleep while I was in a coma. Well, when I woke from my coma 2.5 months later, I couldn't walk, I couldn't talk. I had to relearn mainly everything that I learned before all over again. It was a tough road ahead, but through perseverance, a strong mindset from playing sports, um, I was able to overcome many adversities. I graduated high school with a 3.4 GPA. I'm an Eagle Scout. I've been skydiving. I've been hang gliding. I've been whitewater rafting all over the place. I even started my own business in 2014 called Bump on the Head. You Inspire Me Speakers Bureau. I am currently not pursuing that, but there's always a chance I'll get back into it. Um, I always believe everyone has a story to share, and it's just incredible what your brain can do. So I want to encourage you, you can change your brain, and yeah, God bless.
You can change your brain. And actually, your family owns a company. They started work with neurofeedback because of you,
Yes,
right? And so
yes,
they have two centers, one in Colorado, right? One in
Nashville. Well,
Nashville.
we have a lot in Colorado. We have one in Monte Vista. We're in West Cliff right now, Colorado Springs, Denver, Nashville, and Riverside, Iowa. We just
Really?
opened one in Riverside.
It's called harmonized brain centers, and they use neurofeedback. They map your brain, and I remember your dad saying we got into this because of Austin. Austin
Yeah,
had a literally dent in his head from that baseball, and I just so amazed every time I meet Austin that he's come so far and so long. And he shared his story in an upcoming book called Hold My Crown, Women and Men of Grit Share Stories of Resilience
yes,
and Vulnerability. Yes, it's coming out in August. He's in it, so you can hear the rest of his story because Austin has done so much. And he's what is it? One of your symptoms is you're always happy, right? You're
yeah.
never
I
sad.
mean, I'm always smiling, and I try to say I'm very optimistic. I like
Yes.
to stay positive.
Well,
Um,
you said that with me when I first had my injury.
yes, yes. So, I mean, my dad opened a harmonized brain centers in 2013 due to my brain injury. And years of like learning about the brain, studying the brain, because my accident happened in 2003. Um, and my dad was inspired, my mom was inspired. My mom does the marketing, my dad does the practitioner, low energy, neurofeedback. And we've been going good 12 years, almost, almost 13 years strong with the business. Um,
Well, and that's why I wanted you to bring it
and
up because yes, you have a bump in the head. Yes, you do keynote talks and you share your story all over the place. But the other
uh,
part of it is you're still helping everybody fix their brains or
uh,
find their brains, unlocking those things that happen in the brain when it shuts off. And I want to say thank you, Austin, for sharing your story because if it wasn't
yes,
for you sharing your story at that Toastmasters day that day, I would have never went into harmonized brain centers. I would not have known it existed. And I'd still be in my living room wondering if I can move my pinky. And here you
uh,
are, and here we are. Right?
all right. Thank you
Yeah.
so much, Michelle.
No,
Thank
thank
you.
you. No, thank you. You're an inspiration. You were my inspiration to heal.
And I just encourage everyone, if you can, share your stories with anyone and everyone you feel comfortable with. And one story can change someone's life, and that continual cycle will eventually change everyone's life. But you
Yes.
gotta share your story.
Well, and I'm thinking I have to ask you a question. You were what, 12 years old when you got hit by that baseball?
I was actually 10.
You were 10. So
10
you were
months.
10, and then you were in a coma for 2.5 months, and then you came
Yeah.
out. You couldn't do the sports you used to do. You couldn't do a lot of things you used to do. As a little boy, what gave you the gumption to keep going?
Well, I mean, I just have to pay most of my go-getter spirit towards sports and always working hard, like doing exercises, running, like actually like mental acuity with many, many things. But yeah, just like being young and not giving up. Never give up. Always keep going, persevere, motivate yourself, have a positive attitude, don't be down.
Sounds good. That's great advice there, Austin.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. And so if Austin's story has inspired you and you want to learn more about him, how can they find you? How can they reach out to you?
I'm on Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn. I'm laying down all the socials,
But your name, Austin Shepherd.
Austin Shepherd, Colorado Springs.
Okay.
And I'm also on my parents' website, harmonizedbraincenters.com. Be sure to check out harmonizedbraincenters.com and learn more about low energy neurofeedback. It helps people with every type of neurological disorder overcome, and yeah.
Yeah, it saved my life. And I thank you guys every day for doing what you do. Thank you, Austin, for sharing with us. And I guess I'll see you at the book launch when that happens in the near future. The book
Yes,
in August.
I will see you there.
Okay,
Can't
well, you
wait.
take care. Thanks, Austin. We'll see you later.
See ya.
Bye-bye. Yeah, I just love you so much. Okay, our next speaker. Our next speaker coming on board is a brain-based communication strategist, a speech language pathologist, and she equips speakers to turn applause into paying clients, because closing the applause gap with brain-friendly messaging to consistently drive decisions. Her name is Florence Callender. Please welcome Florence, and she will be sharing with us for 10 minutes. Come on, Florence. Hi, Florence.
Hi.
Lovely to meet you. Take it away. You've got 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
10 minutes. I thought I only had 4 minutes. Are you talking about my brilliant little girl? I still remember the principal turning to the teacher and asking that question. We were meeting to decide whether my daughter should repeat second grade because she couldn't read. Something didn't add up. The room became very quiet, and so did I, because everyone in the room agreed on one thing. My daughter was brilliant. She was the one child who could explain her science project to any adult who stopped her. She won first place every time. Hi, my name is Florence Callender, and for more than 25 years, I've served as a speech language pathologist and a communication specialist, studying how people learn, process language and communicate. But that meeting changed more than my daughter's future. It changed the way I understand the human brain. My daughter wasn't struggling because she lacked intelligence. When I had her tested that summer, I found out she had dyslexia. So she was struggling because she was dyslexic, and the way language reached her brain didn't match the way that her brain processed language during instruction. Once I understood that, everything changed. I immersed myself in learning everything I could about dyslexia and how the brain processes language. Then I changed the way I communicated with her, and I taught her teacher how to communicate differently with her. One of the things we practiced was reading with expression. I would read a line with feeling, and she would read it back the same way. And one day, something changed. She wasn't just saying words anymore. She was connecting with meaning. The message was finally reaching her brain in a way it could receive it. She didn't become more intelligent. The communication became more compatible with the way she learned. Later, she went on to graduate as valedictorian. And today, she is thriving in her career, regularly invited to speak and often complimented on her communication skills. That experience left me with a question I still ask today. How many brilliant people are we underestimating simply because our message isn't reaching them well? My daughter is not the only one. Brilliant people are misunderstood every day in classrooms, in workplaces, in homes, in doctors' offices, even on stages like this one. Today, neuroscience has a name for what I witnessed in my home. It's called neuroplasticity. And it tells us about the brain's ability to change. It can build new pathways. And when information is presented in ways the brain can process, growth becomes possible. Confusion is not always a sign of limited potential. Sometimes it's a sign that your message never reached their brain the way it learns best. That lesson changed the way I parented. It changed the way I practiced as a speech language pathologist. And today, it continues to shape the way I help people communicate so others can connect and respond. So whether you're raising a child, leading a team, teaching a classroom, caring for a patient, or simply encouraging someone you love, remember this. Every brain deserves communication it can understand. If you want to connect with me, you will find me on LinkedIn under my name, Florence Callender.
Hello, Florence. Thank you so much for sharing your daughter's story. Holy smokes-a-rooney. So, with your daughter, I mean, what I know you teach people how to close that applause gap and do that. That's what you do with your business, the communication side. Your daughter's story, is that how you started with your daughter?
That's exactly. That's what got me on this path.
Okay.
I got so interested in the big shift that happens once I understood how to communicate with her that at first I started helping other students in my caseload. And 1 year out of 25 students that were declassified or released from speech therapy, I had 13 of those. And we were in a school district, and there were over 10 speech therapists. So I knew that it was working with my daughter, and it was working with other students, so it wasn't just a one-off thing. And then I started helping other parents and educators on how to help children learn best. And after becoming a speaker, I'm in speaking communities all the time, and I realized that people were missing the mark. Speakers didn't know how to reach people who process language differently from how they do. And that's what got me to what I'm doing today, helping speakers, whether they are coaches, consultants, entrepreneurs. Once they speak to grow their business and attract clients, I show them how they can speak in a way that no matter the type of processing styles of people in their audience, they can speak in a way that more people in the audience understands their message. And so they can actually take action and accept their offer.
Florence, you and I do the same thing. Well, part of the same thing. Well, I did the same thing with me is when I was in my traumatic brain injury, I was watching people, how they talked to me, what they did, their body language, how they moved to and talked to each other, because I couldn't move. I could only use my eyes. And so I would watch them, and I became a great people watcher. And when I came out of that and started to learn how to walk and talk, I accidentally became a speaker. And what I realized is I communicate because I know how to watch people.
Mhm.
So I train other speakers to watch their audience, understand where they are, and be able to communicate to them at wherever they are,
Mhm.
and answer those questions instead of coming in thinking, this is me and I'm going to throw it at you. It's what does the audience need, and be able to gauge that through interacting with them or talking to them as you're coming to the stage or talking to the advisors of the event. But I teach body language and inflection of your voice and intonation. I'm a storyteller, and I share how to do that. And you go another layer. So that's really cool. I might have to reach out to you and say, how do we combine forces and just teach people double
Yeah,
time?
so it sounds like we can collaborate, because I go beyond that. I help the speakers use language structure to structure their message. So analytical thinkers, practical thinkers, visionary thinkers, and what's the other one? Relational thinkers can understand what they're saying, because the language you use reaches a different type of thinking style and processing.
Yes.
So that's what I do. And
and I tell them, use the background. So like, you're a nurturer because you've got flowers, you like the bright colors, you love people, I teach them that kind of stuff.
Okay.
If they're analytical, they've got charts and things like that.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and you watch the words that they use also, because the words we use tell people how we're thinking.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna message you on the back and give you my phone number so we can talk.
Okay. And the strange thing about it is I also had an opportunity to experience some of what my daughter was going through, because I fell at work and I sustained a mild traumatic brain injury and developed dyslexia-like symptoms.
Oh.
So I had the experience, and that just cemented what I needed to move on to when I left the school system.
Wow, what a godsend.
Yes. And I don't believe that there are any coincidences in life. I believe that everything that happens to us that drives us to our purpose is providential.
Mm-hmm. I agree the same. I mean, no matter how painful or terrible it seems, there's a purpose behind it, and there's something we're supposed to do. Because I've had so many people do, you have a brain injury, you got breast cancer, what good is that? I became the woman I was meant to be.
Yes. I believe that there's a God who knows what we need, what experiences we need to take us to where he wants us to be working, and to help the people he has designed for us to help.
Yes. And that's why I became a speaker coach, was because so many people share their story and they're trying to stay in this perfect little box because they think that's how they're supposed to be. That's not God. That's not how God wants you to do that. You didn't experience what you went through to play small. Go.
Yeah. There is no perfect box. We think that the way to success is a straight line, but then we find out, is this squiggly line all the way up? There's no perfect box. We got to get out of our comfort zones, and we have to get used to being authentic and sharing our stories, because we never know who is going to connect with and who we're going to serve because of our story.
Exactly. Oh my goodness, Florence, I'm going to connect with you. Okay. Make sure you leave your phone number in the back chat so I can at least text you. And thank you so much for sharing your story and for empowering people to go on stage and share theirs in a powerful way.
It's my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Florence. Dr. Florence, right? Okay. You take care. Have a great day. And so next, we're bringing up Nick Morrison. Nick, if you're out there, come here and save me from myself. There you are. So Nick, I see you got a lot of rodeo stuff back there. What is all that about?
Oh yeah, I was a professional bull rider on the PBR tour. Started when I was just a young kid. Started riding steers when I was 9 and bulls when I was 12, and then made the PBR tour when I was about 18 years old, the earliest that I could. Yes.
Okay. Is that how you got a bump on your head? Do you have a bump on your head?
Yeah, so I've had over 50 recorded concussions, fully recorded. In fact, I've had more, but the neurologist kind of at one point they were like, once we kind of hit 50, they said there's really no point in counting at this point.
About to say, because they just domino effect at
Yeah,
that
it's
point.
just domino effect. And I mean, I sneezed too hard. I actually here about a year ago, I sneezed really hard and went into a full fencing position. So it doesn't take very much to knock me out anymore these days. And so, but yeah, so I've had dozens of concussions. I had a career-ending injury when I was 21 years old. So my pro career was a lot of riding more of the couch with injuries than riding professionally, just because I broke C2 in my neck my rookie year, broke T10-11 in my back my second year. But I still, I mean, there's not many people in the world can ride bulls professionally at that level.
Not at all. And I want the world to know here that are watching the Brain Health and Peak Performance Day that you are an international speaker and they're about to get their socks blown off because he's funny as I'll get out. Okay. So listen up to Nick Morrison. He's an international speaker. He's a comedian and he's gone through hell in a handbasket and still smiles about it. So welcome, Nick. Take it away. You've got your time. Okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm friends with Ken. Ken asked me to jump on and kind of tell my story and what I go through. And like I said, I rode bulls from a young age, fought injuries, and I have a lot of concussions. And my career ended when I was 21 years old. And of all the injuries I had, between all the broken ribs and tailbone and torn muscles and everything, the concussions at the time we didn't think much of it because I rode in the late 90s, early 2000s, and it wasn't until about 2008. I started having some issues. I couldn't ride bulls anymore, so I bought a race car because I had to do something to feel that adrenaline rush. And I wrecked the race car one night, and it wasn't even that bad of a wreck, but it was enough to knock me out. And when I woke up from that, my wife calls them personality changers because there's sometimes I get knocked out and you see a whole personality change about me, and I don't see it, but she does. I mean, she knows me better than anyone, and so
Yeah.
that one was very specific, where she noticed a lot more short to temper, short, just controlling my emotions a lot harder. And then shortly after that, I started passing out a lot. We couldn't figure out. I thought we didn't know what it was. I was going to doctors. Concussions wasn't really in the forefront like it is now. And so they were looking for cancer, they were looking for tumors, they were trying to find what it was that was causing all this. And then it was actually when Junior Seau had his whole thing happen, and I'm watching that on television, and I'm watching them interview the family, and they're talking about everything that he was going through, and I'm like,
That's me.
That's me. I was like that Leonardo DiCaprio picture, sitting there on the couch pointing at the deal. So that's me on there. And so I went to my doctor and said, could this be concussion related? And then that's when we found that, we started to go back and look through all of my medical records from PBRs and college rodeos, and we was able to figure out that I'd had 26 recorded concussions up to that point. And then the passing out, I just kept getting knocked out and then would have another one. And so now it's kind of snowballed. But so we were able to get kind of a handle on it. And as time went on, it's got kind of degenerative. And so things have gotten worse. And so I've had to learn to kind of fight through a lot of not just passing out all the time, getting confused, not knowing who I am, where I am. Sometimes a lot of it was fighting through just the thoughts that go through your head. I attempted suicide 2 different times, and both of them wasn't. It wasn't like I was going through depression. I wasn't. I was on the top of the world, but with concussions, it just happened so quickly where it almost becomes like a check mark of something to do. And so it would take something emotional to trigger it, but the trigger was so fast, and then it wasn't like I'm feeling sorry for myself, so I'm going to do this. It was my brain had convinced me that I have to do this. And both times that I tried, I actually had a bullet in the gun, pulled the trigger, and both times the hammer hit the back of the bullet, and the bullet didn't fire. And
Not your time.
yeah, and so the second time that it happened, I actually kind of hollered out to God, "What do you want from me?" And I just kind of made my mind up in that moment, like, I'm going to put that bullet back in this gun, and I'm going to fire it into the ground. And if it doesn't fire, then this gun just doesn't work, and I'm going to find another way to kill myself. But if it does, then I'm going to dedicate my life to helping people through this. And I fired it into the ground. Sure enough, the bullet went off. And so ever since then, I've been dedicating myself to bringing awareness to concussions, bringing awareness to the aftermath of concussions, bringing awareness to getting control of them at an early enough stage in the concussion, so that they don't snowball on top of each other and become something that you can't control. And then and that's just kind of has moved on into other things that I speak about as well. That was the start of it, and now I speak on all kinds of subjects. But I wrote a book, Knocked Out But Not Down, ended up being a #1 bestseller, and that really brings a look inside the head of somebody with concussion issues. One of the reasons neurologists think that I can still be so high functioning despite a lot of the blows to the head and the damage that I have to my brain based on the scans is because I'm also on the Mensa scale. I'm very high IQ, and so because of that, I'm able to figure things out a little bit easier with the concussions and think through it, and then I'm able to put that on paper. So it's really neat because I wrote this book kind of just for I wrote it mainly just for people in rodeo and was not expecting it outside of that world. And really the rodeo world is the smallest demographic that we've been going to. The neurologist world is actually I seem like I'm on a phone call with a neurologist almost every week now that's read the book and is asking questions saying, you're giving us firsthand account of things that we've been hypothesizing, or you're giving us firsthand account of things that we can't get in and see. And so it's really kind of opened doors in a completely different world than I thought I would be. I've always been helping other athletes in a lot of different sports. Honestly, I've helped athletes in NASCAR, in Major League Baseball, NFL. Like just being able to have somebody that you can talk to who deals with this and work through, especially the dark thoughts that kind of come through your mind in those dark moments, and how quickly they happen. I mean, every time you see something about an athlete killing themselves that had concussions, the one thing you always hear is they were doing so great, it just happened all of a sudden. Well, I can speak from that experience because both times, 10 minutes before I was totally okay. And so it really does happen. And so getting ahead of that. And so I've started now branching out and speaking to sports organizations and more looking for the signs before that gets there, getting control of it before it becomes something that now your brain has told you there's nothing else more important in this world than to do something to yourself.
Well, Nick, I want to tell you, one of the things we noticed with me with my brain injury when I was locked in my brain, my husband left me with the TV on, and it went on to something kind of violent, I guess. It was like a karate or whatever. It was something violent. And I tried to kill myself.
Mm-hmm.
It was what I was watching because it was whatever was coming out of the TV. And I remember it was like I was seeing the lights and the things coming out of the TV. But like you, I have a lot of brain injuries, but not because of rodeo stuff. And one of the gifts that I had with my neurology teams that would bring me in was I can describe what's happening right before I zone out. So I didn't pass out. I would just go, and I would just start staring. And so it was like I stroked out and I didn't even know it. I just get quiet, just kind of sit there.
Mm-hmm.
And then I do, and just finish with the rest of my sentence. But I didn't even know I was losing pieces of time. And just like your wife, my husband would say, "Where'd you go?" What?
Well, so that's actually what happened to me at the pinnacle of my brain stuff. The neurologist has started telling me I couldn't be outside in the heat anymore. Something had crossed in my brain where I had the same reaction your body does when you're super cold, where it pulls all the blood from your extremities. I was having that happen when I was hot and was draining it from my brain. But you can't tell a cowboy that's been ranching his entire life that he can't be outside anymore. I mean, that's like taking your best horse away. And so I just ignored them and was outside working anyways, and I ended up having what's called a hypoxic extemic encephalopathy, where oxygen didn't go to the brain long enough that it shut down a section of my brain. And when I went inside, I had that same reaction. It was a catatonic symptom reaction, almost like a silent seizure in a way. And I was just sitting down looking at a light switch on the wall, and I couldn't take my eyes off the light switch, and was just frozen to this light switch. And then I realized I couldn't move I was in that nightmare of being trapped inside your body. I couldn't move my hands. I couldn't move my head. I could feel tears running down my face, you know, from not being able to blink. I could feel drool coming off my chin. And then when I was like that for hours until someone found me. And when I snapped out of it, I couldn't speak. I couldn't talk at all. I was fully mute, and I developed what they call organic mutism as a result of that. And so I had to work hard just to retrain my brain and rewire my brain using music kind of as a conduit, and rewire my brain just to be able to speak again. And it wasn't something that just, you know, I can talk and now I can talk again. I have to do those exercises 2 to 4 hours every single day. If I miss 2 or 3 days, I'm back to not being able to speak again. And so I'm always having to work on that and fine tune, almost like going to the gym and working out, but doing that all for the brain, just so that I can function and be able to be on stage with people. I'm also a stand-up comedian, so a lot of times I'll do a comedy show where I'm speaking at, and I don't get into my hotel till 2 o'clock in the morning, but I have to be on stage for a sound check at 9 o'clock. So I maybe get a 30-minute nap because I need to dedicate the rest of that morning towards doing my exercises so that I can get on stage and impact people and talk about them getting through whatever adversity they're facing, getting through the days they don't feel like they can work, whatever it is that I'm being brought in to speak about at that specific conference.
You and I have a lot in common. I mean, I wake
Sounds
up
like
and
it.
they laugh at me because I go to the gym every morning at 5:30, and they go, "Why are you so dedicated?" And I'm like, because my brain needs blood, and when it doesn't get blood, I get kind of weird. And I'm so big on that and feeding my brain and making sure everything's right. And we work around that brain injury. And so, like last year, I had a stroke. I had a full stroke. But what that did is it activated one of the weak spots in my brain from my concussion, from my TBI. And so now I've been having TBI, mini strokes. I can't remember,
Yeah.
TIAs. And what they've been watching them, because they're like, there's no reason for them. They've tied it back to my brain injury. I have a weak spot in my brain. And when my brain feels stress, when I'm in the sun too much, when my brain sees stress, it strokes me out. When it's not a stroke, it just
Mhm.
shuts me off. And yeah, that was a fun one to learn. I walked into a Safeway one day and went,
Yeah. Yeah.
and
I
they're like, "You're having a stroke." I couldn't talk. I couldn't do anything. They're like, "It's not a stroke, but it looks like a stroke." I'm like, "Oh my goodness
I,
gracious!" But
I
I'm
will
a
try to piece
singer.
things. Yeah, I'll get confused where I am and not know, and I piece things together around me. And I was in Germany and it happened, and I couldn't fathom that I'm in another country. I don't know where I am. I don't, and so I'm trying to read everything around me, and I'm thinking, well, crud, I forgot how to read too because everything was in German. And I'm like, I don't
Oh,
understand any of these words. It just puts me down even a more
that's fun.
confusing
I did
way.
that
Yeah.
walking through like the Chicago airport.
Oh, the worst
I walked.
airport.
Well, the lights hit me. I react to lights, so I'm walking through this airport, and then the lights did something, and I went, I don't, I don't, I don't remember where I am. And so I'm looking at my phone, but I couldn't see my phone. And so I said, thinking a series around, I asked her to call my husband. He goes, "You're at the airport. Okay, I need you to walk. What do you see?" And he walked me back to my gate so I can get home. But people don't realize when you have a brain injury, those kind of things, that you can't see it. I mean, they think you're so funny on stage and you're speaking on stage. I'm speaking on stage and I'm singing Etta James and Aretha Franklin and Tina Turner. So we look like we're perfectly fine. But what happens, and this is what's important about Brain Health and Peak Performance Day, we aren't just doing this to do it. We are working on the backside to make sure our brains are still working. And just like you, my doctor said the reason I'm still high functioning is because I was Mensa before. And now that my brain is rewired, I'm at a whole new level.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, yeah, I can't add anymore.
Yeah.
Give me calculus and I can do that,
Yeah.
the things that bloomed in us. So you're a comedian. Were you a comedian beforehand, or did
No,
you
I
get
was. I
one?
actually I didn't even start to work towards becoming a comedian. Probably until a good 18 years after, I actually probably about 10 years after we found the brain injuries when I started working towards being a comedian.
And
So yeah.
I started singing because I was already on the circuit speaking for 10 years, and I started shorting out on stage, which was really weird. And my husband said, "Well, when you couldn't speak for those 2 years, 2.5 years, you could sing." I'm like, "What?" You would say cylinder, liquid. But if I sang it, I would do, "I'd like some water, please." He goes,
Yeah.
"Start singing." And so I started singing, and that's blown up like crazy. The things that open up in our minds when we learn, when we get out of our own way
Yeah.
by getting a concussion and having to open another branch of our brain, biggest gift ever. And Nick, thank you so much for spending
Absolutely.
time with me. We tap danced really well, didn't we?
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Thank you for having me on, and thanks to Ken. I know he's watching. Thanks for inviting me on.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna tell you my secret. I always travel with someone because we never
Yeah.
know when I'm gonna blink out. So
Yeah.
Ken is one of the people I travel with.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, he's my publisher, so I'll travel with him, and I work at the backside of Perfect Publishing. I help with story content, and I hide in the back. But when I have to go somewhere and I need a seeing eye human, I bring, sometimes it's Ken with me just so I can
Yeah.
not get lost. So thank you for sharing.
Yes,
Thank you for
absolutely.
bringing the love and the light and the humor back into the world. And you're amazing. I'm going to go look you up
Appreciate
more.
that. And I apologize about my dog. He's deaf and he gets jealous when I get on podcasts. So he just decides to start barking at me. So I apologize if you hear him. So
No, and mine are barking too, and you can't hear
okay,
them.
good.
So you take care and have a
Thank you.
great day. Thank you for joining us. Uh-oh. Okay, well, who is next? Who is next? Oh, we've got our next host coming in, and I don't know if I'm going to be introducing him. Nick, oh, I guess you can take yourself out, I guess. And then I will bring on Sky Huddleston.
Why? I don't know why.
Oh, there you are. Tanisha, you're going to bring on Sky, okay?
Okay. Okay.
Okay, well, thank you so much for allowing me to host. And my name is
Thank
Dr. Michelle
you.
Maras, and it's been an honor to be able to be host to all these amazing people for the past hour.
Wonderful.
Please
Thank you
welcome
so much.
Tanisha Carroll.
Oh gosh. Did
I can't leave because you haven't come on yet.
I don't know what happened. I'm here. Oh.
You're not. There you are. Okay, now I can leave.
Oh, you couldn't see me, huh?
No.
Oh, weird.
Okay. Take care.
Okay. Thank you. Update Sky. Give him an update.
Okay.
Sky.
Sky.
Hey guys. So in just a few minutes, we're gonna have Sky to come and he's going to be our next host. But in the between time, I want to first of all thank all of our amazing hosts, Dr. Brody Miller, Dr. Michelle Mraz. We, of course, want to thank Dr. Ken Rochon for being our visionary. And we want to invite each of you to continue this celebration and honoring of Brain Health and Peak Performance Day by going to the Smile channel. And when you go to the Smile channel, I want you to create a profile there so that you can stay connected with all of these people who are here today. Wonderful thing that I've been sharing with everyone is that when you sign up on the Smile channel, then what happens is you also get an opportunity to connect with those people. Did you hear the wonderful stories that everyone is telling? All of these speakers and leaders, podcasters, authors, keynote speakers. We even had a comedian today. And so all of these people are on the Smile channel, or they're going to be on there after today. And I want you to be on there too, because you might be hosting a special event. And when you host that event, you are going to need some speakers. And we want to ask you to come to the Smile channel and use the Smile channel to find the speakers that you are looking for. And so right now I'm going to pop over to the Smile channel so that you can see what we are doing on a regular basis. It's something we're very, very excited about. And so this is the Smile channel. This is the Smile channel, and this is where we are just making a huge difference. We're making a difference with everyone. And if you are looking to write a book or you have a book, this is a great place for you. If you are looking for a speaker, this is a great place for you. And so I want to go over here to the leaders, because all of these people, you see all these amazing people. This is Dr. Michelle. She was just hosting. This is Dr. Ken. He was just hosting. This is me. I am here now. And we're looking for wonderful people who will continue to share and continue to be available to you. This is one of our big partners at Garza. And look, there's Dr. Stan. He was here earlier. These are some excellent people that you could invite. The person that is coming up next is Sky Huddleston. He's going to be your host when I leave. And so this is a place he's going to be talking about the brain, and this is where you want to be. So all you have to do is come to thesmilechannel.com, say apply to be a guest. And it's not really an application. It's just how we make sure that we don't get any bots and things like that. And then the wonderful thing is you get to see different episodes that we have on our YouTube, and it's right here. It'll pop you right over there. And so anytime you are a part of the Smile Channel, then you also have the opportunity to be a part of the Smile Channel and the Perfect Publishing. So share your gifts, share your videos, share them so that other people will know this will be a good speaker for my next event, okay? And so right now, hopefully I am going to bring up, we have several more, we just have a few more hours, 2 more hours exactly, to share this powerful information. And I hope that you guys have been enjoying it. I hope you've been getting a lot of information and that you are connecting with our guests. Excuse me. Connect with our guests. So Sky, I'm going to ask you to come up and give you a few minutes to talk. Welcome, Sky Huddleston. We're so happy to have you.
Yes, thanks. I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And so I'm going to give you a few minutes, about 10 minutes to talk, share your story, talk about a little bit about the brain, and then we'll start bringing up our other guests that you're going to introduce.
Sure thing. So I guess a brief introduction for me. I'm Sky Huddleston, obviously. I'm a welder, machinist, fabricator, entrepreneur. I do mechanical engineering and engine design theory for a living. I am really big into solving problems through first principles, and that's what I do. I do general metalworking and servicing in that department, engineering. So in any case, that's who I am. That's what I do. I guess we should move on to our first guest, who is Carlana Stone. Carlana Stone's the founder of Courage Community 360, a music men's minds, an IAHV ambassador and Emmy-nominated producer. She's the first female paraplegic in the U.S. to fly a plane solo. So with that, I'd like to invite Carlana Stone. Carlana, you are currently muted. There you go.
Hi, are you able to hear me now? Hi, I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for the introduction, Sky. I didn't hear it all. Yes, hi.
No, thank you. Hey, no, I went ahead and gave the introduction, so the floor is all yours. Take it away, Carlana.
All righty. Well, very good. I'm excited to be here for the conversation on brain health. I'm very excited about, I'm going to give you a little bit of background. I'm going to start by telling you something very personal. Everything I do, every program I build, every partnership I forge, Every room I walk into or roll into is rooted in one truth that I've lived in my body. Music reaches places that nothing else can. I'll say it again. Music reaches places nothing else can. I know this not because I read it in a study. I know it because I lived it. I was 16 years old when my life changed in an instant. A car accident, 3 months in a rehabilitation center in Dallas, Texas, and a reality I was not prepared for, and neither was anyone around me. I remember the first time I went out in public after rehab. My whole family was there. We pulled up to the valet, and my dad jumped out of the car and hollered, "Hey, we'll be just a few minutes. Got to get a wheelchair out of the trunk." And I mean, I just immediately, there I was on display. Only this time, there was no thunderous applause. There were only looks of pity. And that was the most paralyzing moment of my life. Those stares that I'd always, taken for granted, that made me feel seen and validated and valued, now felt like a spotlight on everything that I had lost. And the wheelchair became like this brand for me that set me apart from, and it made me feel like I didn't belong to the world I had always known. Connection became my survival strategy, not just socially, but neurologically, physically, and emotionally. My healing journey led me to biofeedback therapy, a modality where you can actually see your brain's activity on a monitor in real time. I couldn't feel the connections in my body, but I could watch them happen. I could watch the spikes on the screen and know there's something alive in there. There's some connection that's still alive. Regardless of what anybody says, science was proving it. The energy was palpable. And then came the music. I won't tell you that music cured me. That's not the story. What I will tell you is that music gave me back my sense of self. It gave me rhythm when my body had lost its own. It gave me community, connection to community when I felt so utterly alone. And it gave me a voice when I didn't know how to speak my pain. And when I watched what music did for my father, as Alzheimer's slowly dimmed the light in his eyes, I understood at a cellular level what the researchers were beginning to document in journals. And I'm going to say that one more time because I get a little emotional here. But when I watched what music did for my father as a man who lived with Alzheimer's, and we lost him last year, but he lives on, that Alzheimer's had slowly dimmed the light in his eyes. But what music brought to his life, I understood and witnessed at a cellular level what the researchers were beginning to document in journals. Music doesn't just entertain. Music intervenes. Music mends minds. And that's a fact, Jack. So I wanted to get just enough of my personal story and then we can just dive in. But I thought I'd kind of line it up for you. I'm an ambassador for a program called Music Mends Minds, which is a program out of UCLA with the Herb Alpert School of Music, training board-certified therapists, music therapists to lead sing-alongs with folks with Alzheimer's and dementia and Parkinson's and other neurological disorders, including post-traumatic stress disorder. And it's a program that's also available thrice weekly, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on Zoom. 2:30 to 3:30 Eastern Standard Time every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. You can log on, and Shelby from Harmonic, I'm trying to remember the name of her company, excuse me, Harmonic Changes, I believe, but it's Music Mends Minds, where you can log on 3 days a week and come and be a part of it. We are actually, we've just started the Florida's first Music Mends Minds chapter here at Freedom Village in Bradenton, Florida. And so we are going to be taking it on the road and actually partnering with Rotary, ADRAG, which is the Alzheimer's and Dementia Rotary Action Group, has partnered with Music Men's Minds, and together we are initiating a 30-day global initiative called Change the Tune, and it's the Memory Makers Challenge in 2026. And we are with Rotary and other community supporters. We are going into community to identify partners with, excuse me, I'm trying to think too much about what I'm trying to say. We're partnering with communities and satellite locations and teaching others how that, number one, this service exists, and we're training healthcare providers and community ambassadors on how to facilitate these programs in person and help link to the virtual program as well. And so there's just a whole lot going on, and so much of it is about getting the word out and just letting people know that we've got these evidence-based programs that help us all stay connected. And it's the power of music. Yes.
So you mentioned evidence-based. It sounds to me like there's a lot of push behind this because there's been scientific research and evidence behind this. Could you go into the details behind the mechanistic explanations that really give you guys the confidence to promote this in the way that you're doing with confidence that it'll have quantifiable benefits?
Oh yeah, I mean, this has been, you know, with the University of California and their medical school and the music school for the last 12 years. And so we're so lucky that we're getting it out here and accessible to us. And I'm going to read you something. Stand by one second, because you asked me to really just kind of sum up all of the, one moment. Well, I'll tell you what.
I mean, what I'm really asking for, and I'm not like, what I'm really asking for is if they, I don't know if you were prepared for this, but I would love for you, who I would assume is a subject matter expert, to introduce the audience to the sciences, right? To the science behind this program and the mechanistic details and why we know this works.
Right on. Okay, I'm going to just read you something right here that Music Men's Minds wrote up for me. Music Men's Minds is an 11-year-old, this was last year, 12-year-old Los Angeles-based global nonprofit that creates free music groups for older adults, especially those facing neurodegenerative issues such as Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, dementia, stroke, and PTSD. What began in 2014 with the creation of the now famous Fifth Dementia flagship band now reaches over 5,000 participants, caregivers, and family members per month. We stand at the epicenter of arts, health, and equity, proving every day that the medicine of music can be a joyful last bridge to precious friendships and memories that show us at our best, even in our most challenging hours. We know that making music together creates beautiful harmony that heals even when conflict threatens to tear us apart. We also know that Leadbelly got there first. His classic songs about the struggles of life and the perseverance and character it takes to overcome them have inspired every generation hence to overcome them, We also know that Leadbelly got here first. His classic songs about the struggles of life and the perseverance and character it takes to overcome them have inspired every generation hence to both celebrate our difficult past while making our current lives count. Without Leadbelly, American music would be far less honest to hear and a great deal less exciting to play. The Back to Our Roots Festival, which we launched this year in Shreveport Bossier, and their connection to the King of the 12 String is a perfect expression of Music Men's Mind's growing mission to make free music for seniors and for those who love and care for them, with the tentpole of American physical and mental health. What a shining example of a community doing well by doing good. So you wanted to know some of the research facts, for instance. Children who participated in a year-long musical group interaction program demonstrated significantly higher emotional empathy scores compared to controls. And that was published by Rabinowitz in 2012. Many benefits of music can be characterized by psychological and sociological effects of oxytocin. An increase in oxytocin levels are associated with listening to pleasurable music, social cooperation, and empathy. The results of a study on the effectiveness of drum circles on the quality of life in Parkinson's patients show a decrease in depression symptoms and improvement in physical gait, posture, and mobility. Music therapy participants greatly improve in positive coping skills and anger management skills compared to other therapy forms. Participating in music, such as singing or playing an instrument, improves depressed mood symptoms and increases general cognitive function. And a growing body of literature demonstrates that even brief sessions of synchronization when participating in musical groups can promote increased social behaviors and willingness to help others. Those are just some of the scientific facts. Again, this is supported by 12 years of research at the University of California in Los Angeles, and also Music Men's Minds is also partnered with, again, I'm going to say it, ADRAG, which is the Alzheimer's and Dementia Rotary Action Group, and so it's a low-cost, high-impact solution that helps us fill in the gaps to some of our healthcare deficiencies, particularly when it comes to this group of this demographic, that makes up 15% of the United States population has a diagnosis of Alzheimer's and dementia.
Whoa,
15%.
That's a lot. I did not
Yes, it
expect
is.
it to be so high.
15%, and that number is growing exponentially as we speak. And
Why do you think that is?
I don't know enough to even venture to guess about why it's such a. I do know that I have my own theories. I know that connection is vital for mental health. Human connection is vital for mental health, and I know that music is such a great way to help us connect on a deeper level without the words. We're talking about rhythm and frequencies and all kinds of ways that we interact with one another, but connection and being able, when you look at the in the wake of COVID, and you look at so many people being disconnected, to be, so many people and children, young kids, that are all on their phones and doing all of this, and don't have a lot of that stuff that we did as kids. I don't know, I'm a lot older than you are, but I think that COVID probably, probably put some fuel to the fire, that really resulted in more diagnoses, just mostly because of the disconnect that comes about. Alzheimer's and dementia is such a disease of isolation. And we have all of these psychosocial interventions that we can utilize upon that diagnosis that will help us stay connected, right? And these are music programs, these are relationships, these are storytelling. Storytelling's the oldest form of neuroscience we got. So these are all rooted in neuroscience and part of the biological ways that, we connect with one another and what we need. Our limbic systems are designed to connect. Is that?
No, this is great stuff. You mentioned frequency and vibration and harmonics. Could you go into more depth and detail about how that has an effect on brain health and the scientific research and the mechanistic explanations behind that?
Well, I'm not going to give you an expert recap on that, but I will tell you from my own personal experience what I have witnessed As a paraplegic, I've been paralyzed for 42 years and very involved in spinal cord injury research and with special focus on the neurorestorative properties of the brain. You know, the brain is just like any other muscle. It just needs to be exercised. And when we lose connection one way, there are new neural pathways that we can tap into. And that's the biofeedback that I referred to during my my personal story. As far as my simple understanding, just on my little experience that I've had, which is quite a bit, over 40 years, and also being an ambassador for the International Association for Human Values and a sky breath and meditation facilitator, I have learned that every emotion has a corresponding rhythm of the breath. And when you think about that, you know, when we are in the past, we're usually filled with regret and something we're longing for, something, and if we're focusing on the future, it's like fear, it's like anxiety. When the present moment is lived right here, and you know, a vacillating mind is really unhealthy. And so to be able to regulate our emotions in real time makes a humongous difference on the energy that we put out into the world, right? I have a tendency to go real fast when I get nervous, and I have to bring myself back down to this moment, take a breath, center myself, and there's so, you know, I'm kind of not just the hair club president, I'm a member too. But, you know, the aspect of long-term exposure to extreme conditions can really impact the brain. And we have a lot of scar tissue. We have a lot of invisible shrapnel. We have a lot of negative self-talk that actually forms a scar that becomes trauma if unaddressed. And these things they often are rooted in trauma. And so being able to access the root of our trauma and provide some interventions like the breathing and the music, you know, you got stuff still firing up there, you know? And so I don't know if I answered your question.
No, this is great. So about the scarring and the trauma, right? What can you speak to the matter that what it is you're doing helps mitigate for it, care for it, treat it, mitigate the damages, and possibly even course correct and rectify what damage has occurred?
Could you ask me that one more time?
Yeah, so yeah, you had mentioned trauma and what you described as scarring. I'm curious as to your thoughts on that in greater detail.
Okay, yes, thank you. Well, through my research and being involved in the research on the ground floor at the University of Miami to cure paralysis, the Miami Project to Cure Paralysis, the Bonacani Fund, I was involved in a lot of these different research efforts, and one of them was a couple of guys named Dr. Albert Ray and Dr. Albert Zbick, who co-founded Pain Medicine Solutions, and they worked with, they got EMDR. You've heard of eye movement desensitization reprocessing?
Never heard of it.
EMDR is a practice, it's a left brain, right brain. They work with trauma patients to revisit the moment, the traumatic event. But through the working with the therapist, you can access the memory, and they do some work, left brain, right brain, where you're minimizing the emotional response to the memory, to the event. And so you're in essence, you know, you're what's the word I'm looking for? You're decomposing trauma. You know, you're taking it apart. You're going back little by little, and you're able to examine and become the observer. and not be so emotionally engaged. You know, when we have unaddressed trauma, it results in fear-based decision making. It results in all kinds of stuff. And I know, but like I said, because I've lived it, you know, I've been a paraplegic since 1985, and since I was 16. And, you know, as I read to you then, circa 1985 in Shreveport, Louisiana, didn't have a whole lot of people out in public. You didn't see a lot of people like me out in public. You know, they had one foot in the grave and we were pushing them up the ramp at church, you know. But the community, I did not feel like I belonged. I felt less than. Like, oh my God, how's anybody ever going to love me like this? Broken. And it was just something that I accepted. That's who I am. And for the majority of my life, I operated from that space through Music Men's Minds over the last year and a half, and my daily practice with Sudarshan Kriya. I've found connection to parts of myself that do not change, and have really reframed the narrative in my own mind about what's possible. And it results in confidence and happiness. You know, and it's like that permagrin, you know, it's like that smile you can't get rid of. But I mean, it's medicine, and it changes things. It changes you. And, you know, being connected to a purpose is a huge part of our mental health, and brain function and our peak performance. When we have something that's paralyzing us, you know, I've got a whole speaking thing that I do on what's paralyzing you, right? Because it's the invisible shrapnel, that those things we don't see, that we don't share so oftentimes with one another, because we see them as a sign of weakness, when in fact, quite the opposite. That's where the breakthrough comes in. You know, Dr. Breakthrough, I know, was on here earlier. So does that offer any?
Yeah, no, you've done an excellent job here, Carlana. I appreciate you going over this, taking the time out of your day to explain this all to everyone. Any for closing thoughts before we
Well, just closing thoughts. I would love, you know, musicmensminds.org every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. You can log on to a Zoom. And I'd just encourage everyone to experience it for yourselves. And so we are launching our Rhythm Road Tour, and we'll be posting information about that. I don't know if I'm supposed to be promoting all this kind of stuff, but we're turning a road trip into a community activation tour, and taking this program to different cities, 12 different cities across the country, where we'll do like we did here in Bradenton, Florida.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Carlana. We appreciate having you on.
Thank you.
And we will, you know, that's it. So if anybody has an interest, follow up with Carlana in the Music Men's Mind program.
Yes, I have a website on the Smile channel.
That's awesome. Yes. We do have to move on now.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate you.
Thank you, Carlana.
Yes.
Yes. So next up is Timothy Belzer. He has been a friend of mine for quite some time, and he's actually a mentor for me. He is a computer scientist in the most literal sense of the word. He also has intimate knowledge on chemistry and physics and many other fields. So I'd like to introduce you all to Timothy Belzer. Come on in, Tim. Oh, my. Hello.
Hello, Sky.
So I appreciate you taking the time out of your day, Tim. We are short on time, but we wanted to discuss brain health for the general audience. So,
Okay.
what can you say about brain health?
Well, I mean, it depends on what aspect we're talking about. Like there are a lot of people who talk about brain health in terms of sort of soft practices, like meditation and so on, de-stressing, enjoyment stuff, and that's all very important. Um, what I've noticed though is that there's very little consensus on how to physically help brain health. There's a lot of bad information out there about brain health, to be honest. I think physically, even in the medical community, which I'm guessing the people who've been here before have talked about already.
Oh yeah, I'd like to focus on a lot of the physical stuff.
Sure. I'm not an expert. So my background is in physics and mathematics. I have an interest in health, and a special interest in health and health transformation. Sky and I worked on a program for him to get more healthy, and I think you've done pretty well with that. And I'm not an expert. I'm extremely particular about research. Like I have a good bullshit detector. So when I look at the white papers and I look at the studies, I can kind of tell if they're actually saying what they say. So I'm really just kind of a meta composer.
Let's focus on the meat and potato. What comes to mind on the physical stuff side of it?
So there are a couple of things. The first thing is detoxification. So one of the things that's in our that isn't getting enough attention is metals. There are a lot of metals in our water supply and our food and all over the place that we just don't detoxify from our bodies. We don't really do it. And it's not really discussed. Like we talk about heavy metals like mercury, cadmium, arsenic, lead, right?
Light metal like aluminum will mess your neurons up.
Aluminum and copper, we never, right. So, but I mean, even those, how do you detox from those? Do you know? Right?
Dietics would be a good starting place. Your body has to be in certain physical states in order to actually be able to purge light metals from your physiology.
Well, I mean, you can look all of this up. It's actually quite available now to find out how to do this. But basically, there are a number of compounds that help your body detox from heavy metals. There are some that force your body to dump heavy metals, which are now really only available to medical professionals, like DMSA and some other things. And there are ways for you to help your body once that dump happens to pull the stuff out. And those, I mean, people are already taking this stuff, which they don't even know it. It's N-acetylcysteine, alpha lipoic acid, and glycine. If you take those three, they will very slowly, by themselves, detox heavy metals. But they don't touch aluminum or copper. And copper toxicity is another example. You can look this one up. I forget the name of the professor, but a Harvard professor of psychiatry, medical psychiatry, has done some work on copper toxicity. And what he discovered was that a significant portion of his serious patients who had various disorders, like schizophrenia, like real schizophrenia, were significantly assisted. In fact, one woman, he did a copper detox with her. He used copper chelation as a practice with her. And she was able to go to non-medicated within 6 months, from full medication to non-medicated, just from copper detox. So copper detox is another one. That's a big deal. Copper builds up in our brains and can cause a lot of disorders because of course, copper is a conductive metal. There's a lot of reasons this can happen, right? I'm not going to speculate onto the mechanism. No one really knows. But we do know that copper toxicity can cause mental illness. Copper deficiency also causes it. And then aluminum, which is detoxed with high silica, no kidding, high silica water. So if you get a water with naturally high silica, Fiji is a good example, but there are others, you can look them up, high silica content water, that will slowly pull the aluminum out of your system. And the statements I'm making, I've looked into, they're absolutely true. I can't tell you, exact symmetry for your case, of course, but the fact that these compounds do these things is true. And the fact that ameliorating the heavy metals and light metals out of your nervous tissue, it's not just your brain, by the way, it's also, the rest of your nervous system that also is detoxed of these metals. And it actually improves your neurology in general. So that's number one. Number two is the endocrine system. Far too little attention on the endocrine system, specifically the thyroid, but the thyroid and the liver. Most Americans are iodine deficient. Now, that's not what the RDA says, but you won't believe how they did this. So you know how they measured iodine deficiency? There's never been a study done on human beings to calculate iodine deficiency. Our iodine deficiency levels were calculated upwards from cows. The original study was done on cows that were going infertile and having all sorts of other problems. They basically increased the iodine little by little until the cows no longer got sick, and they called that sufficient. And they took that same number and did milligrams per kilogram for the average human, and for humans they called that sufficient. It's not sufficient.
Yeah, that cows, for one, cows are ruminants and humans are not.
Yeah, obviously there are problems with that, right? I mean, it's not. Yeah, exactly. That's the big problem.
And secondly, just because the cows stopped having problems that are obvious doesn't mean that there's not obvious problems that are still
any inobvious problems. Right, exactly. So, and cows are only living a couple of years before they're slaughtered. So you wouldn't notice any problems with, right? You wouldn't notice any problems with long term, because there is no long term for cows, except for dairy cows. But even dairy cows are retired after a short time, generally. At least they were at the time.
Yeah,
So
still are.
yeah. So there's that problem. There's also the problem of there's sufficient and there's optimal, right? And when you look at, for example, when you look at the diet of the average Japanese person, it has between 12 and 15 milligrams of iodine per day in it, because they eat a lot of seaweed, right? And a lot of fish. The amount of iodine that RDA considers sufficient, I think, is around 250, 300 micrograms, which is a third of a milligram. We can look that number up, but it's less than a milligram per day. And if you talk about supplementing iodine to your doctor, he's going to scare you. He's going to say, "Oh, you don't want to have iodine, syndrome," and like it's ridiculous. It certainly is possible that you could get iodine syndrome, but the problem is you can't measure serum levels of iodine and know how much iodine you need. This is also another problem with metals detections. Oh, you're in your, we've taken a sample of your blood, and you don't appear to have any metals problems. Well, but the metals are in the tissues, not the blood. And the body has paradoxical reactions. If you have high metals, if you have high copper, it'll actually make you look like you have insufficient copper in your blood because of various paradoxical reactions. So anyway, generally speaking, you have to be careful with this stuff. But iodine is extremely important for brain health. And of course, taking J.R. Crow's iodine supplement in the amount of 12 to 15 milligrams per day is you're basically just making yourself eat, you're putting yourself in the same place the Japanese are. It's not toxic or poisonous unless you're on some kind of medication that might cause an issue. So that's another thing. And that's iodine. That would help your thyroid, by the way, because your entire endocrine system, including your thyroid, needs all those molecules, the thyroid hormones, but many other molecules that are manufactured as precursors and other elements in your body use iodine as their basis, as their core. They're iodine-based molecules. And those are, if you don't have enough iodine, your body's going to pull the iodine away from your tissues and use it just for your thyroid, because that's the thing that's going to keep you from dying, right? That doesn't mean just because you don't have goiter, doesn't mean you have enough iodine. So supplementing with Jericho's iodine supplement is there's actually a generic name for it, but it's Jericho's.
What isn't that like Lugol solution?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Lugol solution. It's Lugol solution, which is a 50-50 mix of potassium iodide and elemental iodide to solubilize it. So, and that's important because potassium iodide is the kind that your organs take up. Then the more elemental iodine is the kind that your thyroid and other areas of your body take up. Totally accidental discovery, but in the 19th century. So if you take this Lugol solution, and again, don't just do what I tell you. This is all general knowledge. You want to look this stuff up in terms of dosimetry in your case. But, taking a couple of drops of Lugol solution per day is going to bring your iodine levels up to a much higher level, and your endocrine system will function better. Also, if you take iodine, it will tend to keep bromine out of your system. There's nothing in our body that needs bromine. And yet we get bromine from our environment, from grains, from all kinds of places, right? Not a lot of it, but it's there. If you've ever seen, I actually have one. Have you ever seen like a red dot on the skin? I don't know if you can see that. Probably not. There it is. You ever see a little red raised dot like that? Those tend to be bromine. It's your body pushing bromine out. That happens when your body gets enough iodine and it pushes all the bromine out, right? So that's when you get those little red dots sometimes. They can be other reasons, but that's one reason they appear. So your body doesn't need bromine, but what happens is it can sort of use bromine as a molecule. It's kind of broken, but it'll keep you, again, from dying. But if you take iodine supplementation, your body will purge bromine. So those are all things that I would say. I'd say metals, all metals, aluminum, copper, and the heavy metals. Get rid of them. You don't need them. Right? I shouldn't say that. Get rid of the heavy metals. You don't need them. You don't need aluminum at all. You don't need any of the heavy metals. You do need copper, but most people are copper toxic. So, and you can find that out by taking zinc. So you can take zinc along with those other ones, N-acetylcysteine, alpha lipoic acid, and glycine. If you take some zinc along with that, that will help your body balance out its copper. And again, look all this up, please. So those are the main things that come to mind for brain health. The other thing is brain metabolism is not well understood, but we do know that ostensibly it's got fuel and it's got lube, right? So just like an engine, it's got fuel, it's got lubrication. The lubrication helps maintain the engine's operation, and the fuel powers it. In our case, the fuel generally is glucose. There's no way around that. The brain uses glucose to power itself. But the brain also needs ketones and lipids to operate its neuronal tissue. Ketones and lipids are used in neurogenesis to replace brain cells and nervous tissue that die off or become damaged and need to be removed and replaced. It's a very important thing. It's also a very important element of neuroplasticity. So if you want to remain neuroplastic, make sure you're getting foods that will promote some level of ketosis in your body at some point in the day. So like this is one of the reasons fasting improves. So have you ever wondered, there's many studies that show that fasting improves arthritis, but it also improves mental function, mental cognition. And it's like, well, why is that? Well, when you're fasting, you go into ketosis. And your body is burning off fat and providing ketones to your bloodstream. Those ketones are being used in your brain to repair damage and to, shore up your neuronal tissue. So that's another issue that people rarely think about. Oh, and of course, the other thing you mentioned the other day, we were talking about this. Don't eat seed oils. Just
Well, explain why, right? Because people typically want an explanation why. They don't just want to be told something. They want to know why.
Sure. Seed oils are, so you probably don't understand, but so unsaturated and saturated. Okay. In our mind, the word unsaturated sounds better than saturated, but it really isn't. All that means is what unsaturated means is not all the hydrogen atom spots are taken. So seed oils are hydrocarbons, right? They're basically carbon, oxygen, hydrogen in various forms, a few nitrogens, right? When you say they're unsaturated, that means that there are spots, there are one or more spots on that molecule that don't have a hydrogen that could. When they're unsaturated at all, that means they're more reactive with chemically. It means they're preferentially taken up by various tissues and other things. So that's a problem because these seed oils are actually the fact that they're unsaturated, the fact that they're somewhat unsaturated, and the fact that they're not, we'll call it in a form, the oils themselves, the molecules themselves, are not in a form that our body can easily digest and transform.
Sorry, my body.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of something. Onto the floor. Thank you.
So that's okay. The seed oils themselves are both more reactive than saturated fats, and they're not in a form that our body can easily process.
So they're not bioavailable.
Yeah, they essentially, and they build up. So it's hard for our body to process them when they get stuffed into, so if our body can't use them right away for energy, which is mostly not, right? They get changed, they get stuffed into our fat cells. Once they're in our fat cells, they're in the form they were put in there as. And so when our body goes to burn that fat, it takes more energy, it takes more of a deficit in the body to pull those reactive oils out than it would a normal saturated fat like coconut oil or animal fat. So, and so that's why it's hard. If they also are part of, another thing is that seed oils are a big part of heart disease. And the reason is because seed oils, the lipids in seed oils are not as labile as lipids in saturated fats because they're more reactive. And because they're in a zone of pressure coming out of the heart, it creates a reactive situation, we think. It creates a reactive situation in the aorta and slightly downstream of it, also in the pulmonary system. That, all that turbulence, to put it simply, all that turbulence and pressure creates an environment in which seed oils, and seed oils specifically because they're unsaturated, can react with the walls of our arteries to create plaques.
So, and by seed oils, which is, this is like a pretty new thing now that's somehow been politicized. Not all fats are the same. This is right. And so like even coconut oil is technically a seed oil. It's a nut, but it's not like
it's a nut.
It's not like rapeseed oil, right? And like peanut oil.
No, rapeseed awful. Canola, yeah.
It's
peanut
not
oil, canola, cottonseed oil, all of that. I mean, the best unsaturated is olive oil because it's only one. It's mono unsaturated. There's only one molecule that's missing a hydrogen. Plus, olive oil has a pretty complete profile, so it's not so bad as the others. But yeah, the others are horrible. The first one to be commercialized was cottonseed oil, which was originally proposed to be an engine lubricant. So
yeah, well, Crisco, which is the corporate, trademark thing, Crisco is actually favored for whey lube because of its high viscosity. It can stick to wheys like greases. So if you have a vertical whey, it sticks to it rather than just runs off. So, or gears and whatever, right? It's it is a machine lubricant.
It was invented to be a machine lubricant originally.
Yes, it was. No, this is true. That's my area of expertise. And I use Crisco not for eating, but for machine lubrication all the time. So
I know a lot of guys who do that.
That's what it's good for. You're eating machine lube if you're eating
Crisco. So any of those seeds, like anything like canola, vegetable oil, which is a mix, soybean oil, all that, they're all essentially, they're very bad food. Olive oil is arguably far less bad than them. But it has to be good olive oil from a good source versus.
Isn't there a problem with a lot of olive oil is actually fake?
Most olive oil is crap. Most olive oil is actually hazelnut oil that's been doped with olive oil flavoring. Yeah. And there's no regs around it either. They don't check it. So you have to get real olive oil, you have to go with a brand that you know for sure is 100% olive oil. There are a couple. There are many, and it's not the ones you'll normally find in the groceries. California Olive Ranch, believe it or not, is 100% generally 100% olive oil.
So like olive oil is technically a seed oil, or coconut oil is technically a seed oil. Where do these stack up next to something like lard or tallow or fish oil?
Lard and tallow and fish oil are all complete saturated fats. So, and they're also animal fats, so they have a much longer, they have a much more called labile profile in terms of how our body sees them and how our body digests them. It's easier for our body to digest them, and it's easier for our body to burn them.
Why is that?
Just because of the form they're in, and because they're saturated. So that's why the only two oils, if you're determined to use oils, use only coconut or avocado oil. You can use olive oil too, but don't scorch it.
Well, I really appreciate it, Tim. Next in line we have Dr. Debbie Hutchinson. Thanks for coming on, Tim. And
thanks. I hope I was helpful.
Yes. And thank you so much. Next up is Dr. Debbie Hutchinson. And I do not have a description for Dr. Debbie Hutchinson, but nevertheless, Dr. Debbie Hutchinson is next. So come on up, Dr. Hutchinson. Educate the people. Hello, Dr. Debbie.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing wonderful. Yourself?
I'm doing wonderful too. I'm happy to be here.
Yep. So just a quick introduction. Dr. Deborah R. Hutchinson, DNC, is the founder of Turning Tides and creator of Psychiatry Reimagined, a movement dedicated to transforming the way we understand brain and mental health, drawing on functional and precision medicine, neurogenomics, neuroscience, and functional psychiatry. She helps uncover the underlying factors that influence brain function, emotional health, and cognitive wellness while empowering others with evidence-informed strategies that foster resilience and a more hopeful, whole-person approach to lifelong brain health. This is going to be fan-diddly-tastic. So Dr. Hutchinson, you have the floor. Take it away.
Okay, thank you so much, Sky. I'm happy to be here. So, I always like to talk about why I do what I do. And I always carry my little pill bottle. Yep, there you go. And this is really where it all started. And it started with this about 21 years ago. And I was living my life, had a completely separate company, was very successful. But then one day at 17 years old, my son had a significant mental health crisis that was involved with addictions and things like that. It literally turned my world upside down. So for probably about a year and a half after that, he was cycled in and out of many, many hospitals, 8 of them actually. And I always like to show my prompt because I think that visuals are really incredibly important. And so here's one, I guess with the background, you can't really see it. And here's the other one. It actually ended up being 26 medications. And at one point, I'm like, okay, wait a minute. This is not working. You're actually making my son worse. And unless you guys can come up with something different, we're not going to do this anymore. And in the midst of all of that, I found the Carl Pfeiffer Treatment Center. And that was the first introduction for functional medicine and functional nutrition. I'm sorry, functional labs. So we were living in Virginia Beach at the time, and we drove him all the way to Illinois because that's where that clinic was. Now you have to also remember this was back in 2006, 2007. So a lot of what we see now that's very prevalent in on Facebook and social media and things like that. It just wasn't it was not there back then. So once I discovered and started to uncover some potential natural ways to help him heal, I decided to close my company and go to school. At that point, I didn't have a degree. So I drove on Regent University and I went there for my psychology and with the emphasis of substance use. And in the midst of all of that, I thought, well, I'm going to go ahead and go through to get a doctorate. So I actually ended up getting my doctorate, 11 years it took me to do that. I've had my company now, Turning Tides with Dr. Hutch, for 16 years. And I have been working in the realm of mental health, emotional health, and addictions and things like that for that whole time period. But with functional medicine, you have to look at the whole body. You have to learn about the whole body and how it's interconnected and everything. So, when I first got, like I say, when I first got introduced to functional medicine, I think one of the most important things that was really intriguing to me was they wanted to know my son's story. Like, how did you get here? They didn't care about his diagnosis. Everybody was trying to put a label on him. But at the end of the day, it was all about his story and why he was, dealing with the things that he was dealing with at the time. So that is a very important piece of what I do. I'm a really good listener. I want to make sure that people are being heard and that their story is being heard. And so that's really the very foundational piece of where we start. And then from there, I do labs. So, anywhere from a very comprehensive conventional lab panel all the way to a functional medicine lab panel. And I'd like to talk about the importance of that real quick. So let's say that the conventional lab panel, we do an anemia panel because if someone is not if they're anemic, like if they're, have low blood iron, for the people that might not know what that is, that can absolutely affect our mental health, our gut health, and a lot of other processes that happen in the body. And then when we look at the functional medicine labs, we can see in these very important neurotransmitter pathways, your metabolic pathways, how important iron is in order to make those pathways work optimally. So that's why I like to start with a very comprehensive conventional lab. That's one reason. And then the other, part of that is just looking at somebody's blood sugar, seeing if they're insulin resistance and that sort of thing. Because again, same scenario, if those things are not working optimally, then, that's obviously going to impact the brain health as well. And then we have cholesterol. Well, now cholesterol is extremely important for our brain, and we need to make sure that we have adequate cholesterol. And I had, besides mental health and emotional health, I also do work with cognitive health as well. So Parkinson's and Alzheimer's and things like that. So we have I'm in Florida, so we have an older community. So, looking at the cholesterol for someone that is dealing with mental health, emotional problems, and cognitive problems is extremely important. And, I have seen people's cholesterol being as low as 116, 120, 125. And that is not okay. Your brain is not able to, to work properly. And so, like a lot of the older people, they're on all of these statins and everything. And I'm not against medication. I just don't like medication, the polymedication and things like that, and it being overused. But I'm seeing a lot of these cholesterol drugs driving down these the cholesterol numbers and impacting that cognitive and Alzheimer's and Parkinson's and things like that. But as far as mental health is concerned, there is very sound research that talks about cholesterol. I believe it's below 159. That it can definitely cause some serious mental health problems. Matter of fact, a lot of that research is based on cadavers where they, maybe that person completed suicide and, they've noticed that the cholesterol is extremely low. And that number, like I say, is about 159. So that is a very important thing that we have to consider. Another area of concern, especially with the mental health and even Alzheimer's, there's a lot of research coming out with Alzheimer's too, in lithium. Now, a lot of people are afraid of lithium, but that's the lithium carbonate. That's the medication. And sometimes that can be pretty toxic, depending on the usage and everything. That was my son's experience. That was one of the medications that they had him on. And it became a very toxic situation for him. I am actually referring to lithium orotate, which is a natural form of the lithium. And that has actually worked wonders, for people that have experienced mental, emotional, and obviously cognitive decline and everything too. So, with all that being said, the labs are incredibly important. I have a lot of people come to me and say, well, they're taking certain things that might be working on those pathways, but unless you know where the problem is in that pathway, you might be actually causing more harm than good. So the lab work is really important. And that's really where this psychiatry reimagined comes into play, because most of the time you're not looking at the biochemistry of that person and trying to really figure out what the actual underlying problem could be. So we, besides the labs, and the micronutrients and things like that, is we have to think about the immune system. Um, if they're exposed to some type of toxin, like your mold toxicity. Mold toxicity is really prevalent here in Florida. We live in moldy buildings and water, buildings and things like that. So we look at that. We look at Lyme disease. I mean, there's a lot of different things that traditional medicine does not look at. And, at the end of the day, I just felt like I have to become the doctor that I couldn't find. And that's what kind of led me down this journey to become a doctor. So that's, really important. But the other thing too is the functional medicine labs. Um, we have a gut tests that we can look at the digestive system and the different bacterias in the digestive system. And actually, I'm a published article. I'm a published author as well. So I've written 3 articles and had them published. And one of them was neurotransmitters and bacteria and how they impact each other. So, so anyway, I just completely forgot what I was going to say. So, we have to look at those things, because if we don't look at them, then how are we going to know how to put together a program for that person? Everything is very individualized. And, I always like to say that the forms and questionnaires that I have people fill out, they're very extensive. But then also the labs too, they're like my tools in the toolbox. And if we don't use them, we don't really know what's going on. The other thing too that I'll mention, just going back to the cognitive decline, I am a certified practitioner with Dr. Dale Bredesen, his Recode and Precode program. We have over 200 published articles showing that we have been able to reverse early stage Alzheimer's and cognitive decline. And there are some cases even with late stage Alzheimer's that has been reversed as well. So, so let's see. Some of the other things, the mitochondria function, and all of these can be looked at through a lab work, right? So your mitochondria, your inflammation is really important. You probably have heard the brain on fire. Well, that's just inflammation in the brain, right? And let me also make sure that I'm clear on this too, because a lot of people think that we can test those neurotransmitters and actually what's going on in the brain, and that's not necessarily the case. But we can test what's going on in the body, and then we can, just assume that that is reflective of what's going on in the brain. So if the body is inflamed, then generally the brain is also going to be inflamed too. And then the toxic burden and sleep is also really important. A lot of times with my clients, I have to start with the sleep, because if I can't get them to sleep, it's going to be really hard for them to do some of the program that we put together for them because it can be extensive. And then, we also have to look at traumas and childhood traumas. I mean, I hope you see that this is just a very comprehensive approach. It's not just, hey, okay, these are your symptoms. Here's this pill, and I'll see you, next month. We do really work very, very closely with the parents, even if it's an adult, because if you're talking, bipolar, schizophrenia, and things like that, we do definitely need to make sure that there's somebody there in the home with them that can help guide them and support them and everything too. But anyway, getting back to traumas is a really big thing because what I have found with the trauma part of it is we can be working with someone and if they're just not making any good leeway with recovery, then we have to think about childhood traumas and things like that. And I'm not one to say that childhood traumas are, the only thing, but it certainly is a big thing, that could be a problem. The other thing that we do here is check nutrigenetics. And nutrigenetics is where, we're looking at their genes and how they're impacting their detox pathways and, their mental health pathways, that sort of thing. There's one gene specifically that has a little bit of research on it, as far as someone smoking marijuana and, having a psychotic or psychosis event. So that is, people just don't realize the impact that things like marijuana can have on somebody's brain in some cases. I mean, I'm all for medicinal use of marijuana, but it's not good for everybody. So we look at the genetics to see, what their disposition, I guess we can say, is with those genetics versus with maybe some of the drug use that might be involved. I know that 20 years ago, I said to an emergency room doctor, and I'm like, he's been smoking marijuana. Maybe that's got something to do with it. And he flat out told me no. Well, now we're seeing that come out a little bit more, that it can be a problem for some people with being the initiator of psychosis and schizophrenia and that sort of thing.
So, Dr. Hutchinson, thank you so much.
You're
I know that you are an expert and you have lots to share. Do you have a book or a way that people can connect with you and learn more about what you're speaking about?
Yeah, thank you. Hello, Dr. Smiley. I don't have a book yet. I should probably write one.
You already have the start of it. We just need to start this.
Yeah, for sure. So I am, so my website is turningtides.com. My office number is 941-280-HOPE, HOPE, which is 4673. And then the email that they can use is drhutch12@gmail.com.
And you have HOPE as an acronym?
Yes, for my phone number.
What does HOPE stand for you?
Oh, for me, it's everything.
Okay.
Like
I mean,
literally, what's the I'm so sorry. It is my phone number.
Well, I got that.
Oh,
well, I mean, I had someone tell me what HOPE stood for them, and I love the acronym. It was Hold On, Pain Ends.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
So where are you located?
I'm in Florida, Bradenton.
Okay, great. Well, it was wonderful to have you here today. Thank you for bringing so much value to Brain Day, and look forward to getting to know you better.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
So next we have one of my favorite speakers in the world, Dan Clark, who is known by many as the #1 storyteller in the world. He was the very first show that the Smile Channel had. So Dan, come on up. Look forward to having you on the show with us, brother. And good golly, can you believe it? It was a year ago. Can you imagine? A year ago that you and I had a conversation. It was 2 hours long, and it was the very first show of the Smile Channel. Pretty crazy. Yeah. And then I had I think it was Sharon Lecter as my second speaker. So getting the top two people to get the ball rolling, momentum style. So Dan has an event coming up next week. He has 24 books, somewhere in that range.
37.
37. Okay. I only have read 24 of them, Dan, so I apologize.
So on a good cover.
Well, I do want to actually show the flyer. We have a flyer for an event that's happening. There's the QR code. If anyone needs this QR code, please reach out to myself or Tanisha, anyone on the team. We'll get this QR code. But his event is next week, Thursday, July 30th, and it's from 6 to 8 in Salt Lake City. It's at Sam's Taggart's. Tell me what that place is like, Dan.
It's just a beautiful building. It's kind of conducive to an intimate event. He's the guy that started D2D Com, so he has huge following, and all the folks involved in the door-to-door sales world of pest control and security and roofing and all of the above. They're all, I was his first speaker when he started his
I'm starting to see a theme. People that want to last and make it big in the world, they have to hire you as the first speaker. Dan, for me to say this, that you
let me just interrupt you. That QR code, I've heard from a few folks, does not work.
Okay.
So I can give you a different link.
Okay.
And I'll have somebody in my office. I'm coming to you from my home here, my library.
I'll tell you what, Dan, after the show, why don't you send me the correct link? We'll make our own QR code, add it to the flyer. We're about to blast that out to, I think, about 4,000 or 5,000 people. So I'd like to make sure it works.
Perfect.
I do want to show, it's one thing to say something, but it's another thing to show it, isn't it? And that's what storytelling is, like showing what and having people visualize. Well, I just told people that 1 year ago that you were the very first show. Now, we've done 2,000 shows since then, but that doesn't really matter unless you see this number here. Oldest show, number 1 year ago. One year ago, you and I talked for 1 hour and 58 minutes and 19 seconds.
Wow.
And 2,000 shows later. And anyone that hears 2,000 shows, they're like, oh, well, they were just a bunch of fluffy people that just want to talk about the air and the weather. No, you recognize these people, don't you? I mean, these are powerhouses, just powerhouses. So I want to thank you. I actually was very intentional of making sure that someone that I had seen on stage that really commanded the audience and inspired people at a very, very high level was my very first guest. So I just wanted to say thank you for allowing that to happen for the Smile Channel and for us. We believe in you. We love you. And you're going to be talking about the power of the brain. Anyone that wants to meet Dan, I can't express enough what a treat it is to meet this man, hear him speak, and you're going to get a little taste of it right now. So Dan, I'm going to turn it over to you. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, boss. Well, let me just point out of the Mutual Admiration Society that you and I belong to. My flagship book out of the 37 books that I've written, I'm the primary contributing author to all the Chicken Soup for the Soul books. So even though you see Mark Victor Hansen and Jack Canfield's ugly mugs on the cover of every single one of the 400 million plus books that we've sold, at the end of the day, they really didn't write any of the stories. So I'm a primary contributing author. I have more stories in all the volumes, 100 stories. And I bring that up because as I've kind of positioned myself as a professional speaker, I had a mentor, Zig Ziglar, world famous motivational teacher. He heard me speak way back in 1982, took me under his wing, and personally mentored me for about 25 plus years in the art and science of storytelling. And consequently, as you fast forward through my career, I've been inducted in the Professional Speakers Hall of Fame, named one of the top 10 motivational speakers in the world. But I only bring that up is because we've got to check our sources of truth in this world of social media marketing. And, if we are dazzled by the bells and whistles on someone's website or landing page, and we haven't done the due diligence to figure out if they know what they're talking about, we're going to be sucked into the world in which we live, which means everybody who owns a phone suddenly thinks they're a life coach or they're an expert in something. And I just wanted to toot my horn for 1 second to say that at my age, at my stage in my career, over 6,000 stages I've spoken on, 6,000 programs in 79 countries. And my motivation now is legacy. My motivation now is to give back. And I've had a speaker course, 6 week speaker course going on for many years that I call Speak Like a Pro. And anyone listening or viewing in today can go to my website, danclark.com, snoop around and see what that program entails. Excuse me. But I also have created my own app called Dan Nation. That's with an N, Ken. Dan Nation, where you have access to all my coaching, all my books, discount products, courses, videos. But you'll also have the opportunity to tune in at your choice, one phone call a month on a Monday for 30 minutes where we talk about life and leadership and culture and team building and recruiting and retaining our best people and the psychology of winning. Most importantly, we'll talk about resilience. I played football for 13 years. I was paralyzed for 14 months. I went to 16 doctors, 15 of whom told me I would never get better. I would not recover. Have you ever heard that? Have you ever believed it? What happens if you believe it? We never get any better. And my life spiraled downward until I thought I hit rock bottom. So if you remember nothing else I say today in my few minutes, if you remember nothing else that I have written in my newest book, Story Selling, How to 5x your value, 10x your influence, and turn your words into wealth. I've taken a deep dive into the brain science of the brain chemicals that actually are at the heart and soul of communication: adrenaline, endorphin, oxytocin, serotonin, dopamine, and cortisol. And we'll talk about that in a moment. But I've quantified and measured how we as storytellers can trigger a specific brain chemical by selecting from our index of stories and experiences. When we index them, we know which story we can choose. And when we can choose the right story and tell that story at the right time for the right reason, delivering the right message, we can literally influence someone's thoughts and behavior. So think about it. In our world in which we live, we are living in a world of information. Facts are free. AI can create content in a matter of seconds. But what artificial intelligence cannot replace is our story. We can, products can be copied, technology can be copied, prices can be matched, but AI can never replace our story. No one has ever lived the life that we've lived. No one has learned our specific lessons, and no one has overcome our specific obstacles. And those are our story. And if you want to transfer trust, the definition of sales is the transference of trust. The definition of leadership, the definition of parenting, of coaching, is the transference of trust. And the way we transfer trust is built 100% on our story, on our authentic ability to communicate at a vulnerable level, whereas we listen and we feel and we learn and we don't retell a story, we relive the story, which invites our listeners or our readers into our story and our characters to identify with their problems, with their challenges, with their scenarios, with their lives. The power of storytelling is significant. So I would encourage all of you to pick up my book, Story Selling. And I guide you through an evolutionary process of how to identify your life experiences. There are 4 places, 4 areas in which we find our material, our content development. Our life, have someone interview you and ask you random questions about growing up and all of the challenges and ebbs and flows that you experienced as you grew. The second source of content creation and material development is called transitional experience. A transitional experience is an experience, I have the hiccups. A transitional experience is where you get the hiccups and then you figure out how to get rid of them before this broadcast is over. Transitional experience is where you go from something to something else, elementary school to middle school, junior high to high school to college. Falling in love, falling out of love, getting married, getting divorced, your first job, getting fired, your next promotion, all of these transitional experiences. If your parents were in the military and you were forced to move every 2.5 years, a transitional experience means that you really don't want to invest time and energy and real love in a friendship because you know you're going to always have to say goodbye. The third source of content creation and material development is called a significant emotional event. Psychologists call them SEE events. A significant emotional event is an experience that you can actually measure and quantify what you believed, why you believed it, and how you behaved before it occurred, and how you now think differently and behave differently because it occurred. So the two operative words in significant emotional events are before and because. So a divorce is a transitional experience. A devastating, ugly divorce that just traumatizes our children and wreaks havoc on our personal and professional lives is a significant emotional event. Having a friend or a loved one die, pass away, that's a transitional experience. But if it's your spouse, if it's your child, if it's someone so close to you, that's a significant emotional event. And the life lessons learned are much deeper, much more impactful, and much more controversial to share. In other words, you've got to decide how vulnerable you will be if you have overcome a drug addiction, an alcohol challenge, whatever the case may be. The fourth source of content creation and material development is called a bucket list, which you turn into a living list. So you make a list of people in the world that you think if you could interview that person, if you could spend 30 to 60 minutes talking to that person, if you could become friends with them through service before self, seek to bless, not impress. If you could somehow create a moral obligation for them to want to help you because you've gone out of your way to help them first, or their spouse, significant other, or especially a child. And when the water in the lake goes up, all the boats rise together. There's ways to develop these relationships. Make a bucket list of people you want to meet that would really build your credibility in your field, in your lane, in your wheelhouse. Also, make a list of adventures that you know will teach you a life lesson worth sharing. You know, overcoming fear, skydiving, bungee jumping, doing something that you really don't want to do. Going Mach 2 with your hair on fire in a fighter jet, or soaring to the edge of space in a U-2 reconnaissance aircraft to see the curvature of the Earth. All of these things that I've had the opportunity to do, and I've converted those experiences into stories where I edit so every word pays its own way. I find out and identify what the life lessons are worth sharing, add some humor, add an evocative quote, and add some romance to language so I can make it emotional and people remember it. You see, there's an art and science of storytelling, all included in the pages of my book, Story Selling. All of these things are tools that we can use to become a better communicator. Every single one of us needs to improve our chances and our opportunities and our ability to influence others, to lift others up and make the world a better place, help heal America, help heal humanity. And the purpose of every relationship is to have people leave us, even online, saying, I like me best when I'm with you. I want to see you again. That's what my book will inspire you to understand and teach you the intricate details and step-by-step processes for you to take yourself from where you are to where you want to be as a better, more eloquent and elegant communicator. So having said that, let's just jump into why we need to become better storytellers. So in my book, and I should thumb through the pages to find the actual diagram and hold it up here while we're talking. But what I've created as a professional speaker is what I call the speaker's triangle. And the speaker's triangle is an inverted triangle on purpose so that visually it forms a funnel. And instead of boring you as I thumb through my book trying to find the page where it's listed, let me just use my hands while I talk. I'm giving myself one more second to see if I can identify it. Yeah. Hold on. Oh, I'm almost there. Here we go. No, I'm not. Yeah, there we go. So now you can see the diagram. It's an inverted triangle. And every person in every conversation, one-on-one, one on 4,000 in a webinar broadcast, 1 in 20 or 40,000 in an arena. You go to my website, danclark.com, you can see my photographs speaking in all the largest arenas, Madison Square Gardens, Superdome. I've had a wonderful, exciting career. But every person in every conversation, regardless if it's one-on-one or 1 on 40,000, craves the answers to 3 questions. And in my inverted triangle, excuse my football injury finger, you can see the 3 questions. Question number 1, why should I listen to you? Have you done it? Are you currently doing it? It's the credibility piece. And in every conversation, we need to answer that question or people will blow us off or people will be searching for why this matters to them and blow off half of your conversation, not even tuning into the message you're trying to share. So we have to answer, why should I listen to you? It's the credibility piece. And if we answer that, people will listen and want our wisdom. And that brings us to question number 2, can I do it too? With my past, with my limitations, with my weaknesses, and with my strengths, it's the possibility piece. Remember, as communicators, and especially as speakers, as authors, the goal is to seek to bless, not impress. As a professional speaker, it's never about me, it's always about the audience. It's always about the listener. And if we can answer question number 1, credibility, and question number 2, possibility, it begs the answers to the third question, which is the funnel. How do I do it? How do I get from where I am to where I want to be? What is your system? What is your time-tested, proven process? And is it worth it to you? So that is the usability piece. And the best part about this discussion, my friends, is that the answers to credibility, possibility, and usability are all answered with a story. People don't buy what you sell, they buy what you believe. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it, and what you believe and why you do what you do is your story. And so what we have to do is understand the significance of, first and foremost, identifying the experiences that we've lived, the experiences that we've identified that have changed our mindset, that have changed our attitude, that have up-leveled our belief system, and then turn those experiences, using my formula, into stories. Now, there are 5 elements to crafting a beautiful, well-told, compelling story. And again, I guide you through this process and teach you and tutor you on the process of turning your experiences into stories, then becoming a great storyteller, and then morphing your storytelling ability and into the mastering of story selling, which means we are influencing everyone on a daily basis. Parents influence their children. Leaders influence teams. Sales professionals influence their customers. And so we've got to perfect the art and science of influence, which is all about story selling. So if you're serious about turning your experiences into a well-crafted, compelling story, the 5 elements quickly illustrated here are very, very important to every really good story. Number one, you got to figure out what the message is from your experience and you're converted into a story. What is your message? Second, you've got to create the champion of your message, the protagonist, the hero of the story, the knight in shining armor that defeats the negative, that defeats the enemy. The third element of every well-told, compelling story is you have to create an antagonist, the person who created the pain, the person, place, or thing that created the conflict that gives the champion of your story, the protagonist, the reason to exist, the reason to fight against evil and rise to the occasion and ride off into the sunset on his white stallion and his white hat, his white hat. The fourth element of every well-told story, amazing story, is dialogue. Remember, we don't want to retell a story, we want to relive the story. And when we can have our protagonist and antagonist interact through dialogue, it makes them human. And it invites our listeners and our readers into identifying with that specific issue, that specific character, so that they become part of the story. And then the fifth element, you got to have a punchline. You got to have a conclusion. I'm a musician. I got some gold records in country music. We edit so every word pays its own way, but we also remind each other that it's the hook that sells the song. My buddy Tim Nichols wrote "Live Like You're Dying," recorded by Tim McGraw. Garth Brooks, he recorded "The Dance." I could have missed the pain, but then I had to miss the dance. One of my most iconic stories that you've read in Puppies for Sale, and it's also included in this book as an illustration. I call it The Broken Doll, and you'll notice it has all 5 elements of the perfectly crafted story. And I'll ask you what the elements are as I conclude in 30 seconds. A mother encourages her daughter to come home as soon as school is over. The time comes, the time goes. 30 minutes late, her daughter walks in through the front door of her home and her mother scolds her. "Where have you been? I've been worried sick." She says, "Oh, Mommy, I walked my friend Sally home from school. She dropped her doll on the sidewalk. It broke all the pieces. It was awful." Her mother said, "So you're late because you stayed to help your friend pick up the pieces of the doll and put it back together again?" She said, "Oh, no, Mommy, I didn't know how to fix the doll. I just stayed to help her cry." Ha! Bam! So what's the message? Obviously, unconditional support. I've got your back. I'll be there for you no matter what. Who's the protagonist? Who's the champion of the message? The little girl, the young daughter. Who's the antagonist that has created the pain, the conflict? The mother. Is there dialogue between the two of them? Absolutely. And what's the punchline? What's the hook that you will always remember? "Oh, no, Mommy, I didn't know how to fix the doll. I just stayed to help her cry." People won't remember your name as a speaker. People won't even remember if you said, "Hey, so let's just give unconditional support to each other." Do I have your yay on that? Do I have your commitment? We're all going to support each other when we leave here? But they'll never forget the story. Maya Angelou reminds us people don't remember what we say, they remember how we make them feel. And when we can come up with and implement those 5 elements of a story, our stories become iconic. So I challenge all of you to purchase my book. I know Dr. Smiley, Ken Rochon, who I am a huge fan of, he's the master of helping us turn our books into international runaway bestsellers on Amazon, on international. And it being my 37th book, I decided to take this so seriously. And that's why I've teamed up with Ken Rochon. He by far is the finest publisher, Perfect Publishing. There's not a better one on the planet. No one understands the marketing better than Ken Rochon and his amazing team that includes Al and a few folks who are obviously part of this podcast, part of this broadcast, part of this YouTube channel. But I'm so honored to participate with Ken as he flies out to Salt Lake City, Utah, to host my book launch, my official book launch on July 30th from 6 to 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time at my buddy's amazing facility, Sam Taggart. He created D2D for all those door-to-door sales professionals who are out there knocking on people's doors, selling pest control, selling roofing systems, obviously selling security, selling solar. It's just an amazing industry. And I was the very first speaker when he launched his company. And I take great pride in my loyalty to my friends and to my colleagues and in helping him launch his as he's helping me launch this book. I wish this was an interactive so you could actually enter in the chat and ask me some questions. But on a nutshell, I want to conclude my time with you just by dissecting the 6 brain chemicals of communication, reiterating again that when you identify your experiences, life, transitional experiences, significant emotional events, and bucket list, turning them into living list experiences that will teach you and bring they'll trigger your imagination, your passion, creativity, imagination, come up with analogies, metaphors, what life lessons you learn from a thermostat, from a broken limb on a tree, from whatever. I mean, it's so fascinating. And those are part of the challenges in my book, to look around and never get the imposter syndrome that your stories aren't as cool as mine. I guarantee the life lessons that you've learned are as deep and as significant and evocative as mine are. You just have to take time to figure out what life lessons you've learned and then turn those experiences into a story, and then perfect your storytelling ability so that it becomes story selling and you can clearly influence the lives of others. Do you realize that if you have a story and an experience and you've taken the time to polish your presentation skills, that you've taken the time to figure out how to quantify all the messages and using the 5 elements, craft that story so it has a hello and a goodbye, a beginning and an end, so you don't hum-ha around or take anybody down some rabbit hole because you're on a tangent, you lose sight of your message. When you've taken the time to really polish your stories, then you check that box and it becomes part of your repertoire. Similar to a comedian who has a set list, an artist, a musician, a band who has a set list, and each of those bits for a comedian has a hello and a goodbye. This is about this airplane story, funny. This is a joke about this. This is a joke about that. Musicians, I'm going to play this song and then I'm going to end it, and I'm going to play this song and I'm going to end it, and then I'm going to play this song. Well, the same thing as a communicator. Once you've perfected and polished one story, you put it in your repertoire, you lock and load it in your library of experiences and stories with a message that's clear. Then you move on to the next one and the next one and the next one. So now once you've created once you've transformed all of your experiences into stories that have a hello and a goodbye, then you index all of your stories. And now here's the beauty as we conclude and wind down our time together. I've spent so many hours and so much energy studying the brain science of communication. And you'll have experts teach you neuro-linguistic programming. That's fascinating. I challenge you to read a book and find someone who's an expert in that. Tony Robbins was the first one that brought that science, that technology to the forefront. Fascinating, and it's real. But my technology, my discovery, my study is different because it allows you to understand how much control we actually have when we communicate with someone as far as the emotions we want to ignite and trigger, and the brain chemicals that are triggered as a result of us telling the right story at the right time for the right reason that delivers the right message that we need at that moment in time to influence that person to take action in the way that we want them to act and behave. Interesting. Parenting, managing, leading, coaching, sports, and in life. Whoa. So this is invaluable information, and I have case studies that I quote so you don't think it's just my opinion. It's actual science established in Harvard Business Review and Princeton and Yale. Many research case studies are quoted in the book to prove that it's reality. And we can master the art of communication and become story-selling masters, story-selling experts, just by simply regurgitating in our lives the facts and figures and emotional stories that I share in my book, Story Selling. So let's quickly identify the 6 brain chemicals. So when you index all of your stories that are now in front of you, you ask yourself, which of your stories, which 2 or 3 of your stories will change someone's behavior immediately? Which of your stories, 2 or 3 stories, will actually make someone laugh or inspire them with a Rocky type story to overcome obstacles and push themselves beyond their physical capacity and limitations? Okay, which of your stories, which 2 or 3 of your stories will actually inspire someone to be able to check the box? Wow, I've done that, so now I'm feeling better about myself, or I'm in the process of doing that. Thanks for the inspiration. Thanks for the encouragement. Which of your stories will inspire someone to want to be more philanthropic, to give more time and resources at a humanitarian fundraising gala? Oh, which of your stories will inspire someone to want to stay loyal because you're recognizing them among their peers and it's stimulating a specific feeling inside of them for them wanting to not only stay with you because you make them feel better and you leave saying, I like me best when I'm with you, I want to see you again, but you inspire him or her to also reciprocate and catch people doing something right, complimenting others, so that they can also feel that same feeling that they felt when you complimented them. So if you're interested, let's talk about the 6 brain chemicals. Adrenaline. When you can tell a story that immediately shifts their belief system in a radical way right now in real time, you trigger adrenaline. And adrenaline is a very addictive drug, brain chemical. It only stays in our body between 30 and 120 minutes, and then it's gone. So people will crave to be around us more and more often because they want to continuously have that feeling where we share a story that fires them up to just take action right now. Endorphin, you can immediately trigger through humor. And I talk about there's 4 ways to start every conversation. There's 4 ways to start every speech. The first one is to ask a question. You cannot not answer a question. The second way to start every conversation or speech is to quote a startling factoid or statistic that gets us to go, what? Are you kidding me? The third way to start every conversation or speech is to tell a joke, which is my go-to. And the fourth way is to just immediately start with a story, once upon a time. So if you want to trigger endorphin the fastest way, use humor. When my Aunt Lucy was 63 years old, she started walking 5 miles every day. Now she's 91 and we don't know where she is. Ha! The third brain chemical is dopamine, where you can share a story that gets people to go, I have done that, or I want to do what you've done. Thank you for sharing, and now I'm going to pay attention to the system. How do I get from where I am to where I want to be so I can do what you've done? Fourth chemical is serotonin, the recognition drug. Okay, let me reiterate. Adrenaline is the urgency drug. Endorphin is the motivation drug. Dopamine is the performance drug. Serotonin is the recognition drug. When you tell a story that makes people feel wanted, important, lovable, capable, and that they can succeed, it's amazing. And then that reciprocating feeling comes out and they want to serve others, be more kind, be more loving. Ken is an expert in that. The fifth brain chemical is called oxytocin, which is the love drug. That's when people feel, oh my gosh, I've got to serve more. Let me dig deeper into my pocket at a humanitarian fundraising gala and double the donation. And then the sixth brain chemical is called cortisol. On the positive side, it creates stress, and a right amount of stress improves our performance. But most of the time, cortisol is the negative drug. It's the stress drug. And the worst part about it is it stays in our body longer than the other five brain chemicals. And the only way we can flush this negativity out of our systems is to replace it with positive affirmations, which is why we always read self-help books and engage in illustrations and positive, funny, emotionally stirring, impactful stories. You know, shame is, I am the mistake. What you've got to do is make sure when someone feels guilty, it's not a motivator, and that they feel like they are the mistake. We've got to make sure that they realize they just made a mistake. Pain is a signal to grow, not to suffer. Once you learn the lesson the pain is teaching you, the pain goes away in life. There's no mistakes, only lessons. The power of understanding the six brain chemicals will come out in my book, in any course that you want to sign up for. I appreciate my team work opportunity to work with the great and famous Ken Rochon. He's a legend. Everyone within the sound of my voice knows he's a legend. But I just want to conclude this way, Ken. In my flagship book, published way back in 2013 by Penguin Random House, it's called The Art of Significance: Achieving the Level Beyond Success. And when I finished my book tour, I realized the number one most frequently asked question was, Clark, what's the difference between success and significance? Successful people get what they think they want by focusing on what matters at the moment. But those of us who are striving to live lives of significance actually want what we get so we don't die with our music still in us by focusing on what matters most, which is what lasts the longest. And every single time I've seen Ken at an event where I'm speaking and he's there, a huge event with the most famous speakers on the planet, Ken is there because he's a man of significance. His focus on helping us as authors and speakers is not just to help us get what we want, which is usually superficial. It's helping us understand the process of doing what is necessary to make sure we don't just get what we want what we get, so we don't die with our message, with our book, with our music still in us. So anyone within the sound of my voice who's thinking that it's time for you to quantify your life experiences that can change someone's life, if you finally realize that one of your stories, that your personal experience can save someone from killing themselves, can save someone from divorcing their loved one, can help kickstart a $1 million entrepreneurial idea, it's not your story to keep any longer. You have a moral obligation to share it with the world and help us heal. I was paralyzed for 14 months, spoken on over 6,000 stages, as you know, but I want to conclude by saying this. I've never missed a speech. I've had flights canceled. I've had to scramble in the airport to change carriers. I've had to get as close as I could, then rent a car, drive 7 hours through the Badlands of Nebraska to end up in Rapid City, South Dakota at 4 a.m. to make my closing speech at 8:30 a.m. and being the only speaker out of a 3-day conference that showed up because of inclement weather.
Well,
And I'm
Dan,
so glad I had that experience early on in my career. Why? Why have I never missed a speech? I know for a fact that there's at least one man and one woman in every one of my audiences who is hurting as badly as I was. I lost my identity, suicide ideology. I was an athlete, All-American, blah, 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 projected #1 draft pick by the Raiders of the NFL, blah, blah, blah. it's not my right to keep my story to myself anymore. And I challenge you to take that leap of faith, reach out to Ken, get your friends and colleagues to reach out to Ken as the expert in perfect publishing and quantifying and measuring and helping you figure out what is your message and impact on the world. And then with this team showing us the step-by-step process required for us to turn our story into reality and turn our storytelling into story selling so we really can change the world and leave our legacy behind.
Thank you, Dan.
Back to
You know, I
you,
have good news.
Bob.
I have good news for you. Tomorrow we have another Facebook Live at 9:30 Pacific, 10:30 your time, and 12:30 my time. And anyone that has questions, please send them to us. I will actually field the questions and feed them so we get anybody who didn't have any chance to talk to you to have a chance to talk to you tomorrow. Sound good?
Appreciate you.
I'll see you next week. I get a big hug from you on the 30th of July. All right.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Kim.
Take care. All right. Next, we have Cosimo. Cosimo is our final host and speaker, and he's got a couple speakers he's going to be introducing as well. So, Cosimo, thank you so much for being part of Brain Day, and a big thank you to Dan Clark. For those of you who want to meet Dan Clark, he is a wonderful person to meet. Anyone in Salt Lake City, we have lots of friends in Salt Lake City. So, Cosimo, you're going to fly from Sarasota, Florida to Salt Lake City next week, and we're all going to give a group hug.
I love it. Yes, I love Salt Lake.
Yeah. So thank you very much. You helped my son and myself really maximize and really defy some of the beliefs that we have that our brain is only capable of doing so much memory. And I had the biggest jolt. It's my favorite times of being a dad is having my son do the course with you. And he really is so much smarter because of the course that you did. I actually want to change my name from Brian to Brain, but neither one of them are my names. I'm sticking with Ken Smiley. Anyway, Cosimo, the floor is yours. Thank you so much for being here. Take your time to share your brilliance. Okay, sir?
Thank you. And thank you. It's an amazing meeting, this one. I'm getting a lot.
And by the way, you always win. I've noticed you always win.
I think for me, always love wins. So when you love, that always wins. So guys, let's start. I usually like having fun with people's brain. But you know what? We're going to have fun also with your brain, even if I don't see you, okay? So now, I'll start this way. First of all, you notice that I am Italian because my accent is very heavy, I would say it that way. And I like eating, okay? And I like cooking. And one of the things I like cooking is lasagna. And to cook a great lasagna, you have to not follow the recipe, but follow what grandma says. And grandma says a recipe. And when you follow a recipe, you know that you're going to find the best result ever for the best taste. You're never going to forget. So this taught me in my life that for everything, there may be a system for you to use to excel in anything you want to do. Now, to tell something about me, I've struggled a lot as far as learning in my life. I found out I was dyslexic, ADHD, and back in the 90s, people didn't really understand about this. And so in school, I was labeled like, you're stupid, you're behind, you don't fit this, we need to talk to your parents. Only my mom knows how many times the school called her. To be honest with you, it's not really fun when people don't understand you. At the same time, when you're a kid, you listen to your teachers saying this about yourself. And since you're a kid, you don't have the strength to talk to it or to confront what they're talking about. You may take your cousin was better than you in school as a truth for yourself because you cannot filter it. Then you grow up and this starts being part of your life. And you have many references that what you told you, maybe it's true. And the answer is this. It's not true, anything anybody told you. It's what you believed about yourself, they told you, becomes your truth. Anyways, this pushed me to do one of the most important experiences of my life. I start understanding about myself and about the brain. And so everything started this way. We were 3 partners and they voted me to open America. They said, Cosimo, do you want to open an American location? I said, certamente è una bella opportunità, perché no, mi piacerebbe parlare in inglese, sono così belli gli americani. I did not speak English about 8 years ago, and I was really scared because in my brain, part of myself said, Cosimo, you're dyslexic. You never learned English in years of school. And you're working with many people here. So many people loves you here in Italy. Why should you bother going in another country and start all over again? But then in my heart, I said, yes, Cosimo, you're dyslexic. You never learned English in years of school. You failed some classes too, but you founded this company. And in this company, you believe in making people tap into their genius, making them feel unlimited in their life. So you must go there and do it. And so the most important thing that gave me confidence was this, my brain saying, what changes from many years until now is the fact that now you have a method and you can learn English. So I came basically to the US, and thanks to the techniques that I'm teaching right now, I learned 6,000 words in 2 weeks, plus the grammar rules in English. And I was able to hold my first course, class ever, workshop, and many other things after 5 weeks I was here in the US. So basically I made something that was not possible. And I'm not saying this story for you to show off or to brag or whatever, but I'm saying this story to you because there is a moment in your life that maybe you don't understand right now. Like I didn't understand when my teachers were calling me stupid or what it was so hard on a kid in school. And all those dots, those events comes to a bigger picture once you choose the purpose you have in your life to bring it to other people. And in that case, in this case, my purpose is to make people feel that really they have all the tools available to them and all the resources inside to really create the life they want once they master how their brain works, once they have a method in this case to learn. So I needed to confront my identity in that moment because I could feed the dark wolf that tells you what you cannot be or your limits. But I didn't. I made him starve. And I actually start feeding the white wolf, which told me, you have this, but now you have a method. So I want to say to you one most important message. And the most important message is love yourself enough to learn as much as you want about yourself. Why do I say that? Because when you are loving yourself and when you start working on yourself, learning about yourself, you're going to get into very dark places. And that's when you have to love yourself enough to get there and use all those dark moments in dark places to find strength from it and to create in your life something that will change other people's lives. So today, the only thing I want to teach you for the time constraint that I have is this. I think that one of the most important things we have in our life as a currency, actually, I'm going to put this as a question to you. What's the most important currency we have in our life? What is the most important currency of life? If you have to define a currency, you can answer in the chat. You can raise your hand, whatever. Okay, I'm seeing different things. Number one, someone that says time is the most important currency of life. Okay, love, yeah, that's a good thing too. Relationships. That's a good thing too. What else? What's the most important currency of life? Someone says time and money. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what is it, because there is a right answer for this. The most important currency of life is focus. Because what you focus on, your life is going to go to. Your money is going to go to. Your time is going to go to. Relationship and love, what you're going to love in your life, is going to go to. What you focus on is what everything is going to go to. And nowadays, everything with technology and everything, it's fighting for the most important currency, our focus. That's why you have to become more conscious on how to use your brain, most of all, your focus. And so that's why now, in the next 2 minutes, I'm going to give you a very small technique that will reset your focus and having your brain relaxing and being more focused if you want to focus on something else later. So use this technique only when you are feeling very high level stress and you have a demanding deep work thing to do. And it's called the 4-4-8 breath technique. The way you do it, it's pretty simple. You basically inhale in 4 seconds, you hold it for 4 seconds, and then you exhale in 8 seconds. Before we do it together, actually, I want to explain to you the science behind it, because I studied a lot of neuroscience around this in order to customize methods on people's brain. And what you have to know is that every single emotion we feel in our life is connected to a type of breath. So, for example, think about it. Does someone that is in fear breathing different from someone that is sleeping? The answer is, of course, yes. So we can say that fear made us breath different from someone that's sleeping, which means that also using the breath, you can trigger a specific emotion. And in this case, by breathing in 4-4-8, you're going to trigger the state of mind of focus and concentration. So on my YouTube channel, you can find many of this stuff and beyond of it. And during the courses that I hold, people really flip up the chair after they notice how their brain can get to do. So, but let's do the 4-4-8 together. Few rules. When you do the 4-4-8, you do the 4-4-8 this way. You do it for 4 cycles. And when you are exhaling, you're exhaling from your mouth and you're trying to prevent the air to go out. So like you put your mouth like a purse, like this. So let's try it. Let's do it together. Now, to do it and to see the shift, we're going to do only 2 cycles, not 4, because as I said, this kind of breathing is going to bring you in concentration state. And in concentration state, you don't want anybody to talk to you. You want to be focused on the deep work you have to do. So it may be bothering if we go to 4 cycles. That's why let's do 2, enough for you to see the shift from what you're feeling right now to what this breath brings you to. So let's do it together. I'll count for you. Breathe in 4 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold it for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale in 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's do it again. Inhale in 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold it for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale in 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. If you did this with me, you will feel the change. You will start feeling your brain calming down. You will feel more relaxed, more calm. And if you go ahead with this, you're going to feel a little bit sleepy, but it's not enough for you to fall asleep. Okay. But enough for your brain to forget everything you were worrying about and start focusing on what you need to do. Now, this is a small technique. Of course, there are many others on top of this one to maintain the state. This technique allows you to enter it, then you have to maintain it for a longer time. And actually, recently did a video on how to have a 4 hours focus on unstoppable focus for deep work on my YouTube channel. And I tell you, this is just the top of the iceberg that I can share with you today. And I'm going to conclude by saying this. Your focus, you understood, is the most important currency you have in your life. The question is, on what you're going to put it from now on. And who do you want to give that to? And to what area of your life you want to give it all? Those 3 questions I asked you will make your brain thinking strategically on how you want to live your life from now on. And with this said, I'll call the next speaker on this fantastic Brain Health Day. So the next speaker is Mr. Kevin Ballister. Just to let you know, he is amazing. First of all, is a neuroscience-based functional nutritionist specialized in gut-brain axis. He makes people feel and feed the brain perfectly, improving their energy, resilience, focus. And I tell you something, I met him only 1 minute in the backstage. And the only word I can describe it with is passion. He's so passionate about what he's about to share. And with passion, we can be all changing our lives on what he's going to share with us. So Kevin, the floor is yours. Let's go.
Yeah, thank you so much, Cosimo. And also, man, you took words out of my mouth with the currency of our neurology, which makes it the currency of everything. I say attention is the currency of everything because, I mean, we even use it in language, right? Pay attention, pay. So what are we paying that valuable resource to? So I'm going to tell you my story. I was in a coma. I couldn't feel the tube down my throat that was supplying oxygen to my lungs that couldn't breathe on their own. I couldn't hear the beeping of the machines that were monitoring my vitals. And I didn't see my mother's heart break when she was told that I had less than a 10% chance of emerging from a minimally conscious state after a severe traumatic brain injury. So she's sitting next to my comatose brain and body, and she knows how much music means to me. So she has one of my guitars rush the hospital. And every night, to the rhythm of the respirator that was keeping me alive, she played the first song she ever taught me on guitar. Blackbird by the Beatles. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. She played it every night. And on the 12th night, I opened my eyes. Now, doctors said that I had been unconscious, but that's not what I experienced. While my body lay in a hospital bed, I had rejoined what I can only describe as the ocean of consciousness. And when my eyes opened, I was back in a brain and body that didn't work. I felt like someone hit the reset button on the video game of my life. I had to relearn how to eat, how to walk, how to talk. For 5 months, I was hospitalized, relearning. My left hand was totally flexed inward. I was breathing through a tube in my neck. I was receiving nutrition through to my belly. But I had one incredible advantage, and that's that my frontal lobes were intact. So I could observe myself and my brain rebuilding itself. I could observe myself learning and redeveloping, neuroplasticity in action. And one question became absolutely clear. How do we create the environments where the brain can heal, adapt, and thrive so that consciousness can flourish? Because every thought you've ever had, every person you've ever loved, every memory you've ever made, they're expressed through your brain. And that question's become my life's work. It led me to study biochemistry, neuroscience, nutrition, and systems biology. I became certified in functional nutrition by the Functional Nutrition Alliance. And this isn't about eating healthy. It's about understanding how physiology works, how our metabolism affects everything. So I think about rebuilding or building connections in our brain like building a bridge. And what do we need to build a bridge? We need supplies, we need skilled workers, and we need to get that supplies to the construction site. So supplies would be the nutrition, the brain building nutrition, the right kind of nutrition. And then workers would be the targeted therapy. And then digestion would be the transportation system that gets those supplies to where they need to go. And that's the gut-brain axis. And that's what my book, How to Feed Your Brain, is all about. It's the foundation of the work I do today. And the work I do with clients is abroad, from people recovering from devastating brain injuries to athletes who expose their brains to repeated head impacts, to people who simply want healthier, more resilient brains as they age. I also co-lead the Rebound Brain Injury and Concussion Recovery Community with Dr. Brody Miller, who spoke earlier today. Different people, different stories, the same mission. So remember, before my injury, I was a musician. And afterward, I couldn't wrap my wrists around a guitar, let alone play. I couldn't speak, let alone sing. So I worked every day. And as soon as I could wrap my wrists around a guitar, that's what I did. I had a throat surgery and I was able to speak again. I tried to sing. And even though I have no memory of that time while I was in a coma, honest to God, the first song I tried to play was Blackbird by the Beatles. Take these broken wings and learn to fly. See, we're all beautifully broken in some way. And the environments we create, both around us and within us, either strengthen those wings or clip them. So if today you've found a different way to think about your brain, then I've done what I've come here to do. And if you'd like to keep exploring, visit feedabrain.com, where you'll find simple tools to help your brain heal, adapt, and thrive so consciousness can flourish. May we all take these broken wings and learn to fly. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Kevin, for doing an amazing job and sharing your story with us. Love, always love. We love music around here, and we love hearing about just how the brain remembers certain things, especially when it comes to music. So, love that. Thank you so much for sharing. And how can you told us how people can connect with you, right?
Yeah, find me on feedabrain.com. We're working on a gut brain blueprint PDF that'll be available very soon. I mean, you sign up, we'll send it to you when it's ready.
Awesome.
And there's these simple tools. That's like one of the things that I've been through and learned is like I have needed to put my brain in a place of optimal health because the health of our bodies affects the health of our brains and vice versa.
Yeah.
And to do so in a way that's fun, that I can still really enjoy my life. I'm not going to be counting calories and like,
Sure.
where I can really enjoy my life.
That's
And
great.
so that's what I love bringing people. It's these simple solutions that make such a huge difference for their
Yeah.
brain.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for being here, and we look forward to catching up and you being a part of even more of our events. So y'all make sure y'all go follow Kevin. Thank you so much, Kevin. Have a great day.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And next we are going to bring to the stage Brandy Vale. And as Brandy is coming, I want to tell you just a little bit about her. After a life-changing brain injury from 2005 car accident, Brandy Vale became devoted to understanding the mind-body connection. She founded Being Investments and Yesa Network, advancing financial literacy, impact investing, and human potential in the AI era. And so, Brandy, we're going to invite you to the stage. So please open your camera. We are ready for you. Thank you, Brandy. Welcome to the Brain Health and Peak Performance Day, and thank you for being here with Perfect Publishing. You have the stage, and you can share how much you want to over the next 10 minutes.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. I've been listening to all of the speakers and how deeply devoted they are to this cause, and I'm so grateful for being here. Thank you for having me, Touch.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
You know, this statement of we all have a purpose, right? We all are here to do something terrific. Well, not all of us had the first ride into this world on the easy train. And so a lot of my story is about how I had to go through a near-death experience in order to understand how being in your body functions on a day-to-day, and then how that led to my life purpose and what I'm doing in the world today in Web3, in fintech, and also with entrepreneurs and founders. So that's what you get when you are going to sit in with us today. So thank you so much for tuning in. Again, my name is Brandy Vale, transformational educator. I am focused on helping entrepreneurs and founders really go to the next level, not just in their finance and their funding and their delivery of their product or service, but in their consciousness, so that whatever they're building is translating into the greater world at large. I do believe that what we are born for, you can't make it up, right? It's one of those things that you have to throw yourself into it. And sometimes what happens is destruction and lack and not enoughness, pain, suffering. And so what I was experiencing in my life as a young entrepreneur was pain and suffering. I was putting myself through these experiences of bad relationships, treating my body and my mind bad, and partying and having fun and doing all these things. But at the core of it, I wasn't grounded in my walk, in my words, in my faith. And it led to a car accident. And that car accident was in a taxi cab in Las Vegas. And my driver was a drunk and on drugs. And people asked me, so how did it happen? And to be very clear, I knew it was going to happen because I prayed for it. I prayed to get me out of the situation that I was in. I said, God, I just want to bask in your beauty. I want to bask in your light. I want to be a hippie chick with braids in my hair. And I want to do good things in the world. And then 1 month later, T-bone on the freeway in Vegas right before I was producing an event, and quadruple concussion, speech impediment, and 3 years of not knowing who I truly was. And in the 3 years, there was something that happened to me with my brain, and it was unexplainable. That part of the story is where I would say the guardian angels, if you believe in angels, I now call them angles. I have a lot of quantum mechanic understanding because of the fractals of light that would come through my body's energetics and would start to make my body move in different patterns of shaking and crying and laughing. And then I would get into these illusionary states, which then ultimately was on the bridge of psychosis. You know, I actually remember wanting to kill myself. I wanted to put myself to an end because I didn't want to come back to this planet. I didn't want to have to deal with all of that. You know, after 3 years, having discovered that there's more to this planet than just life, there's a lot more going on. So I started studying with Joe Dispenza, and I started working within the coherent value systems of the energetics of our body. I started using breath, chanting, movement. I became a yogi practitioner. And as I developed more and more in my practice, in my faith, and in my walk, doing the daily practice of breath work and drinking water and eating clean foods and really living from that place of knowing, I shifted. I shifted radically. And I mean, you wouldn't even recognize me. My eyes became very bright, very green. There was an illuminated being that was standing in front of you. Sometimes people say, Randy, what are you doing to me? So there were tools that I learned in order to actually help heal the body and to give people back their life when they are stuck or going through a transition. So I ultimately became a healer. And so a lot of my story is based on this foundation, which is that we are here first in the physical, then we are in the emotional body, and then we move to this place I like to call the power. And that power is what we do or contribute in the world. And so there's pieces of this that align with the brain. I don't have a presentation prepared for today, but I do want to invite everyone on this corridor to tune into some of our master classes that I have in the Alignment Project, is because there are systems of your body that do correspond not only with your heart, but also with your brain and out to the quantum levels of understanding. And there are ways to materialize the power of your intention, not just manifestation, but to materialize the works that you're being called forth. So what does that look like on a day-to-day? It looks like, I work a lot with entrepreneurs and founders and a lot in financial literacy because let's just face it, they have to ask for money. They have to get past that mindset. And the second that I have them tune into their alignment, their soul alignment, their purpose, their consciousness, they move past the can't and they move into the will. And so a lot of the success of our projects through Yes3 Network and the alignment programs is to enable them to feel who they truly are. And that requires us to get into a state. And so if you're out there and you're Tony Robbins fans or, Joe Dispenza, as I had mentioned, or even Greg Braden, look him up, you'll realize that there's more to this thing called life. And it is indeed where we put our focus. So with the entrepreneurs and their way of raising capital, I teach them how to actually truly get into their body, do the breath work, realign with their vision, be able to use their language, which is frequency, and also vibration, to attract and then to take action with more confidence. And it seems to be working really well. I'll go back a little bit and say that if you're out there and you have gone through some kind of brain trauma, or you're going through any trauma in general, and you don't feel like yourself and you don't feel like you can talk to somebody about it, I really, really hope that you reach out to us. There are many states of awareness where a person and their abilities to move forward and move strongly and to become a leader, it requires us sometimes to be broken down. And in that breaking down, you probably heard it, it's like break down before breakthrough. the key to unlocking that is this. It's love. It's the power. I can't say that was easy. That was 3 years after my car accident that I saw that I was different. I was seeing angels. I was speaking to different entities and beings around the planets. I knew more about quantum realms than the next person. And then I had an epiphany, and I was given my soul mission in the middle of recovery and meditation, that I would be here to change the world through this new technology that we call crypto now and blockchain. So long and short of it is when you show up and you do the work, even after suffering, there's a bigger thing on the other side of the gate. And how you get there to unlock that power is by one and other. We are here to serve each other in the greater purpose. And sometimes the struggle is there so that you can teach other people moving forward. So just wrapping that up, it took another 16 years of being a healer and doing the good work. And then 2020 hit, and I was taught I needed to be in fintech, gaming, all these technologies. And then I just wasn't happy. So I decided, if there's going to be a way that I can bring my healing modalities into finance, it's going to be by working with the entrepreneurs and the founders, because this is so special. But this and this together, we could do anything together. We can achieve and be and do and have anything. So I just want to leave you with this one last word, is that who you truly are seeks its way through you at all given moments. And whether it be a brain injury or an epiphany or a soul alignment with your relationship with one another, that you are truly, truly, truly light in form. And I say that's a God gift. So if this resonates with you, I do have a couple of programs that you can tune into. Some are for free and then some are for paid. And I just want to invite you into maybe just showing up, seeing if it's for you. And I just want to thank you for tuning in once again. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much, Brandy, for sharing your phenomenal story. Amazing, and so many things that you have learned along the way to help get you into your purpose and assignment. And I like how you just projected that idea of this is what I was doing. And so because I asked for something different, this is what was used to make me different.
Yeah.
And a lot of people cannot see it that way. And so that's really powerful to be able to see it as a gift.
Yeah, I have a funny story, it's a 2-second story. So Cavino, also Kevin, who was just on speaking, he and we met from we'll just call it synchronicity by me, because I'm a high level intuitive. I just listened and I was guided, and he was the host of an Airbnb. I said, I just need to go to this house. I don't know why. And I walk in, he goes, oh, I also had a brain injury. And so that's how he got here today. Because when I got the invitation to be on this show with Mr. Smiley and all of you, and I thought, this is special because not everyone gets to understand how important, like when you have a brain experience, it's a bigger awakening than we can ever believe. Yeah.
For sure. For sure. Well, thank you so much for sharing and for telling everyone how they can, tell them one more time how they can connect with you.
Absolutely. You can go to yes3network.com, and there is we do highly curated rooms, putting investors and founders in the same room. And we have an alignment program there. And then also Brandy, BRANDIVEIL, pretty much everywhere. I have a podcast, see me on YouTube or LinkedIn. I'll see you then.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Brandy. We will see you next time.
Thank you.
And so we want to invite our last guest, Miss Desiree Arias. We're inviting you to the stage, and we're so thankful to have you. Awesome, wonderful. Welcome, welcome, Desiree. We're so grateful to have you here today on the Brain Health event. Welcome, and you have the stage. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And it's great to be with everybody today. I would like everybody to take maybe just a minute to get a couple of things. I'm going to talk about some important ways that you can hijack your brain, because as we know, all of our success, all of our failures, everything starts right here. So the stronger we are here, the stronger we are in our minds, the more successful we're going to be, right? So I'd like you to get these 3 items. One is a brain boosting snack. Don't reach for the chips. Don't reach for the candy. That's not going to boost your brain power. Reach for blueberries, or even just, I always have a glass of water next to me. Even just a glass of water is great to hydrate yourself. Second, I'd like you to get a piece of paper and something to write with. And then third, I'd like you just to go on a journey with me for some quiet time. So I thank you for the opportunity again, Dr. Smiley and everybody. Thank you for joining me today. And I would like to talk about 3 ways that we can hijack our brain. Hi, I'm Desi DeSeos on all social channels. If what I'm saying today resonates with you, I'd love to connect with you more. And I want to talk about 3 ways that we can hijack our brain. Sometimes when we're going through something, we allow our thoughts to take over. We allow those fears to take over. We allow our, basically we allow our brain to overpower us. So what I'm going to share with you today is for you to go ahead and overpower your brain and know that you are in charge. It is not in charge. You are in charge. So if you could, everybody can close your eyes for just a quick minute. The first thing that we need to do before we can talk about getting a clearer state of mind is to get quiet. We live in such busyness. We live in such noise. And if we can't get quiet, how can we hear our own voice? If we're always listening to other people's voices, then how can we hear our own voice? So I'd like you just to sit for maybe a minute of just quiet. I'm going to close my eyes and take a few deep breaths. I know a presenter earlier just talked about how important breathing is, and it is. It is so important. It's so important for our heart rate. It's so important for our nervous system. And of course, when we are up here with our thoughts, our racing thoughts, it's so important to learn how to calm down. So will you just close your eyes with me for just a quick second, and let's just take some slow, deep breaths. And I'm going to ask you if you have music on or any other distracting noises to turn them off just for a second. So hopefully you heard your voice in that quiet. Hopefully those thoughts stopped racing, and hopefully you started to hear your voice. So the first way that you can hijack your brain when it's kind of going haywire and you're up here with your thoughts, your racing thoughts, or your fears, your insecurities, whatever it is, the first thing is to get quiet. Remember, you can't hear your voice if you're always listening to someone else's voice. So the first thing to do is to get quiet. You can do this with prayer, meditation, nature, being in nature, whatever works for you, but just make sure you're getting quiet, because you're not going to be able to be your best. You're not going to be your most creative if you're always thinking of things and you can't calm your mind down. I think it was Bruce Lee who said, if you don't have control over your mind, then it will control you. And that's very true, because Give me a thumbs up if there's been a time recently where a small worry has turned into a huge, huge problem to the point where it's consuming your thoughts. Give me a thumbs up in the chat if that's happened to you. If that's happened to you, it's happened to me. It actually happened to me just the other day. So if it's happened to you, yes, it's normal, right? But we have to stop. I remember I took psychology when I was in my undergrad. I took a psychology class, and my professor talked about thought stopping. And that is a great technique that if you are just spiraling out of control with thoughts and fears and paranoia and all of that, just to stop and look around. Look at the trees outside. Just look around wherever you're at. Okay. And that's one way to do that thought stopping. So the first way to hijack your brain and to go ahead and get calmer and to get control of your thoughts and your thinking is, again, to get quiet. The second thing I'd like you to do, which is number 2, is writing down all of your limiting beliefs. So with that paper and pencil or whatever you chose to write with, or if you're just using your notes app on your phone, I want you to write down maybe 1 or 2 limiting beliefs that you have. We all have them. Nobody's perfect, including me. So we all have limiting beliefs. I'm not good enough. I'm not smart enough. I'm not prepared enough. They're not going to listen to me. Right now, my limiting belief is anyone going to resonate with what I'm saying? That's my limiting belief. So I'm writing that down. So I'd like you to take a minute with your piece of paper, or if you're on your notes app on your phone or whatever you're using, I'd like you to write down 1 or 2 limiting beliefs. And I'm going to write down what I just said. So again, my limiting belief right now is anyone out there going to resonate with what I'm saying, right? I'm kind of new to the speaking world. And so getting in front of you all it's nerve-wracking, okay? But I also know that I have a message that I want to share with you. And I have a message that I want to convey. So anyhow, my limiting belief is anyone going to resonate with what I'm saying? So read your limiting belief to yourself out loud or to someone next to you, and go ahead and read it out loud like I just did. And I'll give you a couple seconds for that. When we read things out loud, we're activating a whole other part of our brain. So it's very important to read it out loud. Now, what I'd like you to do with that limiting belief is I'd like you to refute it. For example, my limiting belief is anyone out there going to resonate with my message? Is anyone going to resonate with what I'm saying? So I'm going to reframe that as I am excited to share my message with you today. Whether somebody resonates with it or not, I am excited to share it with you. So you see how that limiting belief, when you just do a little twist on it, becomes a reframe, and it then becomes a positive and not a negative. And that's one thing that we need to make sure we're doing, is when we have those negative beliefs and the negative little voice is talking to you rather, you need to stop and you need to reframe that to be a positive statement and reframe that limiting belief. You can take that piece of paper now and you can rip it up and you can throw it in the trash or throw it on the ground, because that is gone, right? We change that negative into a positive, right? So the third thing that you can do to hijack your brain when it's kind of going haywire is you can surround yourself with what you want. Les Brown often talks about a story where he met a woman who wanted to be a nurse. And she had lots of limiting beliefs. I don't think I can do it. I don't have the time. I don't have the money, all of those things that we tell ourselves. So she went ahead and told him that. And he said to her, well, why don't you do this? Go down to the medical supply store and get some scrubs. Put them on. Then go home with your scrubs on in your best pose, your most professional pose. Take that picture of yourself in your scrubs, put it on your refrigerator, put it every single place that you can think of, in your home, in your car, at work. So when we act as if, quoting from one of my favorite movies, even though it's not really intended for children, Boiler Room, sorry. That's a quote from that movie, which is act as if. So you need to surround yourself with what you want, because then you are telling your brain, go find this, go do this. And opportunities will just open up for you. Opportunities will present themselves to you. Opportunities you can never think of. And you'll be just boggled as to where they came from. Where it's coming from is your brain. You're telling your brain what you want, and your brain is then gonna go ahead and help you out. So I love that Les Brown story. So if you want to get a certain degree, get a cap and gown, put it on, picture yourself as a graduate with that degree. You know, you can make it on Canva, make a little fake degree on Canva, hold it up for the picture, post it every single place you could think of, refrigerator, in your bedroom, at work, in your car, wherever. But the more that dream becomes real, the universe is just going to open doors. And they're not just going to open a little bit. They're going to fly open to the point where you're just, again, just thanking God, thanking the universe, because it's just going to be so miraculous. So again, what I shared with you today are 3 ways that you can hijack your brain when it's going haywire. The first is get quiet. You can't hear your voice if you're always listening to other people's voices. 2, write down your limiting beliefs and then refute them. Turn that negative statement into a positive statement. 3, surround yourself with what you want. One day, I would love to have a home in Greece. So lately, I have been looking for opportunities to join groups, travel groups. I've been to Greece, and that's why it's so enticing to me to go back. So I have pictures. I'm going to be looking for travel groups. So I'm surrounding myself with what I want. And that's number 3, is just make sure that you're surrounding yourself with what you want, because again, your brain, the universe, is going to open up those big, big doors, and you're going to be able to think about things a lot differently. Instead of letting your brain get hijacked, you're going to go ahead and pull it down and keep it on the ground so that you can go ahead and just live a beautiful, happy life and have everything you want. So this is Desi DeSeos. Thank you for allowing me to spend time with you today. I am a speaker. I am a certified life coach, and you can find me on all social channels at Desi DeSeos, and I look forward to connecting with everybody. And I thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I love what you offered us, those 3 tips to help us get our brains back on track and focus on what is really good, what's going to help us, what's going to empower us to be everything that we're supposed to be and get the things in our life that we need and we desire. So thank you so much for sharing with us today. We're looking forward to always look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Well,
Woohoo!
we made it. What a powerful day we've had. It's really been amazing. Amazing. So many wonderful speakers, hosts, guests. I mean, we've had every aspect. Probably, I mean, there's probably some things that we missed, but we've really had so many wonderful aspects of understanding the brain, understanding people who are working on the brain and figuring out how it works, but also so many people who have had experiences that shifted their brain and how they had to realign themselves and change how they view the world, change how they operate in the world, but even remind themselves that the brain can heal.
And
it
that was the
can,
part of it. Change your mind, change your life. I mean, some of us, I mean, a lot of us came back from brain injuries, nothing like the person we were before. And that's what I think is so exciting, because I think a lot of people who go through any kind of trauma, they think that they're different and it's a bad thing. But what a lot of people on this program today learned, that yeah, it was different, but we found a new way, and it's now better because we see life in a whole new world, right?
For sure.
New light.
Well, I was so moved by the voice, the tonality, the peace, that the clarity that people had when they came back, and the gratitude that they had for them getting stronger and being able to just have a happy life. Every single person that spoke, Antonio, Sean, Austin, they touched my heart so much. And I was so excited and so happy that our mission is to amplify goodness, and that people like them have a voice, a platform, and are able to cause the ripple effect of inspiring those that may not have the hope that these people give and have.
Well, and the bottom line, what I saw in everyone's talk was even the experts, the ones who experienced it, the experts, and the ones who experienced it and became experts,
Right.
was don't expect gigantic leaps of progress. Be gentle with yourself. Pinky moves,
Right.
Lego moves. And we all have found this, like you said, piece of the simpler things in life. We appreciate what we have. It's beautiful. Thank you so much, Ken or Dr. Smiley, for Perfect Publishing, and Tanisha for putting this on, because I was thinking, how are we going to do this? I mean, how many experts can we have, and how many people with brain injuries are willing to come say, I have a brain injury, But it worked, and so many of us did step forward, and it was a beautiful thing. I can't wait to share all of the different segments that came out.
I'm
yes,
excited
and we want to
because
say,
go ahead,
I
Tanisha.
just wanted to say, we want to say thank you to Dr. Brody Miller, Sky Huddleston. We want to thank Dan Clark for coming by. And we want to thank Cosmo Intermite for coming, and for everyone for being such a blessing to the day. And we want to thank, of course, our team, Amy and Aisha and Faison. We want to thank them so much for being
Daniel
such a
Padamonte for
Oh,
beautiful.
Daniel for creating the wonderful backdrop and all of the artwork for this. We just want to thank all the team members for working hard.
Well, one of my favorite things I want to share about today was when I had Dan Clark on it, and I said, you were our first guest 2,000 videos ago, 2,000 episodes ago, 1 year ago.
Oh.
Brain Day next year, with how beautiful this was, I will not be surprised if it's 24 hours of people just sharing how much this meant to them and why they want to step in and speak. I promise you it's going to be like that. So
very good.
I think we did great. And I'm so happy that everyone was able to participate at the level they did. And when's our next event, Tanisha?
Well, we are hosting Professional Speakers Day, August 7th And I'm really excited to have so many people to come and share. So if you are a professional speaker, this day is for you. And it is actually Professional Speakers Day
That's
internationally,
holiday.
I think. Like that is a real day. So when Perfect Publishing does things, so I think sometimes people might be like, they're just random. No, we're not.
Now
Dr.
this is
Smiley
brain
is
day.
not random at all. Trust me when I tell you, he is every day like, oh, what is July 22nd? What is July 23rd? Trust me, he texts me all day and all night saying, hey, did you see this? This is what's this
You
day
missed
is.
Friendship Day. Friendship Day and AI Day were the same day.
Really?
Oh, wow.
Well,
That would have been a good one.
I got to get going, and I was just so grateful to both of you. Thank you for finishing the day strong, and also just being a consistent force of goodness. So thank you.
Absolutely. So go to thesmilechannel.com, click on events, and you can register right now for Professional Speakers Day and for National Book Day, which is August 9th.
And if you're an
And while
author,
they're at it, go to thesmilechannel.com and register yourself, because it is an amazing platform for authors, speakers, coaches, and we can put up our books, and it's the one place stop where you can send people and say, instead of going to this, and this, go to thesmilechannel.com/my name, your name, and you'll have everything. It's quite amazing.
And you'll most importantly connect with someone else.
yes.
Yes.
All right.
Okie dokie.
Have a
Have
great
a
day.
great
Thank
night,
you.